Section 13 of Gallipoli Diary. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sue Anderson. Gallipoli Diary by John Graham Gillam. Section 13, July 28th to August 7th, 1915. July 28th. See my friends of the 13th Division this morning. At 12 noon, high explosive shells come over our camp and kill 6 fine horses. 4 p.m. On duty at main supply depot and, ugh, beastly high explosive shells come over. One bursts in Ordnance Depot and blows 2 men to bits. Very glad when I am off duty, but I would rather be here than in Alexandria. My brigade has been away at Lemnos resting, but comes back tonight. Nothing much has been done since the battle of June 29th, which I saw, except the French have straightened their line in accordance with our move. Everything is very quiet. Even the French 75s hardly fire a shot. But something big is afoot. 3 of our companies have their horse lines dug in at the foot of the cliff in the lower road, halfway between W Beach and the bakery, past the Greek camp. And the cliff, which is higher than in most places, affords almost perfect protection for the animals. Officers and men live there, but it is not a very sanitary spot to live in, what with the manure and the flies and the heat. Occasionally, to make the atmosphere more savory, a dead horse or mule is washed ashore, after having floated about for several days. Most of the animals which die or are killed are towed out to sea and there sunk, either by the firing of bullets into the carcass or by stones fastened to their legs. Many carcasses are, however, in spite of all precautions, washed ashore, causing great unpleasantness to all near who are living dug into the cliffside. One such decaying carcass this morning, lying on the water's edge half submerged, aroused the ire of a staff officer, who immediately strafed the officer living in the cliffside nearest to the place where it lay. He was politely told that the Navy are responsible for everything up to high water mark, and of course could strafe no more. But the poor old Navy have their hands pretty full, keeping the seas open for we on shore, and it is rather hard lines on them to add to their heavy responsibilities the keeping of the shores and beaches clear of washed-up carcasses of poor old mules and horses who have died for their country. Now and again a dead mule or horse is buried on land, but we still, after over 3 months' effort, are holding such a small bit of land that room is very scarce, and a burial ground for animals is out of the question. July 29th. A hot day, rather gusty and dusty, and of course not a cloud in the sky. My brigade is back from Lemnos and is along the cliffs of the west coast with headquarters at the mouth of the gully, or the now famous nullah. West coast cliffs now absolutely honeycombed with dugouts, arranged in terraces as far as possible. The whole tip of the peninsula is alive and teeming with troops and followers of all nationalities: British, French, Senegalese, Greeks, Arabs, Sudanese, Hindus, Gurkhas, Punjabis, and Sikhs. 13th Division now moving off the peninsula. Poor old Findlay up to his eyes in ordnance. Fortunately he was away when the shell burst in his compound yesterday. He says got strafe the Kaiser from morning to night. Only half a dozen high explosive shells come over our way today, but inland Turkish artillery has been fairly active, but nothing much doing on the front. Aeroplanes busily humming overhead, beaches very busy, with all kinds and manner of work day and night. Meet Fulford, pal of Birmingham hockey days a few years ago, and again of Salisbury Plain days of 1914, now a chaplain in the 40th Brigade, 13th Division. Having tea with him tomorrow. He tapped me on the shoulder on W Beach, saying, "Thanks very much for the gloves, Gillam." I borrowed a pair of gloves from him on November 14th, had lost them, had sent him another pair, and he had forgotten to write and thank me. I had not seen or heard from him until today. Observation balloon up, captive to a steamer off the Gully beach, but little or no artillery firing on our part. 13th Division of Kitchener's Army have had their baptism, but in defence, not attack. Turks had a taste of what Kitchener's Army is like. I believe in after years the name of Kitchener will be wreathed in a blaze of glory that will dim the lustre of all other famous names in our history. Not only will we beat the enemy with the splendid troops his genius has created, but if his spirit still endures in the nation after the war, we shall defy the world for all time, and in that way form an impregnable barrier to the mad ambitions of other states. July 30th. Ride my new horse today along to the Gully, Nullah, and see Brigadier General Cayley. Awfully pretty at the Gully, with cliffs honeycombed with headquarters and terraces leading to them. Brigade now almost up to full strength again, and Tommies enjoying bathing and domestic duties. Tommy is a most lovable animal sometimes. Met Panton, who is now Deputy Assistant Director of Medical Services to Division. He was wounded in the leg in May, but is now quite fit. Talked of those early days. Also see Fulford again. Come along Top Road on Cliff with Major O'Hara and Major Collier as far as X Beach, when we ride down and finish the ride back to W Beach, walking along the lower road, for much traffic was passing and going. Heavy shelling on W Beach from high explosive gun on Achi, but most burst into the sea. Plenty of fire today. I think the 13th Division are going to attempt a landing up the coast soon, but news is very scarce. Whatever is on is being kept very secret. Hear that about 5 enemy submarines have been caught out here in nets stretched between 2 drifters and blown up on contact. Only a rumor, though. The Navy keep very mum about these things. I think one submarine has actually been brought into Malta. Aeroplane falls into the sea, pilot and observer safe and both picked up. It glided down beautifully. I learned that a French ship was torpedoed while I was away, but none of the crew was drowned, and ship was empty of supplies. Findlay Smith came to dinner. Awfully amusing hearing him grousing about the shelling, just as he used to grouse in the old days about such a thing as a train being held up between Clapham Junction and Waterloo. It is topping dining in our bivvy, listening to the gentle wash of the waves, and after dinner enjoying the view of the sun setting behind Imbros, while we smoke and have coffee. Guns from Asia seem to have been silenced. Cannot see any signs of life on the plain of Troy, which looks pretty peaceful meadowland. Can see it in detail from here. They must have observing stations there and see all that we are doing, and hence the shelling of W Beach. Farmer, Neve, and Balfour of the 88th Brigade staff have been sent home invalided. Hear that there is to be a new landing further up, but when I don't know, and that this time we shall land quite 6 divisions. I predicted in the early days that 250,000 men would be found necessary to make this job a success, and troops which have come and gone and are coming nearly reach this figure. It is surprising what a little bit of land we are on, just as if it was a small corner of the Isle of Wight. Fancy being able to take in at a glance our front lines and the Turkish lines, Krithia, the west coast, the Dardanelles and Asia's mountains, and the formidable position of Achi Baba with its supporting ridges on either side. That is what we can do with the naked eye from the edge of the cliffs on either side of W Beach. And over 3 months have now passed since we landed. July 31st. While issuing this morning at depot, high explosive shells came over from Achi. They burst in different places, searching the beach. One bursts near Way's depot, and 1 man and 2 mules are hit, the man badly. Next one on aerodrome. An interval of 2 or 3 minutes passes between the arrival of each shell. Shortly after the one had burst near Way's depot, I, standing with issuers, drivers, general service wagons, army transport carts, non-commissioned officers and ration parties all around me, hear the shriek of one coming straight at me. for it shrieks too long. Those who say that, if killed by a shell, one never hears the shriek of the shell that hits one are quite mistaken. That is to say, when being shelled by 1, 2, or 3 guns at a time. In a bombardment, of course, the din is so deafening that you can't tell which shell is addressed to you and which is not, and after a bit you don't much care. A deafening explosion and dense smoke, dust and stones, and I find myself locked in the arms of a transport driver with my face buried in the stomach of a fat sergeant, and mules kicking all around. Not a man hit, and the shell 5 yards away, the nearest I have ever had. It had burst in a mound of soft earth and right deep in the ground, and that saved us. I look up, and all the others get sheepishly to their feet, and I get out another cigarette and smoke. I smoked 6 of them hard, and tried to be facetious and to pretend that I did not care, but not one man there could have been in a more miserable, cowardly funk than I was while waiting for the next, which, however, gave us a long miss. Later in the morning we got a few high explosive shells from Achi. One pitched clean on the roof of our signal offices, which is a timbered erection, sand-bagged and proof against splinter only. There the clerks work, tap, 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 and buzz, 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 to and from all over the peninsula, messages being sent and received every minute, almost all the day and night, like a central telegraph office in London. Down came the shrieking thing, a deafening report, splinters of timber, torn sandbags, dust, stones, and smoke fly into the air, and then silence. A pause, and men rush, not away, but to the ruined office. 9 men and 1 signal officer had been killed outright. Several wounded are carried up the cliff to the hospital. Operators immediately get to work connecting up the severed wires to new instruments. Improvised tables are put in position. In half an hour a wire is sent off to General Headquarters that all is OK, and tap, tap, buzz, buzz is heard once more, tapping and buzzing busily away, not for a weekly wage, but for the King. It was a near thing for old Findlay in his office, 20 yards away. I rode to a submarine this afternoon and went aboard. Delightful sitting on deck and chatting to the captain. He has just heard good news from Persia, and we are all cheery. Go up to Brigade Headquarters, Gully Beach, and have tea, and chat to battalions in rest on cliff sides. While away, hear shells from Achi screeching overhead for W Beach, and feel therefore quite safe. The ordnance had it this afternoon. August 1st. Artillery duels go on again today, and several high explosive shells come over while I am on duty at the main supply depot. This afternoon I am drawing forage for tomorrow's issue to the division. We draw men's rations for the same day's issue at 6 o'clock in the morning, and forage at 4 in the afternoon before. Greek labor loads the wagons with the oats, maize, and hay, which carry the forage 300 yards away to our depot of 4 dumps. When shelling is on, the gang of 30 to 40 Greeks melts away, and often, when at work checking each wagon, one finds when one looks round but 10 Greeks left. Then it is necessary to hunt round, behind, and in amongst the large, high, and wide stacks of grain and hay where the missing Greeks are to be found, quietly hiding here and there in 2s and 3s. Some are very good at sticking to the work, more so the boys, as young as 15, and the elderly men, some of whom are quite benevolent looking. This afternoon 1 or 2 shells coming close to us. It was necessary for me to stop work for 15 minutes to make sure that no more were coming, and to place the mules with their wagons behind the stacks of hay, which afford perfect protection. I have never yet seen a shell penetrate a wide stack of trusses of compressed hay. A pause, no shells, and out we pop from our hiding places like rabbits, and load busily away once more. It is really funny, like a game of hide and seek. Panton dines with us tonight, and I have to leave immediately after dinner, for I am on duty at the depot drawing extra supplies. These are now being drawn nightly to form a reserve depot in the gully, but a little way up from Gully Beach, to be ready for us in case we advance. As I walk across the high ground on the left of W Beach, looking towards Achi, I hear the booming of a Turkish gun, and instinctively I know that the shell is addressed either to me or in my direction, and accordingly fling myself to the ground in a manner to rival the best stage fall. The usual sound of the sky being rent in two is followed by a deafening explosion, and dust and stones fall on top of me. The smoke blown my way makes me cough. I arrive at my depot. A man runs up and reports that the shell has hit a dugout in which 3 of our supply loaders live. I send a man back for Panton and start to run across to the dugout. I hear the heavens torn asunder again. I fall flat behind boxes. The beastly thing bursts in the hay. I wonder if the farmers at home ever realized how we would bless their compressed trusses of hay as protection from shell fire. I run to the dugout. 2 men are lying dead. 1 man, wounded, is being carried away by his comrades. Panton, who has arrived, takes their identity discs. 1 cannot be recognized but for his identity disc. I go over to depot and continue my job of seeing the wagons loaded. I go to mount my horse. As I am about to put my foot in the stirrup, I hear again the boom of a gun. I feel jumpy and duck. I hear a laugh. It is from a driver. It is dark and he can't see who I am or my blushes, for the boom I heard was from a friendly, heavy French gun over by Morto Bay. I ride round the top road with Cook, who is waiting for me behind the dugout a little way up the west coast. We speculate upon the reason why the advanced depot is being formed in the gully. If the landing further up is successful, then the Turks are bound to retire from before Achi, and the hill will at last be ours. At last! We must therefore be prepared for an immediate advance, hence the advanced depot. We arrive at the gully, riding on the beach down the winding road. It is a beautiful starlit night. The gully and its slopes are illuminated by a host of little lights from the dugouts of various headquarter signal stations, dressing stations, etc., all unseen by the enemy, but from the sea they look like the lights of a small fishing town, nestling in the shelter of gorse-covered, irregular cliffs. I call at Brigade Headquarters and then at a dressing station, where some cheery Royal Army Medical Corps fellows give me a whisky and soda. Afterwards I accompany Cook, who is in charge of a convoy to fetch ammunition up to Pink Farm. We ride up the high road on to the high land, and after being stopped now and again by the "Halt! Who are you?" of a sentry, arrive at the ammunition depot near Pink Farm, in Trafalgar Square. There we load up with ammunition, which we cart along Artillery Road, meeting the gully halfway, dip down, and, our loads disposed of, we ride back home, arriving there at 2 a.m. Cook persuades me to stop at his dugout and have a nightcap, which I do. He has built for himself a nice cozy room, dug in on the cliff side. Sitting there in the early hours of the morning, I am reminded of that whisky and soda most men enjoy at 2 o'clock in the morning when arriving home from a dance. He has made a dugout stable for his horse, and invites me to leave mine there for the night, to save me the fag of taking him back to his lines, and to enable me to take the short cut back to the dugout, which is but a little way along the cliff towards W Beach. I therefore tie up my horse, water him, and give him a little hay, and go back along the cliff to bed. August 2nd. I am up at 6 a.m. on duty at the depot, drawing men's rations from the main supply for today's issue. I pass our lines and find my horse, which I had left at Cook's stable last night, standing in his proper place again. He had disagreed with my leaving him in a strange stable, and had found his way back to his own lines and into his proper place by some means only known to horses. A horse is not such a fool as some people imagine. On account of shelling, I have lately managed to get my issuing of rations to units all finished by 9:30 a.m., and today, no sooner had I finished than over the brutes came. There is a lot of artillery work about today. and we have pushed a little in a very small part of our centre, just to straighten a bulge in our line. 3 cruisers have been in action up off the coast above Y Beach, bombarding the Turkish right part of line and right over the peninsula onto Asia. It is nice to hear the sound of the guns of battleships again, but I do not think that their guns do the damage against positions on land that I imagined they would before this campaign. The trajectory of their shells is too low, especially considering the geographical formations on this peninsula, which provides good cover everywhere for the enemy. There is great anticipation in the air about this coming landing, but nobody knows when and where it is to take place. August 3rd. Aviatik airplane comes over this morning and drops a few bombs. Later in the day, high explosive howitzer shells come over from Asia. Heavy artillery duels now going on. Everything the same, but shelling a bit heavier on W Beach. We hope each day that the great fight will come soon and end this show, but each day seems the same as yesterday, and we can only anticipate that tomorrow will be the same as today. 2 officers buried in dugout at Supply Depot by shell this morning, both rescued and carried off to hospital. Shells over all the time we are issuing, and it is terribly trying, as there is absolutely no cover for us, and we, of course, have to stick it. Our senior supply officer, Major Shorto, just managed to get behind stack of hay in time, out of the way of an Asiatic Annie. 2 cruisers came up in the afternoon and heavily shell left of Achi Baba, with broadside after broadside, and it is encouraging to hear their welcome boom. After dinner I ride over to Gully Beach with Cook and Petro via Top Road. Not much fun riding by day now. Very quiet in front, but at 10 p.m. firing begins, and we can distinctly hear the explosions of those terrible weapons, bombs. It dies down after a while. August 4th. Perfect, calm sea, hot day. The big gun at Achi Baba left us alone while issuing this morning, but in its place a howitzer on Asiatic side kept us alive and steadily dropped shells around us. Phew! I am glad when that morning issuing is over, for every morning regularly now we are shelled. Later in morning she tried dropping them on edge of cliff and reached once or twice. Not much damage, and a howitzer gives plenty of warning, but one cannot so easily gauge where their shells are going to drop as with the other guns. 2 o'clock. Shelling by big guns from Achi has now started, and they are dropping on the beach, and everybody is taking cover for dear life. Now howitzer from Asia is joining in. Nothing much happened today, except heavy artillery duels, and with the anniversary of the war, we find ourselves not much further forward than we were 2 months ago. August 5th. Another hot, depressing, monotonous, and nervy day. Was officer of the day at the Supply Depot, and as usual shells came over. A fuse whizzed near our heads with a most weird singing noise. French battleship at entrance bombarded Asia, and 2 British cruisers on west coast bombarded Achi. Something big is going to happen soon. I may add that this sentence has been passed from mouth to mouth for the last week, and if that something does not happen soon, we shall all be in a devil of a fix on this tiny little tip of the peninsula. So dangerous has it now become to walk about in the open that a communication trench has been dug from X Beach right to the firing line, and so troops landing on W Beach can walk round the road at the foot of cliffs and straight up this trench to fire trenches. Most of the transport by day goes by this road, only venturing in the open on high land by night. Our depot, however, still remains in the same place, exposed to and ranged on by enemy's guns, with the result that we get shelled regularly every day, and the sigh of relief that will go up to heaven when we have orders to move will echo from Asia to the Aegean. Right up to Gully Beach with Cook and Farquhar and C Brigade, and after ride up the gully and across to Pink Farm. Nothing doing on front. We enjoy the ride and exercise. Devilish difficult getting a decent ride nowadays. At Pink Farm, bullets as usual chanting their pinging song. On the way back a Monitor up the coast starts firing heavily, making a huge flash, lighting up for a big distance the sky and land, a roar like a crash of thunder immediately following. August 6th. On duty at 6 a.m. at Supply Depot. Several shells come over at the shipping, but none into our depot, shrieking overhead like lost spirits. Distant sounds of heavy bombardment going on up north, and one man said that he saw through glasses shrapnel bursting up the coast 10 miles away. If so, a landing probably is being attempted at Suvla Bay. Ammunition ship with an evidently damned fool of a captain comes in at 2 o'clock in broad daylight and of course gets shelled. Pretty good shooting on part of Mr. Turk, and ship gets several narrow shaves. The vessel then backs out towards 2 hospital ships, and these of course get nearly hit, one shell going right over one of them. The ship finally gets away after being clumsily handled, but it is bad form to back near a hospital ship. The hospital ships lie off here night and day, well within range of the Turkish batteries, which never fire on them unless a supply or ammunition ship goes near. 2 o'clock. A heavy bombardment on our part has started. We have again begun to hammer at the doors of the Dardanelles. The sound is not unlike thousands of men beating big drums, with thousands of trains running through tunnels. The bombardment is heavier than anything previous, and is concentrated on our left center in front of Krithia. A few French batteries are joining in, and all the British and 2 Monitors, the Raglan and the Abercrombie, and a light cruiser with several destroyers open fire as well. The 14-inch guns of the Monitors make an ear-splitting row when they fire, and the bursting shell throws up a column of smoke and dust quite 300 feet into the air. One was plumping them in and about Krithia, and the other on the west ridge of Achi Baba. A field battery of the Turks opens fire on one of the Monitors, just off where we are sitting, and we are rather amused at their efforts. Yet imagine our surprise when one of their shells actually hits the Monitor, the Raglan, without doing any more damage than denting her a little, at least as far as we can see. We hear the sound of the shell hitting her armor. An accident which might have proved serious occurs shortly after. The Monitor fired one of her guns, and almost simultaneously the other gun, which is depressed, fires, and the shell strikes the water, then ricochets off onto Gully Beach, exploding, killing 1 man and wounding 6. The bombardment died down somewhat at 4 and increased its range, and then there burst out the undertone of rifle fire, sounding like hundreds of carts rolling over cobbled stones, with the spasmodic pop-pops of the machine guns. Later we catch glimpses of little khaki figures charging toward Turkish trenches in front of Krithia. All this time Krithia is getting fair hell from our guns. At 6, firing dies down to spasmodic gun and rifle fire. At the time of writing, I hear that my brigade, the 88th, have distinguished themselves, especially the Essex, and that 2 lines of trenches have been captured. At dusk, the destroyers, Monitors, and the cruisers have gone home, and the aeroplanes to roost. During the fight, I noticed lots of shrapnel shells bursting behind Anzac, so no doubt the Australians and New Zealanders are fighting as well, and in the distance, though it is difficult to see, I saw several white puffs of shrapnel bursting. It is now a cool evening, with a bit of a wind, and spasmodic firing is going on inland. Saw Findlay in evening, and then turned in. August 7th. Up at 6 a.m. and ride out towards Brigade Headquarters, but the Turks have started to heavily bombard our lines and we are replying, so I postpone my visit, for Pink Farm and the Krithia road are getting it badly. At 9 a.m. Monitors, destroyers, and cruisers come and join in the bombardment, which continues all the morning. At 2 p.m. I ride up with Phillips to Pink Farm, and leaving our horses, We walk up the communication trench to brigade headquarters. Bullets very free overhead, and we keep our heads low. Royal Marine Light Infantry going up to the trenches. Some of them look quite young boys, and all look hot and tired and serious. I find the brigade have gone back to Gully Beach. We were badly cut up in yesterday's battle. Day and Black have gone, good pals of mine, both killed. This is the most horrible side of war. They were so merry and bright along the beach a few days ago. It seems that all the best go. Come back to Pink Farm, passing Jennings going up. Turkish attack starts and our artillery gets on to them, but they still come on determinedly and seem very cocksure of themselves. Ride over to Gully Beach and see remnants of the brigade along cliffs again. What a change to 2 days ago. Tommies cooking their meals, talking over yesterday's battle and pals that have been killed. I look for Day and Black instinctively, but of course in vain. The beach looks blank and depressing. Algy Wood is still there, however. Wonderful man, been through everything and not been hit, and thank God for it. Poor old 88th. Come back to W Beach and find them shelling us, just to show us that they are still very much alive. Hear that another landing has taken place and was successful at Suvla Bay. Artillery duels and rifle fire still continue. Destroyers make a dash up Straits as far as just above de Tott's battery and have a bit of a duel with land batteries, shrapnel playing all over them. I think fighting will go on steadily here now, with no more delay, for it is vital to the Allies that the Dardanelles be forced, and when they are forced, goodbye to Turk and Germany, look out. We have got to get all our own back and more. 8 p.m. Very heavy rifle fire opens, and Turkish attack takes place. Just what we want. They might just as well run their heads against a brick wall, for no doubt they think that they will eventually break through our line and round us up or drive us into the sea. End of section 13. Section 14 of Gallipoli Diary. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sue Anderson. Gallipoli Diary by John Graham Gillam. Section 14, August 8th to 20th, 1915. August 8th. Rather a stormy day. Not much shelling on W Beach. One can see plainly through glasses where the new landing has taken place. Hospital ships, transports, destroyers, and 3 battleships are off there. Rumor hath it that the landing was successful, and that they are advancing across the peninsula. Heavy firing goes on all day from batteries on shore and warships on sea, answered but feebly by Turkish batteries, which however do not fail to pay their usual unwelcome attention to W Beach. A Turkish battleship on the way down here to support land forces was sunk today by one of our submarines, which is a great event. Heavy artillery fire goes on tonight on our left. August 9th. Usual shelling and some nasty ones amongst them. Ride up the gully and have a good gallop on a new little horse with Williams. Afternoon. Can see new landing through glasses. Gorse there seems on fire. Transports very busy going to and fro on horizon. Ride up the gully along the top road at night with Cook and have a chat with a few Irish Royal Army Medical Corps pals. Artillery duels on our front all day. Hear that in addition to Turkish battleship being sunk, also Turkish gunboat and empty transport. Submarine also opened fire on Turkish battalions marching on shore. Our submarine commanders are some lads. Heavy firing from battleships goes on all night up north. Good rumors come in from time to time that the new landing forces have captured the hills in front of them and Anafarta, and are overlooking the straits the other side. If this is so, then this show will be over in a few weeks. August 10th. Very quiet on this front, but a little shelling as usual on to " W " Beach. Went up the gully in the afternoon. Brigade still in rest there. Shells come over to Gully Beach. Cruiser firing up coast again. Turks attack at 8 p.m. and again at 11:30 p.m. August 11th. Slight intermittent shelling on beaches and roads from Turks all day. Afternoon. French battleship St. Louis takes up position off our part of the coast, but before she fires, Turkish batteries open fire on her, and one shell hits her, and through glasses I see something catching fire and men running. Fire extinguished. Battleship manoeuvres for fresh position, and having taken it up, fires with all her 6-inch guns on west of Achi Baba. All the while heavy fighting is going on our right, by French. New Landing has now linked hands with Anzac and is 3½ miles inland. Our troops at the New Landing are not moving as fast as was at first expected, but reports are that Kitchener's Army are fighting magnificently. The Indian Brigade unfortunately had to give ground last night, but not of much consequence. I semaphore a message from the beach to MacArthur on a submarine, and submarine smartly picks it up and acknowledges. It is from a lady friend, from whom I have just received a letter, to a friend of MacArthur's. On the way back a shell comes near, goes right through the roof of the Deputy Assistant Quartermaster General's office as I was passing, and penetrates the earth wall on far side, while Deputy Assistant Quartermaster General is writing at his desk. It did not explode, and he was most fortunately unhurt. Afterwards he said that he dropped his pencil with surprise. August 12th. A fairly quiet day. Rode with Hislop to the gully. Hardly any shelling on " W " Beach, and what shells did come over were only poop squeaks, the majority not bursting. I suppose the Turks are taking the artillery away from here to positions against our men at Suvla. Aeroplanes buzzing about as usual this end, and one of the E-type submarines comes down from the Straits, but the Navy keeps things dark, and since the last submarine stunt we have heard nothing. Destroyers off W coast find a target on west ridge of the hill. Findlay Smith comes to dinner. August 18th. Very hot and a calm sea. Not much shelling, but a few poop squeaks fall in Supply depot. One man wounded. Shelling seems to be dying away. Rode to the gully to Cregan. On duty at depot in the afternoon. Fighting last night in centre and again this morning. Noticed very big explosions in Turkish trenches on their right, throwing earth and smoke quite 300 feet. On inquiry, found that they were our trench mortars at work, throwing 100-pound shells. That will shake things up a bit. Very quiet night. August 14th. On duty at depot at 6 a.m. Very quiet, no shelling. Wonderfully quiet altogether now, hardly a rifle shot. Rode up to the Gully Beach and then rode out with Mathias to Pink Farm and walked up the trench to Brigade Headquarters. Hardly a shell and only a few bullets. What is happening? Anyway, it is nice for us, and it is a relief to be able to ride about in safety. Found Way at Headquarters and also saw Thompson once more. Was very glad to see him. Rode with Way back to the gully, passing old Butler asleep under a tree. Told him that a shell would soon pitch on his tummy, to which he replied, "It is all right, the Turks think I'm a mule." Call on Munster Fusiliers beyond Gully Beach in dugouts on cliff, halfway to Shrapnel Point, and have tea with Geddes and Nightingale. We passed General de Lisle superintending the building of a new pier off Gully Beach. Have a nice canter home. After dinner a Turkish 4-gun battery on Asiatic side fires over a salvo of high explosives, followed by another and another in quick succession. It was a surprise to us, but did not last long, as our friends the Monitors got on to them, on which I suppose they limbered up and bolted. I hope they will not do it in the middle of the night. The shells burst in the Arabs' camp beyond the aerodrome, causing them to clear, making a row like a panic-stricken poultry yard. No news from the north. 10:30 p.m. Turkish battery at Yenishehr again starts firing salvos very rapidly, and shells 4 at a time come over in succession. Shells almost reach W Beach, and anticipating their arrival near us, Phillips and I curse, and have to get up and leave our tent and go to dugout. Suddenly a great flash over the sky behind Rabbit Island is noticed, and shortly afterwards a great bursting flame behind Yenishehr, a very awe-inspiring sight. After quite a pause there follows a great peal of thunder, rumbling on, which ends with a great crash. This happens once or twice when the Turkish battery shuts up. It is the Monitor behind Rabbit Island, firing its great gun. The whole incident was like a few naughty boys throwing stones at a house, the owner of which telephones to the police, the Monitor behind Rabbit Island, who without delay take effective measures to stop the nuisance. It was really nothing more than a nuisance, and gained no military advantage for the Turk. August 15th. A very windy day, almost a Gallipoli gale blowing down land, and in consequence dust storms start as usual. 2 guns on Achi start firing towards our tents. Why, Lord knows, for there is nothing here to fire at but our tents, and those can't be seen by them. They do no harm, but are a beastly nuisance, as we keep on having to duck. The wind is so strong that we do not hear them coming till they are right on to us. After lunch I ride along the top road with Carver, and dipping down onto Gully Beach, ride up the gully a little way, and turn off to the left into a ravine, where we leave our horses. Climbing up the cliffs, we call at the mess of Major Gibbon's battery, where tea is awaiting in a delightful summer house, surrounded with rocks and shrubbery. Duff is there, and Monroe too. The battery is in position a few yards away in an artfully hidden spot, never as yet having been discovered by the enemy. Out to sea a small cruiser is in action, firing on a target on the left of Achi Baba. A Turkish battery on the extreme right is in action against her, recording a few hits without causing much damage, but making it necessary for the cruiser to maneuver constantly for a fresh position. Heavy firing occurs in the night, and the enemy strongly attack the Anzacs, with no success. August 16th. Having been invited to breakfast with the Hampshires, who are up the line, I ride up to the nullah in front of Pink Farm and leave my horse there, where he is given his breakfast. On arrival at the Brigade Headquarters at the end of the long trench, or the mule track as we now call it, I am given a guide to the Royal Scots, who, however, has difficulty in finding the battalion headquarters. We wander about a while before we reach our destination, reminding me of an endeavour to thread a way through Hampton Court maze. Up one long winding trench my guide puzzles me somewhat by the remark, "B trench, sir, but not a beeline." At first I am puzzled as to what he is driving at, but gradually it dawns on me that he is cracking, with difficulty, an obtuse Scottish joke, occasioned by the long winding walk up the trench, which I notice is called B Communication Trench. Battalion Headquarters found at last, I have an excellent breakfast of hot cocoa, sardines, bread and jam, and at the end of the meal I am taken up to do a tour of the line. First we make a visit to the Battalion Headquarters of the Essex, where I see Algy Wood and Colonel Rice. Then I am shown the cookhouse of the Hampshires. Owing to a curiously small and deep ravine, it has not been found necessary to dig trenches here. Instead, communication trenches lead off from the small nullah, only 150 yards away from our front line, in 5 different directions, like streets leading off from a circus. We pass up that part of the communication trench leading to the line which the Hampshires are holding. On arrival here I am greeted with a wave of sickening odour, a blend of decaying bodies and chloride of lime. The scene in the first line trench is alive with interest. There officers and men are on the alert. Every 4 yards men are standing on the fire steps, looking out through periscopes held in their hands or fixed to rifles. Others are cleaning up the floors or sides of the trench, as the parlour maid would do the room of a house. Others are improving parapets, levelling the sides and floors of the trench. A few are still at breakfast, one I noticed consisting of 2 fried eggs, a piece of steak, bread and honey, and hot tea. I am taken up a sap by one of the officers on duty in the front line, a cheery young man named Moore, who has recently won the Victoria Cross. At the sap head, looking through a periscope, I see, not 50 yards away in front, a sap head jutting out from a Turkish trench. Turning the periscope round from left to right, I see a sight which fills me with sorrow. I see, lying in all postures, some alone, some in groups of 3 to 6, the dead bodies of brave British Tommies, who a fortnight ago were alive and well, merry and bright, enjoying the bathing off Gully Beach. They had lost their lives in the Battle of August 6th, and had never even had the satisfaction of reaching Turkish territory. After the battle, our positions in the H trenches, as this part of the line is termed, remained unchanged from what they were before, but hundreds of brave men had gone forth from there never to return, and I am afraid few became prisoners. The end of the sap in which I am standing is protected from enemy bombs by a roof of wire netting. A drain pipe penetrates the earth at the end of the sap, with its mouth filled by a rolled up empty sandbag. For my benefit this is taken out, and looking through, I see quite close to me the corpse of one of our brave fellows, blackened by exposure. Efforts will be made to recover some of these bodies as soon as opportunity allows. Looking further ahead through the pipe, I have a good view of the Turkish front line. A sentry is sitting beside the pipe, and at intervals he removes the sandbag from the mouth, carefully looking out for any activity on the part of the Turk. I prefer to look through a periscope and take it up once more. Not being used to them, I raise it too high, my arms appearing above the parapet. A thoughtful Tommy alongside of me gently pulls my arms down behind the cover of the sandbags. The Turkish sniper is always on the lookout for the careless, who expose themselves even a few inches, and is often clever in getting a bull's-eye at the first shot. However, one through the arm would be luck. What could be better than the pleasure of lunching at Ciro's with an arm in a sling from a wound? I take a careful survey of the Turkish line, running along a gentle rise in front of me, and after a while I notice a shovel lifted over the parapet and a spray of earth thrown over, and this happens several times. A Turk at work, probably improving his fire step. As I go back into the front line, I notice that at intervals we have fixed into the sandbag parapet iron plates with little holes punctured in them, protected by a small shield hanging on a hinge like a shield to a keyhole. Through these holes, when necessary, our men place their rifles, firing with good protection to themselves. I am shown our catapults for throwing bombs, almost the same as the ancient weapons of Rome. Also trench mortars, funny squat cannons with short, wide, gaping mouths. Occasionally during the tour bullets come over. They zip over up here and ping with a long ring further back over the roads behind our line. Now and again they strike our parapet, sounding like the blow of a great brick thrown with a great force. The trenches are full of flies, hot and stuffy, with that ever sickly smell of the dead and chloride of lime, but fortunately quite dry and very clean, and the men are merry and keen and delighted to show round one who seldom enters a trench and is ignorant of the life spent there. Evening. It has been very quiet during the day, but a few shells came over to W Beach. Most of them did not explode. August 17th. It is a wonderfully clear day, and we can see the Asiatic side and the plains of Troy in vivid detail. Some 6-inch shells come over from Asia to W Beach this morning, and after lunch we receive a few more, one very close to our bivouac, falling into the sea and throwing up a large water spout. August 18th. So far it has been a very quiet morning, not a single shell on the beach. The other day one of our machines dropped bombs on a Turkish transport in the Sea of Marmora, sinking her. One of our transports, on the way to Suvla, has been sunk, and nearly 1,000 lives lost. Rumor now whispers that the Suvla Bay landing has not been as successful as was at first thought, but we learn that many more troops are being landed. We are still hoping for victory, which so far we have not tasted. Dismal news reaches us from Suvla. A naval officer just returning from there informs us that we are digging in hard a line at the foot of the hills, and that the Turks are also doing likewise. Also, we must now face a winter campaign. No comment is necessary as to our feelings. We are shelled a little at night, but are too tired and bored to bother, and so go to sleep. I am still sleeping in a tent with Phillips, and if a shell does hit us clean while we are asleep, it is of no consequence, for then we shan't wake up the next morning with another awful day before us to live. August 19th. Before breakfast this morning I ride up the West Coast road, my mount being fresh and lively, enjoying to the full the canter I give him up to Artillery Road. The ride along that road beats so far any ride I have ever had for enjoyment. The soft going, though it may be rather dusty, the view, the sea on the left, Imbros shrouded at her feet by blue-grey mist, the sound of the waves gently lapping the shore on the road below, the view in front of stately and formidable Achi Baba and of the mountains of Asia, with now and again a glimpse of the blue waters of the Dardanelles on the right. All is quiet. I might be miles from war, and yet I am in the center of war on a large scale, concentrated in an area that would be lost on Salisbury Plain. To obtain an idea of on how large a scale the war on this little tip of land is, as far as fighting is concerned, one has only to compare our casualties here up to now with those of the South African War. And now we have Suvla Bay, where 6 divisions are on shore. Passing the road leading down to Gully Beach, my horse shies badly as 2 60-pounders in action on the cliff overlooking the beach fire over our heads. These 60-pounders have moved forward from their original position on the cliff by the beach, much to our satisfaction, for they were too near our bivouac, and a 60-pounder is a noisy toy. I ride down from Artillery Road and, turning to the right, ride up the foot of the beautiful gully, now more honeycombed than ever with dugouts and terraces and flights of steps. Leaving my horse at a small camp near Bruce's Ravine, named after the gallant colonel of the Gurkhas, who sailed on the same hospital ship in which I went to Alexandria in July, because of the gallant and victorious fight the Gurkhas made for the capture of Gurkha Bluff in the early days, I walk up this ravine, used as a mule track, to the trenches up on the high ground on the left of the gully, forming the extreme left of our line, and after a short walk through a series of trenches forming our support line, I turn down a communication trench, which after a while brings me out onto a long and wide terrace overlooking Y Beach. Y Beach was the scene of a terrible fight between the King's Own Scottish Borderers and the enemy on April 25th, in which the King's Own Scottish Borderers were successful in effecting a landing, only to evacuate a day later. But how they landed there at all is a feat to be marveled at, for the beach can hardly be called a beach. It is a narrow ravine, widening slightly at the water's edge to a width of not more than 100 yards, and flanked by steep, almost precipitous gorse-covered slopes to a height of 150 feet. Troops attempting to land on such a beach from small open boats could not be expected to even reach the shore, yet by the night these Scotsmen had conquered the heights and penetrated inshore, but their position was too precarious, and it was a wise move to order them to evacuate. At the end of the terrace on the north side of the top of the ravine, my brigade headquarters is comfortably dug in, and it is a pleasure sitting there, talking with such a picturesque view to enjoy from the position. It is far the prettiest sight our Brigade has had up to now for their headquarters, and also convenient, for they are situated but a few hundred yards behind the front line. As I am about to take my leave, 4 shrapnel shells come over from a Turkish battery on our extreme left, which burst low on the opposite slopes of the ravine, with the trenches of 2 regiments in reserve for a target. They are followed steadily by several salvos, 1 or 2 of the shells bursting in the air near our headquarters, and one in particular throwing a few bullets onto the ground at my feet, as I stand at the door of the General's mess. The General invites me to step inside, saying, "Unless you want to get shot," and gives me a topping breakfast of scrambled eggs on toast. After breakfast I go back with Matthias and Arnold to Gully Beach, and see 86th Brigade Headquarters and Sinclair Thompson, and then ride with Arnold to W Beach. Matthias and Arnold come to lunch, as a parcel had arrived, and we enjoy the luxuries thereof. After lunch I receive orders to go with 88th Brigade and 86th Brigade to the new landing, Way also under orders to go. So, after nearly 4 months of hanging on to this tip of the peninsula, the poor old 29th Division is to leave and try its luck at the new landing, and Achi Baba still remains impregnable. I look forward to the move with mixed feelings, relief at getting away from this end, and new feelings at the prospect of being more heavily shelled than we ever were here. However, perhaps the move may be a successful one, and the end of the campaign in this area nearer than we think. At 9 p.m. I go down to W Beach and make inquiries. As usual, nobody knows anything, and all is confusion. The piers are very congested, with the baggage being shipped onto lighters, which are then towed out to trawlers. All such work, of course, has to be done after dark. At 12, after making exhaustive inquiries and with no result, Way and I walk over to V Beach. At the fort on the left of V Beach, looking shorewards, we find that a lot of Lancashire and Munster Fusiliers are taking shelter, as the Turks had been shelling the beach. We lie down just outside the fort on the stone floor and try to get some sleep. A perfect night, and as I look up at the stars, I wonder what it was like here a year ago, when war had not devastated this land. August 20th. At 1:30 a.m. we get up and go down to the River Clyde. The River Clyde is now supporting a very fine pier that the French have constructed. The French are excellent people at organization. After waiting some time, a military landing officer tells me that the 88th are not going till the following night, and so I say good night to Way, who is going off with the 86th, and proceed to walk back the 1.5 miles to W Beach. I take the wrong turning, inquire the way of a French soldier, who puts me wrong again, and I find myself in a perfect maze of French dugouts. Once in the maze, I have an awful job to get out, and after stumbling and falling about for some time, manage to find the road. Feeling very tired, I stumble along in and out of the shell holes, it being very dark, and at last I arrive at W Beach. I find Major Blackburn, Camp Commandant, still at work in his office in a dugout on the side of the cliff, and he very kindly revives me with a whiskey. It is now 3:30 a.m., and after chatting with him, he giving a most dismal and chilling outlook of Suvla Bay, 20,000 casualties and only just hanging on to the lowland, I go back to the tent. I have no bed, my kit having gone on. I lie down like a dog and sleep soundly till 5 o'clock, when I am awakened by the cold. I go out to try to get warm and see the sunrise. The breath of the coming winter seems to be in the air. Phew! In winter we shall be washed off by rain, not driven off by the Turks. I sleep again, and then have breakfast with Phillips. Heavy artillery duels all day, and the gully people get it badly, 12 men wounded. I rest during the day, as I shall be up all night again tonight. I wonder how many other people are keeping diaries on Gallipoli besides me. It would be interesting for me to read them, for they must all be told from far different points of view. The impression the Gallipoli campaign has on the minds of the men in the trenches, by far the most important men in the machine of the Dardanelles army, must be widely foreign to the impression made on the mind, for instance, of a lighterman. The man in the trenches probably, if he has been to France, and many here have, sees no great difference from life in the trenches in the Ypres salient. An Army Service Corps baker views life here through quite differently colored spectacles from the Army Service Corps driver, the Army Service Corps driver from the signal operator, the officer in the observation balloon from the military officer of a regiment, the platoon commander from the military landing officer, the aviator from the gunner officer, the commander of a submarine from the veterinary officer, and yet each respective outlook on life, to each officer or man, is one of far more vital and of greater importance than all the views, opinions, thoughts, and actions of any of his comrades or neighbors, or any newspaper or public opinion. It is for him his destiny. The carrying out of orders given to his particular self, though of seemingly little importance in comparison to the working of the large army machine, is to him, perhaps, a matter of life or death. Death or grievous wounds may prevent him carrying out an order. In that event he will be excused, but while alive and effective he must carry out that order to the letter. The position that destiny has placed him in, as part of the huge machine, controls his thoughts, actions, character, and outlook on life. His daily work may bring him in a constant danger of sudden death, and he naturally views his life from the point of view of the probability of leaving it suddenly and possibly in an awful manner. That constant thought usually makes a man braver than we would expect, for his will forces him to carry out to the letter his orders and rules his mind, which is fully aware of the danger he incurs in doing so. As well as making him braver, the thought decides his will to make the most of the pleasures of life that may pass his way, and as a result he is usually to be found of a cheery, optimistic nature, easily pleased and hard to depress. For optimists, go to the front line trenches or the Navy, and for pessimists, go to overworked administrative officers. If it were possible for all ranks, from officer commanding to private, in an army fighting in any certain campaign, to keep an accurate diary of all they do and see, then there could be published a perfectly true record of the development and history of that campaign. So it is not possible, and never will be, for the truth of all happenings in that campaign to be known. And it never will be in any campaign. Hundreds of deeds, gallant, tragic, cowardly, and foolish, occur which are never and can never be recorded. When the daily press, armchair critics in clubs, etc., criticize any statesman or army staff, they are simply talking hot air, for how is it possible for them to judge when their source of information is as unreliable as a W. Beach rumor? So why waste words? Much better go and do something useful, or shut up and go and hide. War is like a big game. This war we must win, or we shall lose. If we lose, it is on too huge a scale to be through any man's fault. It will be destiny. At 9:30 p.m. I walk over to V Beach again, and find much more order than last night. Our brigade is moving off systematically from the pier alongside the River Clyde. I embark with the Essex onto a small trawler. Algy Wood is with me. We are a merry party. We cast off and steam out to a paddle boat, which we come alongside and make fast to tranship. We are packed very closely together. The skipper makes all the Tommies laugh by shouting through a megaphone in a deep naval drawl to a small tug in the offing, "Finished with you, Jessie!" and off we steam north for our unknown fate at Suvla Bay. A Tommy expresses his feelings by the remark, "I don't know where I am going to, but I shall be glad when I get there." So shall I. I take a farewell glance at the River Clyde and Sed el Bahr, and express the prayer that I shall not see either again during this war, and lie down on deck to sleep. End of Section 14. Section 15 of Gallipoli Diary. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sue Anderson. Gallipoli Diary by John Graham Gillam. Section 15, August 21st to 29th, 1915. August 21st. I awake at 2 a.m. and find a blaze of lights on our starboard, and so sleepy am I that for the life of me I cannot make out what is happening or where I am. There seem to be thousands of little fairy lamps, and at first I think that we are entering an English watering place alongside an illuminated pier. Coming to my senses, I find that we are passing close to 3 hospital ships, which are always illuminated at night, and entering a small bay. After a lot of maneuvering, we get off into lighters and are towed for a mile, coming finally alongside an improvised pier where we disembark, thence onto a sandy beach where inquiries are made as to our future. I go off in search of a supply depot, but can only find one belonging to the 11th Division. The brigade move off inland to a place called Chocolate Hill, the other side of a salt lake, and I lie down for an hour behind some hay. I awake at 5 a.m., get up and shake myself, and wander about, endeavouring to gain some information. I find Panton, with whom I go up onto the high ground behind the beach. I learn that this is called Sea Beach. It is a small beach, flanked on its north side by a high rocky promontory called Lala Baba, the other side of which is Suvla Bay. Suvla Bay is in turn flanked on its north side by a high rocky promontory jutting nearly 2 miles from the mainland into the sea. Where the bay washes the mainland there starts a salt lake, looking like a large, flat, sandy plain, evidently under water in the winter. In the background are high rocky hills covered with gorse, looking beautiful in the early morning sun. At the foot, on the left and right of the salt lake, lies meadowland with occasional clusters of olive groves. The hills on the promontory to the north of Suvla Bay continue in a range inland, curving round the lowland immediately in front of us, when to the right of where I am standing they join and rise to a high peak called Sari Bair. Sari Bair, which commands the right of our line, for I learn we are on the lowland, sweeps down to the Australians' position at Anzac or Gaba Tepe. 1 or 2 smaller hills, from 50 to 100 feet high, stand near to us, rising out of the low meadow and wooded land. Some are in our hands, and some are still Turkish. One hill in particular, lying at the other end of the Salt Lake, inland from its center, is called Chocolate Hill, and I learn that Division Headquarters are to be there tonight. I hear also that there is to be a battle today. Many troops are landing, including a whole division of yeomanry, amongst whom are the Warwicks, Worcesters, and Gloucesters. I meet one of our Division Headquarters staff, and he, with Panton, proceeds to Chocolate Hill, while I continue to make inquiries as to where I am to go. Nobody appears to know or to care, and so I go to the top of Lala Baba and have another look round. On the opposite side of the bay I see the promontory alive with troops. In the center of the bend of the bay I see hospital tents pitched. 4 battleships are at anchor in the bay, together with a few transports and supply ships. They are shut in and protected from submarine attack from the outer sea by a boom of submerged nets stretching between the ends of 2 flanking promontories. Over the wooded lowland, now and again, there begins to burst Turkish shrapnel. Halfway up the promontory, on the opposite side of the bay, I see stacks of supply boxes. I go back to C Beach and call at the depot to make further inquiries, and learn that the supply depot that I have seen on the other side of the bay is on A Beach, and as no orders have been received to feed the 29th from C Beach depot, the A Beach depot must be my destination. As I stroll across C Beach, I notice a damaged aeroplane, around which men are clustering, inspecting it with curiosity. A naval lieutenant comes up and clears them away, saying to me that if only a few men collect together in a bunch, they are very soon shelled by a Turkish 6-inch gun on Sari Bair, which commands the beach. I walk up to the back of the beach once more, and start for a tramp round the bay to the supply depot that I see in the distance. It is to be a long tramp, and I feel a bit tired and devilish hungry. On the other side of Lala Baba I pass 18-pounder batteries in position, hidden from the enemy by little rises of the ground and screened from aeroplane observation by gorse bushes. Their position tells me that our front line cannot be very far inland. Presumably the same thing has happened that happened at Helles on April 25th. We have got on shore all right, but that is all. The Turks hold all the prominent positions, and appear to have us in the hollow of their hands. I walk along on the sandy beach, very tiring for my feet, until I reach B Beach, which is in the center of the beach running between the two promontories of the bay. There I come to a casualty clearing station of the Welsh Division. I am dog-tired and almost faint from hunger, and call in begging some breakfast. They tell me breakfast is at 8, and make me lie down to get an hour's sleep, for it is 7 o'clock. At 8 I wake up and join the officers at breakfast. Hot cocoa without milk, for milk is reserved for the patients, bacon, biscuits, and jam. No bread has been issued at Suvla up to now. I then learn some news. We had actually taken the high hills on the left of Anafarta village, which lies just behind the lower hills in front of us. The Gurkhas and Australians had actually been on top of Sari Bair, had been treated to the joy of looking down onto the Dardanelles on the other side. Something went amiss. Our troops had to retire, and now our line ran from the hills on the left of the bay, but about 1.5 miles inland on the mainland, dropping down to the lowland in front, continuing in front of Chocolate Hill, which was ours, across the lowland on the right of Chocolate Hill, then running gently a short way up the slope of Sari Bair, finally joining hands with the Anzacs in position some distance up the slope of the hills in front of Gaba Tepe. Burnt Hill, a small eminence in front of Chocolate Hill, is to be attacked today. This is so named because of the gorse which had been burnt by the shelling at the landing. We saw this burning gorse from Helles on the 7th and 8th. Once Burnt Hill was ours, the Turks would be forced to retire to Anafarta. A further attack on our part would capture Anafarta and the high hills on our left, enabling the Anzacs to capture Sari Bair. Thence to Maidos, Achi Baba cut off, and the Dardanelles forced. I am just about to leave, thanking them for their hospitality, when shrapnel burst outside overhead. I say to them, "Surely this hospital does not get shelled?" And they tell me that now and again a stray shrapnel does burst here, but that they are shelling a small column of carts passing along the beach, a small cluster of horsemen riding in Salt Lake, or a few men passing over the flat wooded country. No target appears too small for their shrapnel, even people bathing. The shore in the center of the bay is within easy reach of their field gun shrapnel, but as a rule they respect this Welsh hospital, though it is within full view and easy range of their guns. I continue my walk and keep close to the water's edge, for shrapnel now and again bursts not more than 100 yards inland. I reach the supply depot that I had seen from Lala Baba, and learn that we are now 9th Corps, that I have arrived at the Corps Reserve Supply Depot on " A " Beach, that they get shelled regularly every day, also that Foley and Way are further up the road, towards the end of the promontory. I walk up there and find them sitting in a small depot that they have formed with a little camp of wagon covers and ground sheets, supported by logs obtained from a broken lighter. I feel glad to see them. O'Hara comes up soon after with Badcock, who is over from G.H.Q. to get transport in order, having been here since the landing. We make ourselves a little more comfortable during the morning. A bivouac for Way and myself is made of a tarpaulin stretched over balks of timber, forming a little house open at the sides. We are out of range of shrapnel, but I learn that high explosive and howitzer shells often come our way. In the morning I see Cox, who has returned from Alexandria, and learn that the 88th Brigade are not to be in action today, for which I am thankful. We get ready to send up rations by Army transport carts and pack mules tonight. At 1 o'clock Way goes up to see his Brigade Headquarters, the 86th, on Chocolate Hill. The 87th and 88th are there as well, and Division Headquarters and headquarters of other brigades, and the side of the hill must be very congested. I can see hundreds of troops sheltering on the low ground by Lala Baba across the bay. 2:30. The 4 battleships and all our guns on shore open a heavy bombardment on the Turkish position on the hills in front, and especially on Burnt Hill, and an hour later the gorse on that hill and on the low ground to the right of Chocolate Hill catches alight, and is soon burning like a roaring furnace, spreading like the fire on a prairie. At 3:30 I hear rifle fire, and learn that our attack on Burnt Hill has started. The artillery simultaneously increases its range. The bombardment, however, does not ring so confidently as did our bombardment in the victorious battle of June 28th, nor does it appear to be so powerful. I see the Yeomanry now marching steadily in open order across the Salt Lake. It is the first time that they have been in action. Several years ago I was a trooper in the Warwickshire Yeomanry, who are now, with the rest, marching into battle. The Worcesters, Gloucesters, Middlesex, Sharpshooters, Sherwood Foresters, Notts, and Derby are there, and I think several other regiments, all troopers and troop leaders on foot, their horses left in Egypt. Little did they think when they trained on Salisbury Plain for cavalry work that, when the hour came for them to go into battle, they would go in on foot as infantry. When they did their regular 14 days' annual training, some of their friends used to laugh at them, saying that they were playing at soldiers. What I see before my eyes now is no play. Yet they look the same as they did on Salisbury Plain. Ah, the real thing for them has come at last, though many of them only landed this morning, for I see a white puff of shrapnel burst over their heads. It is quickly followed by another and another, developing to a rapid concentrated fire. They run the gauntlet without losing their Salisbury Plain steadiness, except for an occasional bunching together here and there. Soon casualties occur, and prostrate khaki figures can be seen lying on the sandy salt of the lake for the stretcher bearers and ambulance wagons to pick up the harvest of war. At last they are at Chocolate Hill, where they nestle under its slopes for protection till further orders. At 6 p.m. Way returns and tells us that Chocolate Hill was red hell while he was there, smothered in shrapnel and flying bullets, that an officer in Division Headquarters had been killed quite near him, but O'Hara is safe. It was not safe for Way to leave until 5 o'clock. Dusk arrives and the moon is rising. Major Badcock is going up with kit for Division Headquarters to Chocolate Hill on 4 little box cars, and I ask if I can go with him to see my Brigade Headquarters. He gives me a lift, and off we go along the bumpy track from the promontory to the mainland, when, bending to the right, through clusters of trees and in and out of gorse bushes and boulders, we arrive at last on the flat, growthless plain of the Salt Lake. Instead of being heavy going over soft sand, as I thought it would be, it is very good going over a hard binding surface, and we get along at a fine pace, which in the moonlight on such an occasion is very exciting and enjoyable. Soon I see the shadow of trees and cultivation, and know that we are nearing Chocolate Hill, and almost at the same time I hear and almost feel the unpleasant whiz of many bullets overhead, about and around. We stop, but the noise of the pulsating engines of the car drowns all other sounds, and we walk a little way in front and hear the regular rattle of heavy rifle fire. The spot where we are standing is receiving the benefit of the overs, many of which kick up the dust around us. Now and again shells scream over, but not many. We drive on to the trees in front and dump our kit. At this point the bullets are flying fairly high, and we feel safer, though I expect all the time that blow of a sledgehammer which comes with the hit of a bullet. We unload the kit by some trees, and some men nearby are instructed to go to the division and tell them that the first batch of their kit had arrived, and one man is left in charge. We turn to go back, and I notice a wounded man on a stretcher being carried away, and I ask them to put him in the car. I offer him water, but he refuses, saying that he has been hit by a shrapnel bullet in the stomach and water makes him vomit. His voice sounds familiar to me. I look at his face. I ask him if he is Howell of the Warwickshire Yeomanry. He replies yes. We rode next to each other years ago as troopers. Many wounded are lying here, there, and everywhere, and we load up our empty cars with as many as we can, and steadily and gently go back. Firing dies down. It was only "wind up" on the part of the Turks. I leave Howell at the Welsh Casualty Clearing Station on the B Beach. He is quite cheerful. His experience of actual war started when he had landed this morning, and ends now as he lies wounded, waiting to be properly attended to, and he had trained and given up his spare time for years past for these few hours. He shakes me by the hand. After this war I do not think that people will be amused at the playing of soldiers of Yeomanry and Territorials. Back at the beach I load the 4 cars once more with Division Headquarters kit, and off we proceed on a second journey. I am alone in charge this time, for Badcock has to go up to Corps Headquarters. The full moon brilliantly lighting up everything helps us to get along at a good pace. On arrival at the trees on the other side of the Salt Lake, where we had dumped the first loads, I find no signs of this first batch, and a few men about appear to know nothing whatever about it. We go steadily along, feeling our way carefully, for there is no road, towards Chocolate Hill. I leave the cars 200 yards from Chocolate Hill and walk the rest of the way. I pass men hard at work digging a trench. I arrive at the foot of the hill and find it congested with all manner and kinds of parts of units of an army. There are some infantry of our brigade awaiting orders, mule carts with Drabbies sitting cross-legged unconcernedly thereon. Bullets do not appear to worry them. I believe they think they are butterflies. A first-line dressing station is chock full of wounded, and the medical officers are hard at work attending to the cases. Signal stations are tap-tapping and buzzers buzz-buzzing. I walk up the slopes of the hill, wending my way past dugouts all around, to my right and left and above, in which are headquarters of various brigades. I step over poor, broken, dead men, lying nestling in the gorse, and curse from the bottom of my heart the rulers of the German Empire. And seeing an officer standing outside a dugout, I inquire for Major O'Hara of the 29th Division. Am told that he will be back shortly. I then ask for 88th Headquarters, and he comes along with me to help me look for them. We find them eventually, and I learn that rations have been received. I also learn that the day has not gone well with us, but that we will probably attack at dawn, and that the 88th will this time be in action. The Yeomanry, shortly after arriving at Chocolate Hill, had gone up beyond to our front line under a terrible fire, but in perfect order, quietly and orderly as if on parade. We had not advanced our position, which was the same as before the battle. The gorse is burning fiercely on my right, lighting up the immediate neighboring country. Several wounded were caught in it and burnt to death before they could be rescued, but many were saved, and some gallant deeds were done in their rescue. Sir John Milbank, Victoria Cross, has been killed. Practically his last words were, "Great Scott, this is a bloody business." We go back to the dugout of Division Headquarters, where we find O'Hara and also Bray, the Assistant Provost Marshal. I had often heard of Bray several years before the war, for my brother-in-law was his pupil. He asks me if I am any relation to his pupil's wife, and so we meet and are introduced. I hand the kit over to Bray. I am instructed to go back and fetch up 2 of the cars loaded with tins of water for "A" trench. As I leave, a rattle of musketry again bursts out from the jumpy enemy, and bullets zip past, seeming to come from all directions. Parties which have been standing about in the open move for cover. I again load up my 4 cars with wounded, one case being that of a man who has just been hit in the leg while digging in the trench that I had just passed. Back at "A" Beach I apply for water at the water dump, and am told that it cannot be issued without a chit from the officer. Where is the officer? In his dugout. Where is his dugout? 200 yards up the beach. Arrive at officer's dugout. Officer asleep. Wakened up. Can't have water without chit from Corps. I reply, "I shall get my water, and at once, please." He replies, "What's that?" I repeat, "I am refused a chit." I politely explain that the reason he is peacefully enjoying his slumber undisturbed by Turkish bayonets is because our Tommies are in the front busy seeing that the Turks do not come over our line and rush the trenches, also that some of those Tommies want water, and that I have been instructed to take it to them. The water loaded on 2 cars, the other 2 holding kit, off we proceed once more on our 3rd trip. But alas, the moon dips down into the sea. A shout from behind and a car full of kit overturns in a trench. It is left with the driver till morning. On we go, first bumping into large stone boulders, then into large clusters of thick gorse, and 2 more cars are finally out of action in deep holes. On I go with the 3rd car, groping our way across the salt lake, for it is now pitch dark, and at last, when near the advanced dressing station, flames spurt out from the bonnet of the car, and halting we find something of fire in the almost red-hot engine. We stop. I walk over to the dressing station. There is not much firing, only an occasional sing of a bullet, and no shells. I learn that they are getting water now from a well, but want receptacles. I offload my tins from the car into an ambulance wagon, which proceeds up to Chocolate Hill 200 yards away. We wait until the engine is quite cool, and then grope our way back. Dawn is breaking, and it becomes gradually lighter. Arriving at my bivvy, I fling myself on my camp bed and am fast asleep in 2 seconds. August 22nd. We did not attack at dawn, and so the 88th have not been in action. We are as we were. Yesterday's battle is not to be recorded as a victory for us. Machine guns again from right, left, and center fired from behind great boulders of stone and hidden hillocks covered with gorse, and wave after wave of our men were mown down as with a scythe. Twice we captured the burnt hill, but twice were driven off, and Burnt Hill remains Turkish. The Yeomanry were unable to get to grips with the enemy. But for gallantry in that march from Chocolate Hill to our front line, 400 yards in front across the open in the daylight, under a hail of shrapnel and machine gun bullets, their behavior could not have been excelled. Their officers represent the best blood of England, and their men good old country blood of the hunting and farmer class of Old England, with many a man of good birth in the ranks. How could such men behave otherwise than gallantly? Tonight I take up the remainder of Division H.Q. kit to their new quarters, not so far forward as Chocolate Hill, to a rocky hillock covered by gorse, inland from the mainland, a distance of about a mile, in a line with our promontory. The place, if found out by John Turk, will prove to be a perfect shell trap, and the shells bursting on solid rock will burst some. They will be foolish to stay there. August 24th. Today we had a terrific thunderstorm, forked lightning all over the sky and heavy rain, but it lasted only an hour. We chose a new site, further up the side of the slope of the promontory, yet under cover of a slight rise of ground. The formation of the land here is full of dips and rises, not noticeable from a distance, and thereby affording excellent cover, for which we thank Providence. We have to move, for the Corps Reserve depot is getting such an unhealthy spot on " A " Beach that it is shortly moving to where we are now. All day long the battleships pop off at the Turks on shore, the row from the guns echoing and rebounding with deafening reverberation from the hills and sides of the promontory. I go up with rations to our Brigade tonight, a beautiful night, with a convoy of mule carts driven by the imperturbable Drabbies, who merely chant Indian songs. The moon at night simplifies our work considerably. By day it is dangerous for transport to go far afield. August 25th. It is now 4 long, terrible months since we landed, and we are still on the lowlands at the 3 landings. The positions in front of us are formidable, almost impregnable, and unless the Balkan States are drawn in on our side, never shall we open the Dardanelles. The task is now impossible for us, and we have lost our opportunity at the start by only landing with 1 division. Our effort has failed, though we have made good our landing. The shipping here gets shelled as at Helles, and this morning a battleship was hit twice. We can hear heavy firing down at Helles. August 26th. Everywhere everybody is hard at work making dugouts. In the line our infantry are feverishly making a line of defense, digging night and day without cessation. " A " Beach gets shelled, but no shells reach our end of the promontory. Our battleships' guns roar out continually all day, as if in sullen anger at the recent failure, at what I am afraid will be our last effort. My Brigade has moved over from Chocolate Hill and is in the line on the low part of the slope of the high hills which form the left flank next to the sea of our position, and Brigade H.Q. is dug in behind a hillock in a gully which has been called Lone Tree Gully. August 27th. A violent gale blowing today. Carver, Petro, and Phillips are now here as transport officers. Work on the beaches now goes on feverishly night and day. Each day a new sandbag dugout appears. Additions are made to the piers. 2 off West Beach are complete. 1 further up, towards the end of the promontory, is being built rapidly and skillfully by a brigading party of regular Australian Army Engineers. I am told by their warrant officer that there is a regular Australian Army, but that it is being jealously guarded in Australia, and that really it is only a framework of an army. The bridging section, however, at Suvla is part of this. The fighting army of Australia and New Zealand is voluntary since the war, yet is superior in fighting qualities to the Prussian Guard. Further up, towards the end of the promontory, 2 small beaches or coves are rapidly being turned into fitting order to receive the steady requirements of food, ammunition, small arms ammunition stores, ordnance, etc., and piers there are rapidly being thrown out. At night long convoys of Army transport carts and pack mules form up, loaded with rations, Army Service Corps and Ordnance stores and ammunition, and proceed along the promontory towards the mainland. On arrival there, they branch off in various directions to their respective destinations just behind the line. Early on their journey they encounter the song of bullets flying from the Turkish line continually all night. I think that the Turks in the front line must be given so many rounds of ammunition and told to loose off in the air in our direction, not aiming at anybody, but firing blindly in the hope of a victim. Now and again a bullet does find a victim, but on going up regularly each night, one gets so accustomed to the sound of their flight that one walks on, taking no notice. Although if by any chance a rifle is pointing directly your way, even at 1,000 yards range, it sounds as if it is fired close to your head, and almost simultaneously whiz ping goes past you very near, and then unconsciously you duck. The drivers on the army transport carts, however, worry about the bullets less than anybody, remaining sitting on their carts and chanting away contentedly. Tonight trouble with water occurs, and I am up with O'Hara and Hadow, our staff captain at Brigade Headquarters, on the job. Our headquarters now are at Lone Tree Gully, about 400 yards behind our front line. One is quite safe there unless they choose to shrapnel it, but a gully in front was badly shrapnelled the other day, and the Royal Scots, being caught in it, were severely mauled. Further back on the road, though, for some distance one has to walk along through a zone of overs, and two found a target tonight in a sergeant and corporal on transport duty. As I walk along that road I am always ready, waiting for the sledgehammer blow from the unseen hand, always hoping that it will be a blighty one through the soft part of the arm or leg. A large proportion of our water has to be brought ashore by water lighters, pipes leading from them to the shore. Tanks are filled from the pipes, and all kinds of receptacles filled from the tanks, such as petrol cans, milk cans, fantasies, and goatskins. The cans can be loaded onto the army transport carts, while the fantasies and goatskins are loaded onto mules, in each case two on a mule, one hanging on either side. The army transport cart form of transport is much preferable to the pack mule, for the latter is fond of bucking and throwing off his load, which on a dark night on convoy means great trouble. The engineers are hard at work finding wells, but such wells as we have cannot by any means supply even half of the requirements of water. After we have turned in tonight we hear a heavy roar of musketry from Anzac, and soon the battleships and shore batteries join in. It is a clear night, and the roar of the musketry echoes over the bay remarkably loudly. I have never heard such concentrated rifle fire so loudly before. It lasts for about 2 hours, and then dies suddenly away to the incessant crack, crack, crack of the regular nightly rifle fire. August 28th. Gale still high. Today I, with Foley, pay my first visit to a battleship, the Swiftsure. She is easily distinguishable from other ships by two large cranes in position amidships on either side. I had previously signaled to Fleet Surgeon Jeans on board, sending an introduction to him given me by General Cayley, our Brigadier. A pinnace arrives for me. We skim over the calm water of the bay, smartly pulling up alongside the great ship. My quest was a case of whiskey for Brigade Headquarters, stuck up in dugouts in Lone Tree Gully with no chance of getting any. This is the first time that I have been on a battleship, and as I climb up the rope ladder, I remember that I had read somewhere that in the days of Nelson one saluted the quarterdeck when one steps thereon. As I was first up I did not know whether it was correct, but I did so, and noticing some naval officers following me behind, also saluting, saw that I was correct. They entertained us royally on board. I nearly had a nervous breakdown when they offered me a whiskey and soda. Naval officers cannot be beaten as hosts. A howitzer has been potting at us today, a good many of the shells going right over the cliff into the sea on the other side. Convoy work again at night to Lone Tree Gully, and a chat with the General in his dugout. A lovely moonlight night, and calm again after a 3 days' beastly gale. August 29th. Go to Division Headquarters in the morning, who have now moved back to a gully alongside Corps Headquarters, nicely dug in the side of a hill near us. Their quarters, as well as those of Corps, are built amongst the green gorse, which, with paths running in and out and terraces about, makes a lovely garden. Very nice conditions under which to work. I am writing this on the heights of the shale cliffs of the northern promontory of Suvla Bay. The sea is calm, and a deep, lovely blue, suddenly changing to green at the foot of the rocks. Suvla Bay, with Salt Lake and the wooded and gorsed lowland, and the hills and the mountains in the background, are laid out in beautiful panorama. Achi Baba can be seen in the distant south, and I have been so used to seeing it from Cape Helles that the view is quite a novelty. Off the bay are 3 battleships, supply ships and trawlers, lighters, etc. An aeroplane is humming overhead, and our guns on shore are continually barking away, while little puffs of shrapnel from the Turkish batteries burst over and about the wooded lowlands, Salt Lake and Chocolate Hill, where our front line runs, denoted by the crackle of musketry. The view is most interesting. The brownish green gorges leading to the sea, with their clouds of dust denoting the industry within. Behind me, purple Turkish hills, every point of which is held by the enemy. Then in between our line and the hills the scrubby, low-lying country, all buff and green, the cultivated land and the olive groves. I look at it hopelessly, for I know now, as we all do, that the conquest of the peninsula is more than we can hope for. All that is left to us is to hang on day by day. It is anything but a cheery prospect. Death in various forms walks with us always. The sad processions of sick and wounded, chiefly the former, move down to the hospital ships every day. We see all our best friends taken, one after the other, and to what end? The golden chances have been allowed to slip by. We can never win through now, so we have to cling on to the bitter end. End of section 15. Section 16 of Gallipoli Diary. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sue Anderson. Gallipoli Diary by John Graham Gillam. Section 16, August 30th to September 17th, 1915. August 30th. A beautiful day again. Turkish batteries very busy all day. Shrapnel and high explosive shell, and also dueling between fleet and land batteries. Otherwise all quiet, nothing doing. Brigade moves down from trenches to A Beach West, and news that we are to go to Imbros for a rest is circulated. Enemy airplane swoops over like an evil-looking vulture and tries to drop bombs on fleet, but has no direct hit to record. At nightfall, Brigade starts to embark, ready to sail at daylight. Officers have cabins, and so I am enabled to have a sleep. Am suffering from one of my beastly colds, however. Nice to get away after the disappointments of that worst of all months, August, when we had expected so much. August 31st. Arrive at Imbros at 8 a.m. and Brigade proceeds to camp on the lowland by the sea. I mess with the General and Staff, and again parcels arrive opportunely with masterpieces of cakes and sweets, which are seized by the mess waiter and daintily served up at table. Oh, the relief to get away from shell fire and the chill atmosphere of death in its crudest form. September 1st. Start off with my man Lewington on donkeys and a pack pony across the hills, over a stony, narrow path with 3 little boys in charge of the animals. The way is sometimes over and sometimes round a line of irregular, conical-shaped hills, some almost mountains, covered with thick green gorse, large boulders, rocks, and small stones. The few valleys are beautifully wooded and dotted with vineyards growing luscious dark grapes, and also groves of fig trees. One gets glimpses of the blue Aegean now and again, and the distant isthmus of Gallipoli, and the island of Samothrace, with the coast of Bulgaria still further off. After 2 hours' trek, during which I felt as if I was a character in the Scriptures, we sighted the village of Panaghia, and we had a sporting trot down a narrow, sandy, steep path. One little boy on a donkey who joined us raced me and beat me by a short neck. Poor old Lewington was hanging on to his moke with a pained but polite expression on his face, and heaved a sigh of relief when we arrived at the village. We pulled up at the Grand Britannia Hotel, recently so named by a Greek. It is a little broken down house, having on the ground floor a boot shop, and on the first and top floor 2 small bare rooms. After a meal of partridge, omelettes, and honey, with German beer to drink, I am taken out to an empty house and shown to a room furnished only with a bench. My man slept on the landing and I in the room, and I soon fell fast asleep. At midnight I am awakened by certain creepy insects. I light candles and awake my man, and we conduct a massacre. Our landlord arrives on the scene much disturbed, and places my bed in the center of the room, whereupon I turn in again and sleep peacefully for the rest of the night. September 2nd. Awake in the morning with the sun streaming in, and with the sounds of cocks crowing and chickens clucking. Looking out, the view of the conical, beautiful hills makes me almost catch my breath, and, God bless my soul, a Greek peasant maiden, beauteous to look upon and fair of complexion, is feeding her pigs and chickens. After breakfast at the Grand Britannia Hotel, sounds like the Ritz, London, doesn't it? Duff, of all people, rolls up with Munro. We all lunch together and then roam around the village, buy a few things, and take photographs. After tea, Duff goes on to Castra by the sea on the other side of the island, and Munro and I go back to camp. It is beautiful riding back through the hills in the late afternoon. Perfect day and coloring gorgeous. Nearing camp we get a fine view of Gallipoli. All is so peaceful where we are, but just over that narrow strip of sea war rules in its most horrible form. Have dinner with Cox of the Essex, who turns in at 8:30, and I go back to headquarters and have an after-dinner smoke with the General and Staff, sitting round a little table in the marquee, lit by candlelight. September 3rd. Start off with Phillips on a donkey and pony respectively over the hills again. A gorgeous morning, and it is good to be alive. Peasants give us delightful grapes as we ride along. Sheep are grazing, their bells tinkling, with a few cows and bullocks, and now and again a covey of partridges rises. Arriving at Panaghia, we have a bottle of beer, and then go along the road to Castra by the sea. Castra is situated on a high hill overlooking the sea, with a few fishermen's huts on the beach. The Isle of Samothrace, which is a cluster of mountains rising sheer from the sea, lies opposite. The sea is dead calm and of a gorgeous blue. A few fishing boats lie in a tiny little harbor on the right of the little bay, which is flanked by hills. In the background are more hills and low wooded valleys, and we feel as if we had stepped into the Garden of Eden. Duff is here and we have lunch, after which Duff returns to camp. Phillips and I go up on the cliff and have a delightful sleep. Everything is dead quiet and there is not a cloud in the sky. We are right away from the world, and the scene before us, that of the blue Aegean with Samothrace a few miles away, has not changed for thousands of years. After tea we have a bathe in beautifully clear warm water and no rocks. The evening closes in, and the coloring thrown by the declining sun on Samothrace is beautiful. A boat with a square sail comes sailing home, looking like the return of Ulysses. After dinner we turn in and sleep on the floor of the veranda. September 4th. Wake up early. A perfect morning, but a high wind. Scene beautiful. Talk to an old Greek who has been all over the world and in all the ports of England, and who has come home to his native island for the rest of his days. Try fishing, but catch nothing. After lunch start back to camp on ponies, stopping at Panaghia for tea, arriving home at 6:30. September 5th. Start off again for Panaghia with Duff and Elliot and have lunch there. After lunch we go off to another village where an annual holiday is being held. Bands are playing and the inhabitants are dancing weird native dances, appearing very solemn about it. Parties are going round from house to house, visiting and partaking of refreshment, such as grapes, figs, wine, and liqueurs. An old Greek invites us in, and his wife forces us to have grapes, melon, jelly, and liqueurs. I take a bite of cake and was nearly violently ill. We came back another way through vineyards where grapes can be had for the asking, olive groves, and fig tree orchards. September 6th. A fine day again, but windy. No news, but a rumor that Bulgaria is in against us now, and that we shall be in Gallipoli for the winter. We go back tomorrow night. We get up a concert, which takes place in the evening. We rig up a platform, borrow a piano from the Y.M.C.A., and make up a program. I snaffle some champagne for headquarters, and after a cheery dinner we go to the concert. We have some excellent talent, and everybody thoroughly enjoys it. It is a sight worth seeing, the platform lit by candles, and the brigade seated around on the sand. Some of those who took part in the landing, some recently in the fighting at Suvla, and new drafts who have not yet tasted war. The defense of Lucknow was recited by Lieutenant Butler of the Worcesters, an actor by profession and a good fellow, and it went splendidly and gripped us all. New Brigade Major arrives, Wilson of the Royal Fusiliers. September 7th. Awake at 5, and on becoming conscious of the fact that today I have to go back to the Peninsula, to remain there for Lord knows how long, I have the same depressed feeling, only more so, that one has in the days of school on the last day of the holiday. At 6 a.m. Phillips and I and the Supply Section embark, and on a tossing trawler, bucking about like a wild horse, we undergo the misery of a 4 hours crossing in a very rough sea to Suvla Bay, where we arrive at 10 a.m. We lie off the Swiftsure for an hour, and then 2 pinnaces come alongside to take us on shore. Shrapnel is bursting steadily over the lowlands, and 1 or 2 high explosives are now and again bursting on A Beach and W Beach. We land soon after 11 a.m., and on arrival back at our part of the promontory, we find that our camp has been moved to the end of the long gully, where on the side of a hill Division Headquarters are dug in. The contours of the country are curious. Great natural scars run down to a flat plateau washed by the waves. In these gullies, hundreds of men and animals are getting what protection they can. The engineers are building a road on one side of which is a row of dugouts, artfully hidden by a row of great boulders. This is our advanced horse transport depot, and a pretty hot shop, as the Turks have the exact range. In front of the dugouts are the horse lines, where rows and rows of mules and horses are packed into the throat of the gorge for shelter. A dry watercourse winds down the gorge, so the place will be impossible in winter. As it is, death takes his daily toll of men and animals, while down the path come a never-ending procession of sick and wounded from the front line, and very occasionally a prisoner or 2. Up the same path at night, the reinforcements march to rest in dugouts just behind the line until their turn to take over arrives. To the left of the gorge a huge rocky point runs out to the sea. This point also is a thick mass of men and animals, practically in the open, so limited is space. Truly an unfriendly and uninviting country. The hot dust is over everything, the flies torment, and shells take their toll of us, while we are powerless to hit back. The mouth of the gorge widens to the beach, where there are 3 tiny bays, which with the plateau form A Beach, Kangaroo Beach, with its lighter and pontoon quays, its sandbag dugouts, and the like, West Beach, the main landing place, with rather better piers and offices, and Little West Beach, a sort of overflow to West Beach proper, embellished with a tram line for horse-drawn trucks, the ordnance depot, etc. All these places are swarming with men, and over all hangs the eternal dust. Further along on the plateau from West Beach, and looking towards Lala Baba, is the supply depot and the watering places for the animals, all in the open, with no protection at all, a wonderful spectacle if you like to think of it, and only possible because John Turk is short of ammunition. Here in the bare open the troops live from day to day, a few sandbags only between them and death, and very few of the dugouts boast a real roof. Blankets and waterproof sheets answer that purpose, and so it is not difficult to imagine the havoc wrought when shrapnel is about. To the north lies the bold, forbidding point before mentioned, with the waves flinging their white manes in anger against its sides. Such, roughly, is Suvla Bay as I see it now, and I cannot say that it impresses me as a practical proposition. Dug in on the side of a slope, the others have built a house, or, as far as dugouts in Gallipoli go, a summer residence. The door faces the rise leading up to the rugged point, from the craggy back of which one sees the cliffside dropping sheer to the sea. The roof of corrugated iron slopes at the same angle as the slope of the ground in which we have dug. For walls, the dugout earth forms the back wall, and the side walls are built of biscuit boxes. We spend the day improving on this. Immediately in front is our supply depot, divided into 3 dumps, one each for the 86th, 87th, and 88th Brigades. At dusk, the pack mules and army transport carts form up, and we load onto the set of mules or carts allotted to each unit the rations and fuel. The transport then moves off by brigades to the front, the mules led by drabbies, the carts driven also by drabbies, and the whole escorted by Indian non-commissioned officers under a white non-commissioned officer. Quartermaster sergeants, transport non-commissioned officers, guides of the units, and the Army Service Corps transport officer accompany them to the respective battalion and dumps, situated a distance of 200 to 300 yards behind the front line. In some cases, convoys proceed direct to the regimental cookhouses. The transport dares not show itself by day. Tonight our brigade arrives from Imbros, and is to spend the night in Delisle's Gully, some short distance to the left of the road that leads to Lone Tree Gully, but up the hill rather, and so our rations go there. Water has been put there for them by Carver last night. We watch this water question closely. It needs careful handling and foresight. A man can go hungry much longer than he can go thirsty, and water is far more difficult to transport by sea than food. Imbros is the source of our supply, and water tank lighters are filled there and towed over each day. The water dump is on A Beach, and all the divisions that are being supplied from this promontory draw from this dump. An able man, one Private Jones, is in charge. Though before the war a London County Council schoolteacher, he appears to be the one man in the world who could be chosen to be the most efficient and tactful organizer of the difficult task of satisfying an army of 30,000 men with their daily requirements of water from a limited source and by means of a limited supply of receptacles steadily diminishing in number. At 7 I go up with Carver to the headquarters of the 86th Brigade. Instead of walking up the road that leads to Pine Tree Gully, we bear off to the right and pass along a lower road through the wooded, gorse-covered lowlands, for a distance of about a mile and a half inland, until bullets are merrily singing their song of war overhead. Zip! One goes between us. A pause in the conversation, and Carver says, "That was not pleasant." To which I agree, but adding, "If hit, it means Blighty, my boy, the Savoy and theaters, or finish, as we say in Egypt." We come to a wide space in front of us, and to our left is high ground, rising in one place to about 30 feet. Carver tells me that we are at Brigade dumping ground. Army transport carts are packed here in readiness to bring the baggage back to the beach for the 86th Brigade, as it is their turn now to go to Imbros. He searches for his staff captain in the dark, and I go up to the bushes in front and talk to Baxter, the quartermaster of the Munsters, and a few other officers who are sitting down on a rock. As I stand there, I hear close to my ear, zip! An unseen hand appears to strike a bush with a big stick on my left. Baxter says, "You are standing in a place where bullets keep dropping. You should sit down. One just passed your head." I am always sensitive as to how to behave on these occasions with men whose lives are always passed in the trenches, and so I reply, "Did it?" I heard the thing plain enough and sat down promptly. I have learned to take my cue as to what to do from such men, and they are always right. Many a man has been hit by totally disregarding the necessity of taking cover, believing that others may think he has cold feet, and he wishes to prove that he is brave by bravado. He forgets he is more useful to his country alive. There are many times when he must take risk, so it is wiser for him to reserve his bravado for those times. I sit down, and a minute after, zip! Again, and thud into the bush. Baxter tells me that it is only this corner which is dangerous, but that they are sitting there because it is a nice seat and the only one handy for waiting. If you walk about the rest of the space, the bullets are flying high and one is safe. This happens all over the peninsula, owing to the curious formation of the land. At one area of a certain spot, bullets may hit the ground regularly on or near that part, while a few yards away they fly high. Soon one becomes familiar with this peculiarity and acts accordingly. It is because some Turks may be on a rise, others on the ground. They generally fire at nothing in particular, but straight in front of them. All night they fire away, crack, 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 and must waste a lot of ammunition. Carter, having finished his arrangements, calls me, and we walk back a short distance over a small rise, threading our way along a path no doubt used not long since by Turkish farmers. Descending a slope, we pass to the right by a little hill not more than 30 feet high, and make towards a light, which is 86th Brigade Headquarters. We are walking up to the door, and can see General Percival and Thompson sitting in the mess room dugout. When we are 4 yards away from them, the General says, "Good evening, Carver," when Carver, to my astonishment, using a fearful oath, disappears into the earth. The light from Headquarters Mess dazzles my eyes somewhat, and I stop dead, still looking at the place where Carver had performed his pantomimic vanishing trick, when he again appears, looking foolish. He had neatly stepped into a dugout, which I found out after was waiting to be filled in, and we had not noticed it on account of the light in our eyes. We go in and chat, and I tell them of the joys and beauty which they are to taste and see on Imbros. Back to the beach, where I find our Staff Captain Hadow arrived. The brigade is arriving, hundreds of dark, shadowy figures quietly falling in platoons and marching off inland. I talk to Mould a while about the eternal topic, water, and then turn in. September 8th. Tonight I go up to Brigade, this time a different way across country, following a guide who has been down for rations and tells me he knows a quick way. We pass in and out of boulders and clumps of gorse, down the rocky gully where Division Headquarters were for a few nights, past clumps of trees, over grass, over an open space with more pinging bullets than ever, at last to Headquarters, and find them all sitting in darkness, and the General rather anxious about the non-arrival of 2 of his battalions, who have missed their way and are having a country night ramble all over the place, groping about in the dark. Coming back, I pass the Hampshires, and an officer asking me the way, I direct him to headquarters. September 14th. The past days, since I last entered up my diary, have been so monotonous that in a fit of sulkiness I threw it on one side, saying I would not record another day's events, for nothing happens. The monotony knocks Hellas sideways. I go up every morning to Division Headquarters at the top of our gully to take instructions. I see the main supply depot to arrange drawing the day's supplies. I wire the strength of the division to General Headquarters. I read papers 3 to 4 weeks old. I answer letters of the same age. Some days I go up the slope opposite our bivouac, and climbing down the cliff on the other side, have a topping bathe. I strafe flies by the thousand. They are a damnable pest. I watch the battleships popping away, and at odd times have to duck from a Turkish shell. At dusk I superintend the loading up of rations and water, and go up to Brigade Headquarters for a chat. The atmosphere of their company, however, always bucks me up. Our guns pop off at odd intervals each day, and ammunition appears to be becoming more plentiful. The Turks are continually busy with shrapnel over Chocolate Hill and the lowland, especially at Hill 10, where we have several batteries, and now and again the beaches. C Beach, on the other side of Lala Baba, over the bay, however, gets it far worse than we do. However, generally speaking, I do not think the Turk fires as much as we do. Well, I will continue the diary. Things cannot go on like this forever, and the best thing to do is to accept the life as it comes and treat everything as a matter of course, even shells. All of us who have been on here any length of time feel that our time to get hit will eventually arrive. Personally, I prefer the sledgehammer blow from the unseen hand, namely, a bullet from a rifle. I have been feeling very seedy the last few days, with the common complaint that men are going sick fast with now. I went up to the brigade tonight, but felt very ill when there, and was glad to swallow a strong brandy which the General offered to me. Coming back over the gorse, bullets seemed freer than usual, thudding into the bushes on my right and left. I felt sick and faint, and sat down awaiting for an empty mule cart returning on its way to the beach. One soon came, with 2 men of the Essex, and I was thankful for the lift home. Puka, original 29th men of the Essex, and good fellows. About a dozen motor lorries have landed, and I have managed to snaffle 4 of them to draw supplies from the main supply depot to our divisional depot, both now at this end of the promontory. Transport at this end of the promontory, if not too congested, only gets shelled at very rare intervals during the day, not sufficient to stop its work. Motor lorries make the time that we take in drawing much shorter, and I wonder that they were not at Helles. Before, we used Army transport carts for this drawing here, and it took up practically the whole morning. We do not have such good targets as the Turks have. To them, we are laid out as a panorama, and to us they are dug in out of sight on the slopes of rocky, almost impregnable fastnesses. Today we have heard the boom of guns from the south, and there must be a heavy bombardment going on there. The weather has broken, and we get a strong wind blowing each day now, frequently developing into a gale. A cold wind is now and again thrown in, and at nights we get a little rain. It is very rough, and difficulty is being experienced in landing stuff. Told that good news will be published tonight. September 15th. Heavy rain before breakfast this morning, clears off later. Everybody busy digging in. Can see new airship going up at Imbros. It has not yet made an active trip. Prince George is firing with a heavy list in order to get long range, probably firing at Chanak. September 16th and 17th. Each day the battleships, at odd intervals, fire at various targets on shore. First, a small hill rising from the high ground on the Turkish right, which we have named the Pimple, and on which Turkish batteries are in position. Next on Anafarta and Burnt Hill, behind Chocolate Hill. Next on the slopes of Sari Bair. Our batteries on shore occasionally fire off a few rounds. Owing, I suppose, to the fact that there are hills in front of us, the sound of guns firing is louder than it was at Helles. When our 18-pounder batteries on shore fire, the noise of the report is very much like a door upstairs banging loudly on a windy day. I am getting much fitter, and think it is because I manage to get a bathe now and again. There is a very good place where I bathe and often visit, not so very far from our dugout. It is a little cove, plentifully besprinkled with huge boulders, and protected on all sides. We walk up the rugged slope opposite our dugout to the top of the cliff. Then there is a difficult descent down the sheer face of the cliff to the water's edge. It seems so odd to be on this little patch of rock where we seem to leave the war miles behind us. Then we hear it muttering and grumbling in the hills above and behind us. Sometimes, when least expected, a battleship looses off with a roar that shakes the crags above us. But we are safe, quite safe, as no shells can reach this spot. And so, in the midst almost of this welter of blood, disease, and death, quite light-heartedly we proceed to the most peaceful of pastimes, bathing. I go up to headquarters after dinner and enjoy the walk, feeling ready for bed when I return. End of section 16. Section 17 of Gallipoli Diary. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sue Anderson. Gallipoli Diary by John Graham Gillam. Section 17, September 18th to October 10th, 1915. September 18th. It has been very quiet this morning. The work of getting supplies on shore, carting them up to the main supply depot, and from there to the several divisional depots, goes on now, day and night, like a well-managed business. The main supply depot is rapidly accumulating a reserve of supplies for us to fall back on should bad weather set in and prevent us landing on some days. I learn that we now have sufficient preserved food in the main depot to feed 60,000 men and 5,000 animals on shore for a month, and soon there will be stores for 6 weeks. At 5 o'clock the Turks sprang a surprise bombardment onto the left of our line, and simultaneously, just as I was walking the few yards from our supply depot to our men, 4 18-pounder shrapnel burst overhead. All about the depot dive for cover, and many of them rush into our dugout, it being the most handy. A minute only, and 4 more come, burst overhead, the bullets rattling on the shrapnel-proof roof. Foley is with me. Way and Carver are up on the cliff in a safe spot. Petro is up on the high ground behind our dugout, having gone there to watch a battleship firing onto Burnt Hill, while Phillips is down on the beach, looking after a water cart. Never before have we had 18-pounder shrapnel burst as far up the promontory as this, and we are naturally surprised how the Turks could have pushed one of their batteries so close up to get the range. As fast as we put our heads out to see if Phillips or Petro is about, a salvo of 4 shells arrives over, most of them bursting in the neighborhood of our depot, and a few on the beach further over to the left. No one is about. All have gone to ground like rabbits. They give it to us hot and strong for 15 minutes and then stop. All the time the battleships have been firing, and I think must have got onto this particular battery. We cautiously come out of our dugout and look about. Gradually men all over the beaches appear from all directions and go about their respective jobs. Pietro turns up from a dugout close by, beaming all over his face, and says that he had done a 100-yard sprint over boulders and rocks in record time, at the finish making a beautiful head dive into the nearest dugout that he could see, onto a half-dozen Tommies crouching inside. We then see Phillips limping up from the beach, being helped by 2 Tommies. I run down to him and we go to the 11th Division Casualty Clearing Station. We unwind the putty of his left leg, which had been hit, when a shrapnel bullet rolls out and runs along the floor like a marble. I pick it up and put it in his pocket. It had drilled a hole clean through his leg, just above the ankle, through which blood is pouring freely. He is bound up, and though in great pain, perspiration pouring off his face, keeps smiling and cheerful. One of the most painful parts of the body to be hit is just above the ankle. When the first 4 shells burst, he fell flat behind a big boulder, which protected all of him but his long legs, and after the 3rd or 4th salvo he felt the sledge-hammer blow of a bullet and knew he was hit. Lying there wounded while other shells burst overhead was a beastly experience for him, and he thanked his stars when it was all over. With one arm around my shoulder he leans on me and slowly limps back to our dugout, I hoping that they won't burst out again. I lay him on my bed. The swarms of flies that are with us always now buzz round the wound, which I cover up with muslin. I go up to O'Hara to tell him, and find there some of our Divisional Headquarters staff, just back from the line, having had to clear quickly when the attack opened. When O'Hara gets back with me, we find Phillips has gone off, assuring the others that he will be back in a month. The Turkish gunners were too quick for old Phillips this time, giving him no chance to read their minds. But thank the Lord he is wounded and not gone west. I miss him tonight and feel depressed, and wonder how long I shall remain on this God-forsaken place, or how long it will be before my turn comes to get hit. It is now a beautiful moonlight night, quiet, calm, and still, and an enemy aeroplane sails over, making a circle of the bay. I have got an idea that the old Turk is laughing at us now. September 19th. A fairly quiet day. Beautiful calm moonlight night. Have to get water up from A Beach to Delisle's Gully ready for the 86th, who arrive tomorrow. Thank heaven it is moonlight. Go up first to headquarters of brigade by car. Country smells lovely. We have not been here long enough yet to spoil the land. Hardly a rifle shot in front. Go over to Delisle's Gully and back to Division Headquarters, up to brigade again, and once more, then to the gully, arriving home at midnight. Actually enjoyed the trip, but looking at the calm sea and moon and the landscape of mountain and gorse, with the continual chirping of the crickets, how I longed, craved, and yearned for the day when peace will be declared. September 20th. Turks shell us unceasingly all morning, several shells coming near our depot, but they are only light shells and many of them do not explode. A Newfoundland regiment joins our brigade. They get shelled while on the beach just an hour after landing and suffer casualties. They appear to look upon it as a huge joke. Way and Carver come back. 86th Brigade due from Imbros tomorrow. Hear that Captain Coble, who came over with me from Alexandria at the end of July, has died of wounds. We became great friends on board the Anglo-Egyptian in July. Go up to brigade by night. Beautiful moonlight night again. Go up by car. Nothing doing. Latchard joins us now, in place of Phillips. September 21st. Fairly quiet today so far, though just as I go over to depot this morning several shells fly overhead. Horrid feeling when you are in the open. Very fine day, but flies terrible. All quiet on front. Exactly a month now since last battle. September 22nd. All quiet up to 3:30 p.m. when we had a very bad shelling and there were several casualties in the valley. Fortunately it only lasted half an hour. Our men are busy making shrapnel-proof head cover. One gun somewhere by Sari Bair is very fond of chucking over to our camps on this promontory 5·9 shrapnel. One does not hear the boom of the gun, which I think must be a howitzer. The first warning one has of the thing coming is a sound like someone blowing with his lips very softly. This gets louder and louder until, with a cat-like shriek and bang, it explodes over one's head. Having to depend on being warned by such a common sound is of course the cause of many false alarms. In fact, a man blowing with his lips is sufficient to make another man cock his ears and listen. September 23rd. A quiet day, but for the usual cannonading on both sides, a few 5·9 shrapnel shells coming our way at 4 in the afternoon, reinforcements arriving daily, a cold gale blowing all day. At 6 we have another bout of shelling while we are loading up Army transport carts, one shell pitching right in our depot and one of our poor chaps being badly hit, from which he is not expected to recover. He has since died, a nice boy, only 19. September 24th. A quiet morning. News reaches us that Bulgaria is in, but whether for us or against us is uncertain. Naturally, therefore, there is a feeling of great anxiety prevalent. We hope to have more definite news tonight. Heavy gale blowing this morning, calming down later. A very quiet day, no shells coming our way. At Anzac at 8 tonight a bit of a severe battle took place, probably a Turkish attack. There was a continual roar of musketry and shells bursting on the side of Sari Bair. It was a surprise attack on the part of the New Zealanders, and so far has proved successful. Firing developed along our front from Chocolate Hill, and a feeble Turkish attack started in front of our brigade, the Worcesters taking the blow. It was with ease beaten off and died away after half an hour. We lost about 12 men. September 25th. A quiet day. Just the usual artillery duels, no shells coming our way. Walked up to Brigade Headquarters in the evening. Battalion of the London Regiment joins Brigade. Lovely moonlight night. Rather a lot of firing on our front and bullets a bit free. Meet Stewart and Latchard at Brigade, Stewart having come to relieve Latchard, who is going back to Helles. Walked back together. A bright flash from the Swiftsure in the bay denotes that she has fired one of her big guns, and a few seconds after a loud report is heard, and the rumble of a shell as it passed over Sari Bair on to somewhere goes on for a long time before one hears the distant report of its burst. I hear the sound of propellers overhead and think I can see the airship from Imbros sailing over towards Anafarta. The Swiftsure fires once more, and then all is quiet for an hour. Then a Turkish battery puts a shell over to us, and follows this up with one every 10 minutes, continuing for an hour. September 26th. Awakened in the morning by the 5·9 shrapnel coming over and bursting overhead, and we are subjected to an hour of it. None of our men hit, but about 4 mules hit. A beautiful day and sea calm. Work of unloading stores proceeds apace. Artillery duels, but no shells come our way till 4, when one shell bursts uncomfortably near. One feels a bit shaky for an hour after such an event, but we have got to stick it. September 27th. A very fine day, but a trifle hot. The flies seem to be swarming more than ever, and they are a great plague. Usual artillery duel from the batteries on shore and the fleet in the bay. Seeing a lot of Arthur McDougall now, an awfully nice boy in Middlesex Yeomanry. Hear that O'Hara, our Deputy Assistant Quartermaster General, is leaving the Division. All of us very sorry to lose him. Has got a lieutenant colonelcy at General Headquarters and deserves the push up. At 7:30 p.m. a burst of rifle fire started at Chocolate Hill. All the batteries on shore took it up. The warships in the bay joined in, battleships and monitors and the like, and such an infernal din is now heard that the whole peninsula seems to shake, and the evening sky is studded with innumerable flashes right away to Anzac and beyond. It is very impressive and lasts for an hour and a half. It turned out to be all panic. There has been good news of the French in Champagne, somebody in the trenches cheered, Everybody else let his rifle off, and then the whole pandemonium started. The Turk never replied at all, and there was no attack. The moon shining peacefully above must have smiled at the folly of man this night. Go up to Brigade with Carver and Stewart. Moonlight night, the bay looking beautiful and quite enjoyable, except over the bullet-swept area. Called at 86th Headquarters on the way back, and picked up Way, and had a chat with Thompson, who has just come back from staying at Athens for a few days. September 28th. Wood of the Essex Regiment comes in early, and I give him a bed and breakfast and have a long chat about life here. Has just come back from a month's leave, now has his majority. Get up to see O'Hara off. Peaceful morning. Beaches represent hives of industry. Engineers busy making a pier out of a sunken ship, their hammers reminding one of the happy days of civilian life in the work towns of the north and centre of England. An Indian shepherd is guarding his flock of sheep, destined to be slaughtered for the Indian troops, in front of our dugout on the slopes of the hill, while the distant roar of guns can be heard further south. Cook arrives from Helles to join us. Hear that Collier is leaving us, so that we are now without a major or a colonel. Go up to Headquarters in car at 9, with a London Regiment officer and Arthur McDougall. Very bumpy ride. Find Stewart there. A bullet has knocked Stewart's hat off, but he does not seem to be upset much, and when he gets back just calmly sews up the 2 burnt holes. Getting water up to troops still entailing a lot of worry and work. The water is pumped from lighters through a pipe which dips into the sea. Yesterday water was very salt, as seawater had got in. Was very ill in the night through this. Called up in night as water carts had gone to wrong place and a further supply had to be sent up. This water business is the worst of all. All the animals have to be taken down to water at the usual times. A transport officer from the depot here, who has been down to see me once or twice on business, has told me that in his opinion the most trying duty of all is seeing the animals watered. The troughs are in full sight of the Turkish gunners, and the long lines of dust emerging from the transport gully give the clue. He tells me that this is when he gets jumpy. Absolutely in the open, water trickling into the troughs slowly, and he has to stand and see that every beast has enough. Then the shelling starts, mules fall, but still the others must have their fill and not be hurried, and it seems like hours, and some of the beasts all unconscious, appearing as if they will never finish. It must be a merry job, and it has to be done 3 times a day. An officer has to be present, or the overwhelming temptation to hurry up and get off becomes too much for the men, and no wonder. September 29th. Camp Commandant comes to inform us that we have to clear out of our place, which is comparatively safe, and move to an exposed position further inland, in full view of the Turks. We shall be absolutely shelled out if we have a supply depot there, with army transport carts and motor lorries coming to and fro from main supply depot all day, and it will cripple our work. Hope to get this order cancelled. Have told Division Headquarters, who have promised to see Camp Commandant. Usual artillery firing all day, and ships' guns joining in. Submarines have been busy. 1 French transport sunk, and 2 British, 1 empty and 1 containing Gurkhas and Punjabis. Swiftsure had a narrow escape the other day, 2 torpedoes just missing her. September 30th. A very fine day, not a cloud in the sky, very hot, and flies now in myriads, perfectly appalling. See Camp Commandant as to moving our supply depot to the exposed part of the peninsula. Finally he gives way and finds another and safer place for us at the foot of 9th Corps Gully. Hardly any shelling from Turks, but our guns busy and battleships as well. Go up to Brigade in evening. Quiet night, and so in September, a deadly month. No movement on our part all the month, no action, except little minor stunts such as straightening our line, digging saps, bombing expeditions, and artillery duels. All the time we steadily lose killed and wounded, and a seriously large percentage of sick, and we drift and drift on. To where? October 1st. A very misty morning, everything hidden in the valleys, also the ships in the harbour. At 1 o'clock we are shelled by high explosives and 5·9 shrapnel, and it lasts an hour, very unpleasant. I hate the shelling more and more as time goes on. Some mysterious move is going on. The 87th, now at Imbros, have wired for their machine guns, and rumours that troops have left here during the last 2 nights are about. Has Bulgaria come in against us? October 2nd. A beautiful cool summer day, but flies still swarming about. Artillery very busy on our side. In afternoon walk up with Stewart to Brigade Headquarters. Beautiful country walk through gorse, little hills and dales, trees and olive groves. On arrival at Brigade Headquarters and looking back, the scene is beautiful, with the bay shimmering in the sun and the fleet and transports lying at anchor. The formidable hills in front look beautiful also, and hardly a rifle shot comes from the Turkish lines. But all the time our shore batteries and the ships are booming away, but feebly replied to by the Turks. On the way up we just miss coming under the beastly 5·9 shrapnel. We stay to tea with Hadow, the Staff Captain, now Major, and have a nice walk back. Arriving on the promontory, we see them shelling the road that we have passed along. We find on our return that the beaches have been strafed again by high explosives, killing and wounding a few. October 3rd. A quiet, beautiful Sunday morning, the sea like glass. I have lunch with McDougall halfway up the high ground of the promontory outside his dugout, right behind large boulders of stone. He provides us an excellent lunch, and we might be on holiday together. No firing of any kind. After lunch, however, shore batteries and ships get active, while the distant rumble of guns is heard from Helles. At 4 we have our daily ration of the 5·9 shrapnel, or whistling Rufus. We move our supply depot up to the foot of the gully, at the head of which is 9th Corps Headquarters. October 4th. Heavy Turkish bombardment takes place at 9 o'clock this morning over Anzac, developing towards Chocolate Hill. At 10, rifle fire starts, denoting a Turkish attack, but in half an hour it dies away, the Turks having been beaten off. During this time we are shelled by high explosives, and remaining in our dugouts as we hear each shell coming over our way, we cannot help gently ducking our heads. It is instinct, but yet very funny. We must look like nodding Chinese idols. In the afternoon we have 9-inch shells thrown over to us, but it only lasts half an hour. Go up to Brigade Headquarters, not much firing in front. October 5th. A beautiful summer day again. Turks shell us from 8 a.m. till 10 a.m., but all duds. No news and no prospect of any progress in this campaign. Our aeroplanes up. At 9:30 a.m. the Turks begin and are busy all day with their shells. Our batteries do not reply much, and the battleships are practically silent all day. We have no shrapnel though, but at 4 o'clock about a dozen 9-inch high explosives come over, and rather too near us to be pleasant. One shell pitched right in one of my battalion dumps, the 1st London, just arrived from Malta and attached to our brigade. We are therefore moving them to a safer place. In our camp now we have 2 supply sections of the 86th and 88th Brigades, and representatives of each regiment in the brigades, consisting of a quartermaster or his sergeant, and a corporal and 3 privates. They look after the interests of their respective regiments on the beach, drawing supplies, ordnance, Royal Engineers stores, letters and baggage, which they escort up to the regiment each night by the mule carts. New officers arriving and officers returning from hospital use our camp as a halfway house to the trenches. All drafts arriving are met by these battalions' representatives and looked after, generally by day, and guided to their units by night. Had a lovely bathe this morning with McDougall, Tooth, Carver and Way at the foot of the cliffs. Very peaceful and beautiful, and it was hard to realize that there was a war on. In the far distance, across the Gulf of Saros, could just be discerned the coast of Bulgaria, the country on which the eyes of all the world are turned at the moment. In a day or two we shall know whether she has joined our enemies or not. October 6th. Woke up at 7 by a shell whistling over our dugout, but no more follow. Curious how, when one is sleepy, shells do not strike fear in one. A perfect summer morning. Artillery on our side very active. Go on board Swiftsure for lunch with Carver, guest of Fleet Surgeon Jeans, a charming little man. Had a glass of beer. And the lunch! Nice white tablecloth, attentive stewards, excellent food, and cheery society. Topping fellows. Half an hour after lunch had a puka hot bath, the luxury thereof, and then take snapshots of the ship and of a group of officers. We get a good view of Suvla from the deck, the sandy beach, and to the left the 3 landing places crowded with lighters, launches, etc., and with khaki figures. Further to the left, the rocky part with its fringe of surf, and the frowning crags above towering away in masses into the blue distance. Behind the landing places the ground slopes abruptly up to the gorges, crowded with dugouts and transport lines. To the right, Lala Baba with its sandy cliffs, and the low plateau beyond with the salt lakes stand out clearly. Further to the right one catches a glimpse of Sea Beach, with its white hospital tents along the sea's rim, and in the offing, silent and slim, loom the 3 hospital ships taking in their freight of broken humanity. There are never less than 3 such ships of mercy here, which gives one some idea of the daily human wastage, when one remembers that they are big P&O and British India liners. We are told by one of the gunnery lieutenants that at 4 p.m. ship is going to fire on a blockhouse just by the Pimple on the left of our line. While on board the ship's guns loose off. It is a curious sensation. We watch their shells bursting inland and realize for the first time the difference between shelling and being shelled. Get back on smart pinnace at 2:30, get shelled a bit at 3:30, go up to British headquarters to watch the Pimple bombardment. At 4 precisely Swiftsure pops off with 12-inch and 6-inch guns, also Prince George and a Monitor, and the shore batteries. Up the Gulf of Saros a torpedo boat, destroyer, and Monitor are firing in flank. Poor old Pimple. Can't see it for dust and smoke. Prince George has a premature burst, splinters doing ducks and drakes across the bay. Hear machine guns at 5, ceasefire at 6, and we go back home. The little coves at End of Point are now absolutely altered from their original geographical formation by the engineers during the past months. Breakwaters, piers, dugout offices, stores depots, landing stages, etc. have come into being, and they are now hives of industry, never slacking night and day. As at Helles, star shells sail up and down gently all night along our line. In the darkness of the sky over Sari Bair, the reflection of the rays of Chanak's searchlight plays, but not so brightly as seen from Helles. October 7th. Ships firing very early this morning. Swiftsure left last night. Soon after 10 this morning, Turkish 8 2-gun opens fire on the Prince George, and at the 3rd shot hit her. Prince George and the other ship open fire. Later the Prince George is hit again, this time just beneath the funnels, causing wreckage among boats. She alters her position, the duel still continuing. She is hit twice again, and then moves further out. Turkish gun then shuts up. Soon after 11 a.m. the 5.9 shrapnel comes whistling over to us, and 9 of them, one after the other at short intervals of 2 or 3 minutes, burst over our camp and the beaches, causing casualties. A beautiful summer day again, but flies as bad as ever. I walk with Way to Brigade, his Brigade headquarters having moved just in front of ours. As we go up we hear a whopping big shell go over to the beach, and looking back we see it burst, kicking up a great deal of dust. Have tea with Thompson and General Percival. Afterwards call in at 88th and walk back at dark. A bullet hits a bush at Way's feet just as we are walking over the little bit of hillock after leaving 88th Headquarters. A few others drop nearby. Way tells me that when bullets are about, his head always feels 10 times as big as it really is, yet he never worries at all when shells are about. It is curious, but shells make me feel very uneasy and limp, while bullets don't bother me at all now. The ways of nerves are difficult to understand. When we arrive back, we find that the beaches have been strafed a lot in our absence. 9 p.m. A bit of a strafe is taking place at Anzac. Heavy rifle fire and shells bursting. Very fine sight, seeing the white flashes of flame bursting out of the black night. October 8th. All today there have been ceaseless artillery duels, warships and shore batteries taking part. Never before have we had such shelling from the Turks at Suvla. It has been one continual roar of guns from early morning till dusk. At last dusk arrives, which is welcomed with general thanksgiving by the majority on the beach. News has just come in that Bulgaria and Russia are practically at war, and this means that in a few days Bulgaria will be an active enemy of ourselves as well. The Bulgars no doubt will join the Turks at once, and life on the beaches will become a hell in the true sense of the word. I hope that we shall keep our end up and not be ignominiously defeated on this peninsula. There have been about 60 casualties today, killed and wounded. Yet the work on the beach has to go steadily on all the time. It has been much colder today and some rain has fallen. At night we have very heavy rain. October 9th. A cool summer day, shelled at 9:30 p.m. Troops arrive in large numbers. They should have arrived last night at dark, but it was too rough to land. Lord Howard de Walden comes down with news that drafts have arrived unexpectedly for us as well, and we have to prepare for them. Cannot reconcile the arrival of all these troops with the opinion that we are here for the winter. Looks as if we are going to have another battle. Turks very quiet this morning, yet they must see all these troops arriving. We wonder that they do not shell them. Go up to 86th and 88th Brigades with Way in the afternoon, and it makes a very pleasant walk. Delightful country, and up at the Brigades it seems quite restful after the shelled beaches. Pass General de Lisle on the way up. Have tea at 86th and call at 88th on the way back. General Cayley had a narrow squeak, a splinter of the case of shrapnel coming right through the roof of his dugout, just missing his head by inches. He won't have his roof sandbagged. Water question for our division now settled, as we have found wells all over the place. Just as it is getting dusk, 8-2 Turkish gun opens fire on the HMS Glory, but does not hit her, and Prince George replies. Walker arrives from Helles. I am now officer commanding the 29th Division Army Service Corps at Suvla, as Carver has gone back to Helles. Large coveys of birds, I think they are duck and crane, keep on swooping about over the peninsula, and our Tommies pot at them now and again. October 10th. Colder this morning, but flies still damnable. Usual artillery duels, but not so heavy as usual. Several officers leaving to join Allied troops at Salonika, but later we hear that they have not been allowed to land, as it is uncertain whether Greece is coming in against us. Not much shelling all day. Colonel Elkin, 1st London, arrives at night, and we put him up, giving him dinner and a bed in our dugout. Very decent old boy. He comes along with the most wonderful rumours, which we drink in. End of section 17. Section 18 of Gallipoli Diary. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sue Anderson. Gallipoli Diary by John Graham Gillam. Section 18, October 11th to 31st, 1915. October 11th. Very cloudy. Mule Corps at end of promontory gets shelled at 10 o'clock for half an hour. Starts to rain at 11:30 and looks as if it is going to set in earnest. Salt Lake already under water in some parts, and if we have a season of rain it will be a lake in the full sense of the word, and it will be difficult getting supplies, etc., to the lines immediately in front of Chocolate Hill. Walked up with Way again to Brigade Headquarters. Beautiful, cool, sunny afternoon after the rain. Had tea with the General at 88th, meeting there our friend of last night, Colonel Ekin. Morris, machine gun officer, also there in great form, telling us all about his indirect gunfire stunts. Hides these little batteries in a very clever way with gorse, the men wearing green masks. Colonel Fuller, going round the trenches the other day, could not make out where the sound of a machine gun popping off quite close to him was coming from. He was 10 yards away only. It was one of Morris's efforts. After the bit of a bombardment the other day on the Pimple, during which the Turks were driven out of a redoubt, Morris's men bagged 50 Turks by indirect fire. He makes your flesh creep by the cold-blooded way in which he describes his stunts, but if one thinks of Turks as partridges, it is not so bad. However, we can do with dozens more Morrises. After, go to see 86th and have a rag with Little Reed, signal officer to 86th, aged 19 but looks only 16. Trenches dug through most beautiful country, olive groves, fig trees and vineyards. Grape season over now, but often Tommy climbed out of his trench and helped himself, risking Turkish bullets fired at only 100 yards away. The blackberry season is now on, and they are so tempting that venturesome spirits, Little Reed himself proving guilty, climb out after these also. Looking back from the 86th Brigade Headquarters, one can see the gorse-covered hills, the beautiful thickly wooded valleys, while through the trees are peeps of Suvla Bay, with the gray warships at anchor there. Further out, beautiful Imbros stands out sharp against the setting sun, backed by a sky of golden bronze, with feathery purple clouds trailing across the firmament. The new moon, a delicate crystal crescent, swings above, dimly reflected in the dimpling waters. A battleship flashes out, followed by a loud report, and, looking towards Anafarta, just over the hills, one sees a monster flash of fire, followed by a muffled report. October 12th. Very busy with shelling this morning. Quite a lot of 5.9 shrapnel coming over to our valley, and almost every shell accounts for a casualty. About 20 casualties in half an hour, Sir Randolph Baker being amongst the number. But he was only wounded slightly, and a rather nice naval landing officer had a piece taken out of his arm. Also we had a few 4.7 shells over, and at noon they started with their 8.2, a terrifying shell. Everyone this morning very depressed at the news of the advance of Germans on Serbia and Bulgaria's attitude. Greece and Romania are disappointing factors. I hope for the sake of this Gallipoli campaign that they come in on our side. After lunch I go up to the barrier on the rise of ground on the west road leading to Lone Tree Gully, just 200 yards this side, to see about some bombs which have to be removed. On the way back, the 18-pounder battery, which is in position on the right of the road looking seaward, is in action, and the report of the guns being so near is ear-splitting. I turned round to watch the shrapnel, beautifully placed on and about the Turkish second line. Evidently the officer in the observation post has spotted some movement of the troops up Communication Trench. Probably a relief party. I turn to my left and trip down the rocky hillock leading to the Commander Royal Engineers camp, in the place where Division Headquarters was to be after the Chocolate Hill battle, and where the bombs from the barrier have to go. I come back along the lower road which leads to our Division Headquarters, and which is now called the Gibraltar Road, as it leads to the small hill we have called Gibraltar, which lies between our first line and 86th Headquarters. On the way back I meet the 88th Chaplain, and we walk back together. Behind us we hear 3 tremendous explosions over to the left of Chocolate Hill, and looking back see columns of smoke and dust. They are caused by Turkish aerial torpedoes bursting in our front line, equivalent to a 100-pound shell, and terribly effective. Fortunately, they appear to have very few of them, but we have none at all. There have been 63 casualties on the beach today through Turkish gunfire and shrapnel. At night a great gale springs up and we have heavy rain, many men being washed out of their dugouts, having to spend the night in their wet clothes on the hills. A Navy's battalion has arrived. October 18th. A fine day, but a very strong cold wind blowing down the peninsula. Arthur McDougall has now rejoined his regiment in the trenches. We have now a black cat in our establishment. It walked in and we do not know where it came from. Probably off one of the boats. We were shelled with 5.9 at 8 this morning and had 6 casualties in this valley. They were, however, very quiet for the rest of the morning. Just as Way, Cox, Baxter, and I were leaving for brigade, they started to shell, and we were glad to get off the open space of the beaches. Now they have 3 guns firing 5.9 shrapnel at us, and they come over in threes, usually bagging somebody. The Turks seem to be getting very cocky lately. They actually cleared away all the barbed wire that one of our battalions in the 88th had put in front of our trenches, only 15 yards in front. Also, their bombing parties are getting very daring, creeping up each night to within throwing distance of our trenches. Barbed wire lines and trenches are now being constructed further back towards the coast, in case. As we are up at brigade headquarters, we notice one of our aeroplanes swoop down onto the Salt Lake, obviously having to make a forced landing. A short pause, during which we notice the pilot and observer climb out, when suddenly shrapnel bursts over the machine and very near. It is quickly followed by another and another, and later high explosive shells, when the pilot and the observer scurry away pretty quickly. They are wise, for the Turkish artillery are now well onto the machine, which is rapidly becoming a helpless wreck. I should think they put 100 shells on that machine before they stopped. October 14th. Last night they tried to disturb our rest by putting one shell over to us every hour. One seemed to come very near our dugout, but we were too sleepy to bother. What's the good? At 8 this morning they get very busy again with their shelling, and at 9, 3 of the big deadly shrapnel come over at once, followed a few minutes after by 3 more, and then later still another 3. It is evident that they cannot spare very many of these every day, but after each bout the cry of stretcher bearers is shouted down the valley. Shortly after, the wounded are carried away to the hospital, and this scene has now become a painfully familiar one. It is very cold today, and the gale still continues, hampering the Navy's work of landing stores. The afternoon was quiet. A great gale sprang up at dark and blew hard all night. It is now very cold. One consolation, flies are dying off. October 15th. Today has been cold and cloudy with a strong wind. Artillery duels all day, with ships joining in. We were shelled this afternoon, but fortunately today had no 5.9 shrapnel. Cox and Gennison came to tea, and Walker and myself walked back with them. Called in at brigade headquarters. Hear that now we are at war with Bulgaria. October 16th. At 5 this morning, dawn, the Turks began a general bombardment, chiefly on our right, Chocolate Hill, and at Anzac. But the subsequent attack on their part seemed to die away quickly. No news as to results. At 11 a.m. an enemy airplane sails over. Our 2 anti-aircraft guns on shore start firing, and make such good practice that the machine quickly gets out of range and sails over towards Anzac, disappearing suddenly into the clouds. Many thought she had been brought down, and a great cheer goes up and clapping of hands. Shortly after, however, she is seen coming back over the bay once more, flying low. HMS Glory and Canopus fire with their anti-aircraft guns, but wide of the mark. She turns and sails up inland once more, perilously close to our shore anti-aircraft guns, which make excellent practice. One shell bursts dangerously near the machine, whereupon she dives, swings to the right, and climbing again sails over Chocolate Hill. When over our trenches, heavy rifle and machine gun fire break out at her, but she sails calmly on over Sari Bair to her base beyond in safety. Result: honors with the enemy pilot, a damned cool customer, but a very nasty trip for him. It lasts under 10 minutes, so that he has not much time for observing, but no doubt enough for his purpose. The rest of the day we have the usual artillery duels, rather heavier than usual, and at 3:20 p.m. and again at 5 we have our usual shelling by our old friend Whistling Rufus. October 17th. At 9 this morning the Turks very heavily bombarded our reserve lines and our batteries on our left. They were very prodigal of ammunition, showing that their supply had been replenished, probably from Bulgaria. They put in some very large stuff, 9-inch at least, and at very long range. Our batteries and ships were active in reply. It is cold and windy and raining. Went up to Brigade with Way and later to 86th, where the Padre was holding Sunday service. Beach shelled a little while we were away. Tomorrow is the great Mohammedan feast day, and we expect a general attack on the part of the Turks. October 18th. Rainy morning, bit of shelling in morning and early afternoon, but not very damaging shells. At 4 they started dropping large shells, about 11-inch, which whistled over with a tremendous shriek and burst with a thunderous crack. They must have come a long way, as we could not hear the report of the gun. They were bursting too near for our liking, and we were glad when they stopped. Some say they came from the Goeben. They finished up their bout with 5.9 shrapnel. So far, no attack by the Turks. News that Sir Ian Hamilton is going and that General Monroe is taking his place reaches us. October 19th. A quiet morning, but at 4 we were shelled as usual. Not much damage. October 20th, 2 p.m. Quiet so far today, except for a bit of shelling this morning. News reaches us that the 10th Division, who were here in August, are at Salonika. Whether interned or not we do not know. Turkish festival still on, and I believe it ends tomorrow. They make a row in their trenches at odd times of the day by the shouting of Allah and the ringing of bells. Sometimes our men, for a joke, throw jam tins full of jam into the Turkish trenches. This happening today, the Turks thought that we were throwing bombs instead of 4 harmless tins of jam, and they promptly threw back 2 bombs, whereupon we have to throw 6 bombs back. This quieted them. Later, however, they threw the 4 jam tins back, empty, having eaten their contents. October 21st. A very heavy gale blowing all day from the northwest. Sky heavy with rain, but wind too high to allow rain to fall. Heavy shelling all morning for 3 hours without stopping, and again in afternoon. None near our patch. We get the shrapnel, however, from Whistling Rufus, which is more comprehensive. Enemy airplane, in spite of gale, is over this morning. Anti-aircraft guns fire and miss. October 22nd. A great gale blew all night and is still blowing. Cold and cloudy. Artillery duels going on as usual. Not much shelling on this beach. At 4 we have 3 of the 5.9 shrapnel over our little corner. One could not hear them coming because of the gale. October 23rd. Beaches shelled a bit this morning. Gale continues all day and it is very cold. Soon after 4 we are shrapnelled once more, having about 10 large ones over in a period of half an hour, causing casualties. The gale prevents anybody hearing them coming. Go up to Brigade Headquarters and it is hard work walking against the wind. Country looking bleak and miserable. Come back on motor ambulance. At night I am up to the Commander Royal Engineers Nullah, forming a forward dump of reserve rations. We have to work in a cold, driving rain. October 24th. Gale still continues. Flights of birds which had collected in great numbers some few days ago now seem all to have left. Has been raining all morning. Very little shelling from Turks. Go up to Brigade Headquarters and have tea. Gale dies down towards evening. Beautiful colouring of sky over the sea. A background of grey rain clouds, golden buff coloured strips of sky, grey sea, against which are silhouetted sepia coloured trees and gorse bushes. Imbros, now grey as the sea, is always in the picture, the eternal picture in which is painted our monotonous life on Gallipoli. We are waiting, waiting, with no news, and some of us are saying, with no hope. These latter, however, suffer from tummy troubles. October 25th. 6 months ago today I landed at Helles. It seems like 6 years. Today we are still an hour's walk from the sea to the front trenches at all 3 landings. This morning is a cool, beautiful summer morning. Flies seem to come again from somewhere, but not so bad as before, yet sufficient to be called a pest in England. Usual artillery duels all day, and we are shrapnelled again in the afternoon. At 6 p.m. go up to Commander Royal Engineers dump about the reserve rations we are putting there. Cloudy evening. October 26th. A cool, fine morning, rather cloudy, birds again flying in large coveys overhead, wild geese and crane, etc. Men fire at them, though it is strictly against orders. Hardly any artillery duels in morning. Go up to Commander Royal Engineers dump with Major Fraser, and later, leaving him, go on to Brigade and have tea. Adjutant of Worcesters, who was wounded in the landing in April, and who has been back in England, was there. We who have been out here all the time look upon those who have been back in England with great interest. After tea, Morris, the machine gun officer, takes me out to see his machine gun emplacements on Gun Hill, which is a little hill lying some 200 yards behind our front line trenches, the ground on its left rising steeply to the high ridge overlooking the sea, and on its right sloping gently down to the lowland. We passed the Worcester Regiment in the reserve trenches dug in an open space on the left of Brigade Headquarters, looking inshore. Then we passed down a communication trench, coming out into an open space behind a small mound called Gibraltar, round which we passed down a slope leading to a rocky ravine filled with large boulders, a few trees, and patches of thick gorse bush. There the Hampshire Regiment are dug in. To the left of the ravine are a few graves, and now and again a bullet kicks up the dust close by them. Smith, the Hampshire quartermaster, jokingly informs me of a certain way of getting a cushy, blighty wound. If I want one, all I have to do is stand by these graves after dark and wait. In under 2 hours, most probably in 5 minutes of waiting, I shall get one in the leg. The bullets come from a Turkish trench high up on the cliff side on our left front. To the right of the ravine one is safe, protected by a rise in the ground. On the left of the ravine one is in constant danger of a smack from a bullet, and more so at night. We continue our way, passing down another trench, and shortly after come out into the open in a lovely glade of grass and trees, situated in dead ground, protected by a little hill in front called Gun Hill. On its slopes we once more enter a trench, which encircles the hill, very similar to the ramparts of an ancient castle. It is a little fortress on its own, standing aloof from the system of trenches situated behind our front line, but in front of our support line, yet blending in with the uneven lie of the land, thereby not making a conspicuous target. At intervals are machine gun emplacements, with machine guns in position, pointing through apertures in the sandbag breastwork. At the first that we come to, we find the sentry not looking out. I shall never forget the frightened look on his face as it meets Morris's, suddenly appearing around the corner of the sandbagged wall a few inches from him. He gets a stiff strafing. We continue our way, and at the next emplacement come upon a sentry who presents a unique object, for his head is covered by a sandbag, through which are holes made for his eyes and mouth. To this headgear are fixed sprigs of gorse bush. and as he stands stock still, with his head and shoulders filling the gap in the breastwork, it must be impossible for an enemy observer to detect his presence from the background of gorse and trees. Yet if he is detected, a sniper has him for a dead certainty. It is so far safe for such sentries, however, for up to now no casualties have occurred amongst them from a sniper's rifle. Morris asks, "Is everything okay?" and the sentry, without looking round, replies, "All's well, sir." I stand beside the sentry and look at the view in front of me, a beautiful view of sloping hills up to the heights of the cliffs which overlook the sea, and on their slopes I see distinctly the irregular light brown lines of thrown-up earth, denoting the Turks' front line trenches and ours, running opposite each other to the summit of the cliffs, about 300 yards apart. We are 600 yards from the enemy line, and can be certain victims for a Turkish sniper should he be aware of our presence. From this position at night, sometimes the Turk receives the contents of belt after belt of machine gun ammunition poured onto his second and third line and communication trenches by indirect fire ranged by day, causing him great inconvenience and to wonder from where the bullets come. Our front line is always warned when any such stunt is on, so that they may not arrange for their working parties or patrols to be out in front. Looking at the country in front of me, I can see that here on these rugged slopes the Turk would have but short shrift if he attacked us, as of course would we if we attacked. Result, deadlock, like two cats spitting and sparring at each other. Morris says he is always pleased to show people round his pet hobby. I was immensely interested, and Morris might have been showing me round a farm. We come back in the gloaming, Morris now and again stopping to order paper and litter to be picked up, for General de Lisle is around here frequently and has the eye of a hawk. October 27th. A fine morning with a very warm and strong wind, almost a gale, blowing from the sea. Smith of Hampshire's pays us a visit, and as we sit in our dugout we hear Whistling Rufus coming over from Sari Bair. One corner of the roof over our dugout is only of tarpaulin, for corrugated iron is scarce. Rumor says that a ship which set out from England loaded with corrugated iron has been torpedoed and sunk. An officer newly arrived, who is sitting with us, appears to rather scorn my advice to move from where he is sitting under the tarpaulin, which is of no protection to him from shrapnel bullets, when crash from Whistling Rufus is heard overhead, and the sound of bullets spattering on our roof follows immediately after, just as if an unseen hand with a bowl of pebbles had taken a handful and thrown them with violence down on our abode. A shirt hanging outside on a line to dry receives 2 bullets through its tail, causing large rents. The new officer immediately gets up from where he is sitting and comes round to our side of the table, where we sit under a roof of corrugated iron with a layer of sandbags on top, safe from everything but a direct hit. This 5.9 shrapnel is followed by others, and in the distance we hear the roar of Turkish artillery and bursting shrapnel. Whistling Rufus ceases worrying us after a while, and we go up to behind our dugout to look inland at the Turkish shelling. All along our line and behind, Turkish shrapnel is bursting thickly, being more concentrated over Chocolate Hill and on Hill 10, which is situated on the left of the Salt Lake and half a mile from B Beach. About half an hour after, we hear rifle fire, which dies down quickly and all is quiet. What it was all about I do not know. Probably the end of the Turkish festival. Or probably Enver Pasha has paid a visit, and sitting on top of Sari Bair has asked for a show to be demonstrated to him. I must say, such a show viewed from the top of Sari Bair must appear a wonderful sight. October 28th. A hot, sultry day and the flies a pest. A very quiet morning. No news. Hardly any shelling on the part of the Turk, but our artillery and ship's guns fairly active. I go up to Brigade Headquarters to tea, and after, on the way back, Call in at the 88th Field Ambulance, situated in a tent encampment on a plateau lying between Karakol Dagh and the Turkish positions. Here the situation is most interesting. The white tents and marquees are in full view of the Turks, and not a shot comes near, for John Turk plays the game. It is almost like living in a garden city, with the open country all round, and the feeling one gets is very odd. So near to war, and yet so far. Patients rest quite at their ease in their walls of canvas, while over their heads, singing their dread song, the Turkish shells pass on their way to the beaches. October 29th. A hot day, and flies very trying. Turks busy with artillery at Chocolate Hill and Anzac. Our artillery busily replying. Nothing our way. Heard firing off coast of Bulgaria last night. Our artillery have been very active all day and are still firing, although it is dark. We have now several new batteries ashore, and for the past few days the Turk has been very quiet. We had only 2 shells over our way today. Our artillery seems to be getting well on top. Monroe has arrived, all good luck to him. Now perhaps we shall get a move on. We feel now either move on or off. But heaven defend us from the inaction and waste of time of the last 6 months. Stewart has gone off, suffering very badly with dysentery. He was stubborn about it, and would not see the doctor until at last he had to be carried off on a stretcher. I shall miss him very much, as he was good company. October 30th. A hot summer day, and flies a plague. The division has sustained a sad loss today. Algy Wood of the Essex has gone west. He had been through everything since the landing, and at noon today was shot in the throat while in the support trench near his orderly room. He became a friend of mine, as he became a friend of all he met, and I have often referred to him in my diary. He just had time to say to his sergeant major, who went to him, "I'm finished, Sergeant Major," and then died. A name that will never be forgotten by the survivors of the 29th Division. Nearly all the best have gone now. Lord Howard de Walden comes into our dugout in the evening and has a chat. He is our Deputy Assistant Adjutant and Quartermaster General, and very popular. Monroe is ashore today with staff for a powwow at 9th Corps Headquarters. No news from Salonika. October 31st. Another summer day. Hardly any shelling on our part, and absolutely none on the part of the Turk. And so ends October, a monotonous, dreary month. Phew! How many more such months? End of section 18. Section 19 of Gallipoli Diary. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sue Anderson. Gallipoli Diary by John Graham Gillam. Section 19, November 1st to 25th, 1915. November 1st. Last night was very rough, and several lighters were wrecked on the beach. We also lost a destroyer, which ran on the rocks just off West Beach. No loss of life. A cool summer day again, and no shelling from the Turks this morning. Flies not quite so bad, but still a plague. They have become persistent, fat, sleepy ones now. No shelling from the Turks at all, and our artillery hardly fire a shot. November 2nd. A few shells only this morning. A beautiful summer day, but flies badly worrying. A battery has been put on the road just by the rise before 80th Brigade Headquarters. Destroyer which ran on the rocks yesterday still in the same position. November 3rd. After breakfast, having arranged for a visit round the trenches with Panton, the Deputy Assistant Director of Medical Services, I go up to Division Headquarters at the top of our gully. We start off, accompanied by Lord Howard de Walden. pass through the 88th Field Ambulance Camp, dip down onto the beach road, and after a short way along, bear to the right onto Gibraltar Road. Instead of walking up along the Gibraltar Road, as has been the practice of most of us up to now, we bear to the right through the low wooded country between Gibraltar Road and Hill 10. We cross the newly made line of trenches, with barbed wire thickly laid in front, passing a bombing school on our left. Turkish bullets fired at a high elevation just reach this point, dropping with spent velocity. As we walk through the almond trees just beyond, the guns of the two battleships bang out suddenly. We hear the great shells shrieking over our heads, and see them burst with violence over Burnt Hill on our right front. Passing the almond trees, we make a detour to the left, arriving in the open space which leads to 86th Brigade Headquarters. Panton stops here at an advanced dressing station, and while we wait for him a few bullets sing overhead. But there is never much rifle fire in the daytime. We then dip down into CC Communication Trench and follow its windings to the line. We pass over one or two bridges, crossing large drains that have been dug to drain the trenches when the wet weather comes. We are warned by the formation of the irregular hills, nullahs, and ravines, and the great boulders of stone standing out of the ground, that at some time during the year rain falls in great quantities. What will our trenches be like on the low ground when that time does come? Salt Lake, on our left, gradually sinking under water, answers that question. We see shrapnel bursting low over that part of the line we are making for, and I have a desire to turn my coat collar up. I always do when I am near shells, why I don't know. We arrive at the support trench, in which are the Munsters and Dublin Fusiliers. I see a few men clustered together in the trench at a small entrance leading to a dugout. One comes out from the dugout and says, "By Jassus, the poor lad's gone." A man had been hit by shrapnel and had just died after about 20 minutes. We continue on, and on arrival at the Essex Regiment I inquire where Algy Wood had been hit. I am taken up a short trench which turns sharply to the left, coming to an abrupt end at a dugout. His dugout. I inquire how it happened, and am told that he was leaning up against the back of the trench immediately outside his dugout, with his pipe in his mouth, looking at an aeroplane which was hovering over our line. Suddenly a bullet strikes him in the throat. He takes his pipe out of his mouth, makes a gesture of extreme annoyance with his arm, and mutters the words, "Damn it." Then he sinks back in the arms of his sergeant major, who is standing near him, and saying, "I am finished, Sergeant Major," quietly goes west. Struck by a chance bullet in a comparatively safe place. Cruel, cruel luck. At least Algy Wood, one of the most gallant officers of that pick of divisions, the 29th, should have been spared. However, he had the satisfaction of putting up his hard-earned Distinguished Service Order ribbon a week or so ago. We continue our way along trenches which, instead of running more or less in regular lines, zigzag in and out in sharp turns and corners, which face the high hills on our left, each corner protected by strong sandbag breastworks. The reason for this is that these breastworks, placed at short intervals in that part of the line where we are, screen us from view of the enemy in his trenches high up on the ridge of hills which overlook the sea on our left. Of course, we in our trenches up there also can overlook the Turks in the trenches running through the low country in their territory, which trenches also are punctuated at frequent short intervals by breastworks. In consequence of the danger of being seen by Turks on the hill, our trenches on the lowland are very narrow, and Lord Howard de Walden causes great amusement to some Tommies sitting on the fire step by the remark, "These trenches were not built for a man with an extra large tummy." We follow Panton, who is on his round of inspection of sumps, cesspits, cookhouses, and the general sanitation of the trenches. Myriads of flies, which precede us on our way. When we halt, they all promptly settle in black patches on the sandbags and sides of trenches. When we continue our tour, they, rising immediately with a loud buzzing, lead the way for us. An inspection of the cookhouse of the Newfoundland Regiment is made. It is built in a small sunken ravine at the back of the support line. Panton and Frew, their medical officer, go to the end of the ravine. I wait at the end near entrance to the trench. A Newfoundlander says to me, "Excuse me, sir, but in the place in which you are standing our cook was killed yesterday by a sniper from the hill." I am rude enough to forget to thank the man. I simply turn round on my heel, practically diving into the trench. But I shouted thanks to him as we left 5 minutes after. After a short walk along the front line, the usual front line with men at short intervals on the keen lookout through periscopes, we return by D communication trench, half an hour's walk. We pass Gibraltar Hill, and so over the gorse to Gibraltar Road, arriving at Division Headquarters on the hill, where I am given a topping lunch. It is a beautiful summer day, and the Turks are sending over sporting shots at the shipping. The battleships answer, so the enemy turn their guns onto them instead, and actually record 2 hits on the Prince George, which then maneuvers for a fresh position. Then they get on to the supply ships again, which have to clear outside the boom, further away from the end of the promontory. Suddenly a good shot at long range gets a supply ship, which is loaded with hay, and quickly sets it on fire. Our battleships get very angry at this, but it is some time before they can silence the Turkish batteries. At sunset the hay supply ship is still smoking, but the fire is well under control. A new officer arrives named Hunt, a good fellow from Tipperary. Good omen, for though we are a long, long way from Tipperary, one from that immortal place has come to join us. November 4th. The ship that was set on fire yesterday lost practically all the hay in the forward hold. Consequently, for some time our poor little Indian mules will be on half rations. Destroyer has now broken her back and is a total wreck, waves breaking over her. Rain is beginning now. We had a few showers this morning. A little shelling in the morning, but the afternoon was quiet. Go up to Brigade Headquarters with the new transport officer, Hunt. Find conference on, so McLaughlin and Morris entertain us to tea. Have to make a detour through flat, wooded country, getting to and from Headquarters, on account of this beastly new battery. Very quiet this afternoon. No shelling and hardly any rifle fire. Hunt remarked, coming back, that it was a nice country walk, and reminded him of his homestead in Tipperary. He has been at Blackheath for the last 6 months at Headquarters at the Rangers' Lodge, and left there only 3 weeks ago, so I like getting him to talk about Blackheath, which I knew so well. I have been on this place so long now that a newcomer has only to mention about riding on a tram car or going into a cake shop when I am held thrilled with interest and pleasure. November 5th. A beautiful, cool summer day. Shelled at 10 this morning for quite an hour. The destroyer has now completely broken her back and her stern has disappeared. The Turks discovered the mishap, but they could not see that she is a wreck, as she is bows on to the Turkish position. Thinking therefore that the destroyer was still intact, though stuck on the ground, they attempted to finish her off, and for 3 hours shelled her. They only recorded 2 hits, however, and it was satisfactory to see old Turk wasting his ammunition. Today another old friend has gone. He is Way, the 86th Supply Officer, who has been here since April 25th without ever going sick. He felt rather dicky 2 days ago and was told to stay in his dugout, and today I find he has developed diphtheria badly. He tries not to go, but a doctor soon settles that. I shall now feel more lonely than ever, for we were great pals, and our walks to our respective headquarters were among the few pleasures that I could look forward to. When casualties occurred at his dump, he was always there to attend to the wounded, and as Supply Officer, the 86th Brigade will miss him. I wonder how many of the old 29th are left. Well, way is for Blighty, and good luck to him, but diphtheria is a nasty illness, and I hope he pulls through. November 6th. Walker has gone off permanently to hospital with jaundice, and Hunt and myself are left on our own. Beautiful summer day today. Turk very quiet and hardly any shelling. Swiftsure back, and the Canopus and Prince George busy shelling Turkish positions this afternoon. November 7th. Another beautiful summer day. Turks shelled our valley at 10 and again at 3. No damage, though some were uncomfortably close to us. Our ships and shore batteries fairly busy. Monitors busy at night. November 8th. A cool, lovely day. Flies are dying rapidly, the best news to record for a long time. 2 new Army Service Corps officers arrived to join us, named Matthews and Elphinstone. Very few shells this morning, but they come very near our dugout this time. Cox of the Essex comes in for a chat, the only original officer now left of that regiment. I walk back with him to Brigade Headquarters, and Matthews comes with me. Walking across the flat space just leading to the 86th Brigade Headquarters, I point out to Matthews the lines of light brown earth running up the slopes of the hill on our left front, and he hardly believes me when I tell him one line is Turkish. Like all who newly arrive, he is surprised at the short walk from the beach to the line. Our batteries are dusting the Turkish line with shrapnel, and their batteries are retaliating. They make very good shooting on both sides, as, of course, they have all the ranges registered to a nicety. We call at both brigades and have tea at each. Coming away, Matthews tells me that he is of a retiring disposition, and that he does not like being thrown suddenly into new society, and that 2 tea parties is more than his nerves can stand, more especially when a general is present at each. November 9th. Usual visit to Brigade Headquarters with Hunt, and after inspect the forward reserve rations at Commander Royal Engineers dump. Men busy digging trenches back near beaches now. Another beautiful cool summer day, cold at night. Turks busy shelling batteries and shrapnelling trenches. There is only one possible game for the Turk to play, and he is playing it well. That is to say, he must keep us at bay at all costs. Therein lies his only chance, for once we can get across the peninsula to Maidos, his game is up, for we cut his main line of communications. So he shells us continually to keep us occupied. The shelling is so effective that elaborate dugouts have to be built. These are made as strong as possible, the inner walls being strengthened with sandbags, the roof formed with strong crossbeams, on which rest, first, iron sheets or wire netting, then 2 layers of sandbags, then soil. These dugouts are perfectly secure against shrapnel or high explosive splinters, but of course could not stand against a direct hit. But that would not worry the occupants much, as it would be all over in a few minutes. Inside such houses we have lounges cut out of the earth and covered with sacks. Our furniture is rough and ready, and made on the spot. It is marvelous what can be done with any ordinary wooden box, if you know how to deal with it. Out of our wooden boxes, chairs and tables appear like magic, chairs with arms and adjustable backs, strong tables, and various other bits of furniture. Some of them are really quite good, and show clearly the ingenuity of their makers. We also have candlesticks, recesses for books and toilet articles, all made from the same source. Fireplaces are made out of homemade bricks, for there is a good deal of clay on the peninsula. They are good fireplaces, too, complete with mantelpiece, bars, and hob. So we sit round of an evening, reading periodicals a month old, with the same zest and interest as we read the latest editions at home. By the papers, England sounds depressing. So we would rather be here. We do know the truth of Gallipoli here. Man likes to know what he is up against. 7 divisions at the start would have fixed this job, no ships would have been lost, and our little friend Bulgaria would have thought twice of coming in against us. All night outside we hear the crack, crack, crack of the rifles in the trenches. Worcesters did a good bit of work the other night, capturing a sniper's post 300 yards in front. Only 2 casualties over that little job. They expected more. Turks in front of the 29th have fairly got the wind up. We bomb and shell their nerves away. General Cayley says he is quite happy and does not want to go to Salonika, as he is looking forward to sitting round his fire of a winter's night. General Percival says bother General Cayley's fireplace. He wants to go to Salonika and get a move on. And so they live their lives, these men, lives full of danger, yet joking about their fireplaces. November 10th. Another fairly quiet day. Ships firing a bit against Turkish batteries, which are sending back shrapnel. Take up Elphinstone to brigade and have tea at the 86th. Have some excellent rock cakes made by their cook. General Cayley calls in. We walk round with him to the 88th. I get awfully fed up at times, but every time I see General Cayley he gives me a spurt for a few days. I had jaundice badly about 2 weeks ago, and they were going to send me off, and that meant England. I got a spurt and soon felt fit again, and have never felt so well in all my life. Morris, machine gun officer of the 88th, seriously ill with rheumatism, but he is trying to hang on. Destroyers and monitors make a practice of shelling the Pimple from the Gulf of Saros now. Amusing watching destroyers. They fire, then emit a cloud of smoke, sail round behind it, then fire again, and so on. Old Turk can't hit back. Shelling Pimple much in fashion just now. Poor old Turk. Fancy trying to get to sleep on the Pimple with big guns throwing great shrieking shells at him all night. November 11th. Lovely summer day. Are moving camp to 9th Corps Gully. Busy arranging the necessary digging. Turks very busy with shrapnel this morning around Chocolate Hill and to the left. Battleships very angry and fire back, making a fearful noise. Old Turk sticks at it though. General de Lisle, riding with Assistant Deputy Commander and orderly, nearly gets hit. He takes too much risk and seems to have no nerves. November 12th. Getting rather cold now. Fleet firing heavily today, and Turks, as usual, busy with shrapnel. Sea Beach badly shelled, and 13th Division Supply Depot gets it badly, several casualties. A year ago today I received my commission and joined the 13th Division. If I had not joined the 29th Division, I might have been on the Sea Beach today with the 13th Division. Go up to brigade with Elphinstone and see new Staff Captain Armstrong. Hadow is now with the 11th Division, and I am sorry he is gone. Stay till dusk. Turkish snipers always creep out at dusk. Bullets freely coming when we take our leave. Over the gorse outside the brigade headquarters I say to Elphinstone, at this point at night I always walk fast. And he, this being his first experience, says, I am with you. Out of range we light our pipes, then a comfortable walk back in the moonlight. Finish up work at the depot, dinner and a smoke, and to hell with a Kaiser. November 13th. It is getting very windy and cold, but day quite fine. Flies still worrying, but not nearly so bad as a few weeks back. No shelling from Turk. Ships firing on Turkish batteries which are badly shrapnelling Chocolate Hill. Kitchener in neighborhood. Matthews leaves to be adjutant of train at Helles, and Hunt and I go out in his pinnace to see him off. Sea a bit choppy, and I, sitting on top of the engine room, nearly fall through the skylight into the engines. Horn arrives to take his place. Has seen Kitchener at Mudros with a numerous staff. Staff Captain 86th Brigade comes to tea. Show him over our new camp for winter, which is in course of preparation. It is going to be some camp. It breaks the monotony making this camp. Guests for dinner, beautiful moonlight night, and very quiet. November 14th. A bit of a gale blowing. Another quiet day, absolutely no shelling. Kitchener arrives here at 3 o'clock with staff. Was up brigade with Horn at the time, and so missed the show, but my sergeant told me about it. He landed at Little West Beach, walked through the main supply depot, and then past our depot, up Ninth Corps Gully to the top of the hill, and had a good look round the positions. He was only here about 2 hours. Tommies came running up and stood in groups at attention, while their commissioned officers and officers saluted, and he passed along saluting gravely right and left, now and again stopping to look at some dugouts. There is now general satisfaction that Kitchener has been and seen for himself what things are really like here. No shelling of the beaches while he was on shore, but the lowlands were being shrapnelled. November 15th. Quiet morning. In the afternoon the Turks put a dozen of the best over the beach, but did no harm. Bit of a battle on Chocolate Hill this afternoon at 5, and rifle fire and a great deal of shrapnel for half an hour. Our battleships firing heavily and making a deafening din. Heavy thunderstorms at 8, with vivid forked lightning and rain. I suppose this is a foretaste of what is to come. The safety of the beaches has now greatly improved. West Beach and the beach adjacent are now joined by a deep cutting. A deep trench, starting at the main supply depot, runs down to West Beach, in which is laid a tramway used for carrying supplies from the piers to the depot. This is under cover, entirely hidden from the enemy by day. The earth taken from this cutting or deep trench has been thrown up in great mounds at the back of the two beaches, rendering them safe from high explosive shells, though of course not from shrapnel. But Whistling Rufus has not worried us since the late days of October, devoting his attention to the unfortunately situated sea beach on the other side of Lala Baba. The road leading up on the higher ground to our Division headquarters is now sunk, and the dugout earth, thrown up on the side facing the enemy, hides all transport by day entirely from his view. Since this has been done, this road has been almost entirely free from shrapnel. November 16th. Men are hard at work digging our new camp in Ninth Corps Gully. We moved there when Ninth Corps headquarters moved to the end of the promontory. Ninth Corps new headquarters should be entirely winterproof, even during the severest weather. They are also practically invulnerable, by reason of their position and the vast amount of labor that has been expended upon them. I myself saw sheds in sections being put bodily into rock excavated to receive them. There were communication trenches cut in the living rock, connecting dugout with dugout. Also, elaborate excavations in the rock form shell-proof living quarters, and when necessary, unlimited wood, iron, and sandbags have been lavishly used. The whole place is a perfect engineering achievement, the most wonderful nest of safety that the mind of man could conceive. How different are the conditions at Lala Baba, but 3 miles away, where the wretched hovels of the troops cluster as thickly as the cells in a honeycomb. No coping of iron or beams there. A man is lucky if he has as much as a blanket or a waterproof sheet to stretch over his miserable hole in the ground. Not enough shelter to keep out the raindrops, let alone shrapnel. The system on which our camp is being modeled is the same as for all the other beach camps here. An effort is being made to house the men through the rigors of the winter storms, which no doubt will soon be upon us. Taking advantage of the sloping ground in the fold of the gully on the promontory, which increases in height as it extends inland towards the highland, deep trenches are dug parallel to the lines of our trenches inshore. They are 7 feet wide, with parapets and parados 8 feet and 6½ feet high respectively. They should be roofed in by corrugated iron. Some only of them are, however. Corrugated iron is still a luxury here. Filled sandbags are then laid on the top, which should render them shrapnel proof. As they generally run at right angles to the line of Turkish artillery fire, A high explosive shell would explode on the mound of earth thrown up in front of the parapet, and not in the roof. Each trench is dug on lower ground than the one in front. The whole system is being organized by an able technical engineer officer, who is hard at work from morning to night. His camp is taken as a model. Although in view of the enemy, its safety against casual shelling such as we are daily subjected to has been demonstrated several times. Against a heavy bombardment, of course, no trenches are proof. Shrapnel bullets have spattered harmlessly on his sandbag roofs. High explosive shells bursting full in the middle of his camp have been caught by the mound of earth in front of the trench. Should the shell miss one line of trenches, it is caught by the mound of earth in front of the other line behind. A direct hit on the roof, except from a howitzer, is almost impossible. Drains are cut about and around the trenches to catch the water from the forthcoming heavy rains, and advantage is taken of the formation of the gullies to make one main drain into which smaller drains can run. One has only to look at the great boulders of stone standing half in and half out of the earth all over the high ground of the peninsula, and at the large, medium, and small gullies, which are of all kinds of intricate geographical formations, to realize that at some time of the year not only a series of ordinary rainfalls, but raging deluges of water fall in all powerful torrents, mercilessly driving all before them, even great boulders of stone. No trenches, no matter how well constructed, can withstand heavy, driving floods. Let engineers first study the formation of the land, pause and reason a little, and they will see that all this labor will be lost and their trenches full to the brim at the first heavy downfall. In dry weather, though, the system is excellent, and the men inside are very comfortable. The trenches are entered by steps from the road or path at either end, or from the terrace behind between each trench. At night the men sleep in one row, side by side, their kits hung on the earth wall behind them. Quarters for non-commissioned officers are partitioned off by timber and sacking. By day their blankets are rolled up neatly, and the whole makes a roomy apartment. A cookhouse, constructed on the same principle, is built at the end of a series of trenches. Officers' dugouts are built nearby, dug in the slope or behind protecting boulders. The whole, neat, orderly, and compact, affords remarkably good cover from shrapnel and high explosives. But for protection against weather, never. For protection against weather, I prefer the Delisle system of terraces, built on a steep slope in tiers, the whole practically a flight of very large steps. But of course a steep slope is necessary. The men's quarters are simply built on each terrace. The back wall is cut out of earth, the roof of corrugated iron, supported by timbers and made shrapnel-proof, and the sides are built up of loose stones, tarpaulins, and timber. The hill on which such a system is built affords the necessary protection against shell fire. It is, of course, weatherproof, as it is simple to drain. Sea Beach and Lala Baba across the bay get very badly shelled this afternoon, and in consequence the battleships are hard at work endeavoring to silence the Turkish batteries. Sounds of very heavy firing are heard from Helles, probably monitors in action. November 17th. Very little shelling, hardly any our way. Today is very stormy, and as the time goes on the wind develops into a great gale. All landing of stores has to cease. Great white waves dash up against our piers, and after it is over there will be much work for the Australian bridging section. In the evening our flimsy summer quarters are cold and draughty. The oil drum fire won't burn, so we turn in early, Elphinstone and Horn going to their dugout up the rise to our left. Suddenly, just as we are getting into bed, the tarpaulin half of our roof blows adrift. Hunt and I have a job to fasten it back in position once more. The wind is shrieking outside. A short while after, Horn and Elphinstone come back, asking for shelter, for their bivouac has blown down altogether, and so we crowd them into our shelter for the rest of the night. November 18th, 19th, and 20th. The usual daily visits to Brigade Headquarters, Forward Reserve Dumps, and Division Headquarters. I get exercise this way. Also to and fro on the beach, paying calls on friends among the many dugouts there. Some are excellent, especially those of the Naval Landing Officers and Camp Commandant, built in the side of the high rocks. The field cashier has to be stung by me now and again on behalf of my staff captain to pay the men of Brigade Headquarters. His dugout is not in a very safe place. Once outside the dugout, leaning against the wall of sandbags talking to an Australian officer, I heard a shell coming clean for us. I had no time to get to cover. I saw men several yards away dive for cover. I watched the Australian. He did not duck, but I noticed that he gripped his pipe tightly with his teeth. I leaned back hard against the wall behind me, and the beastly thing passed low over our heads and burst in the sea. I said to him, "I wanted to duck, but as you didn't, I didn't." And he replied, "Same here, son." Gale has been blowing hard the last 3 days, the Navy having great difficulty in landing stores, etc. But tonight, the night of the 20th, the wind is dying down. Hardly any shelling at all now, except inland. Our flimsy bivouac very draughty and cold. It is hard work keeping our accounts and doing our office work. November 22nd. Gale blowing hard now, and wind much colder. Hard at work building our new camp. Hunt falls ill and has to go to bed, but trying to stick it out. Turks very quiet. We are woke up at 12 midnight by a dugout on fire, and all turn out to get the fire under and prevent it spreading in the strong wind to neighboring dugouts. We curse heartily, but manage to put the fire out in half an hour. No one is hurt. November 23rd. Wind quieting down, thank goodness. We pulled down our summer residence, in which we had lived for close on 3 months. In a short while not a sign of it is left, and we are hard at work shifting the whole camp into our new quarters in the late 9th Corps Gully. Each regiment's quartermaster's staff and a few regimental transport details and our Army Service Corps supply details move with us. Also the 2 brigade post offices. Our camp is not properly finished, but we are all glad to be in it, for it is much warmer at night in our dugouts. November 24th. The weather is now much more settled. It was making us all very anxious, as landing stores was very difficult for the Navy. Brigade Headquarters country walk again, but life very monotonous. Battleships now and again pop off. A little shelling from the Turk, but not half a dozen all day. Hard at work on new camp. November 25th. Hunt very seedy, so I send him to field ambulance. At night hear a rumor that the evacuation of Suvla Bay has been decided on. Go down on beach in the evening to see about arrangements for getting off, but am led to believe it is only baggage for a division which is leaving. End of section 19. Section 20 of Gallipoli Diary. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sue Anderson. Gallipoli Diary by John Graham Gillam. Section 20. November 26th to 30th, 1915. November 26th. Yes, I think evacuation has been definitely decided on. So our little camp has been built for nothing. However, it keeps us employed, for life is deadly dull. This, then, is to be the end. After all these months of blood and sweat, of feverish anticipation and dismal results, after all the toil, the hardships and sorrows, with the little graveyards getting fuller and fuller every day as I have passed them, all this is for nothing, and we are leaving? I am glad, yet full of regrets, excited too at the prospect of getting back to civilization once more, Alexandria and all its delights will seem like paradise. The cozy dinners at the club, the shops, and the meeting with old friends left behind. These are some of the emotions that I experience at the thought of evacuation. The wind is getting up once more, and the sea becomes stormy. The field ambulance receive orders to evacuate all patients at once to casualty clearing stations. At the clearing stations they are hard at work evacuating all cases onto the lighters for transmission to the hospital ships. Afternoon. The sea is very rough. A lighter full of sick and a few wounded has been washed ashore. 2 cases have been drowned. All further evacuation has stopped. The battleships are heavily bombarding Turkish positions. Over Imbros, black clouds, heavy with rain, are sailing towards us. We are in for a dirty night. We are in the middle of loading our army transport carts when heavy spots of rain drop, and looking up we see the sky getting blacker and blacker with storm clouds. Luckily issuing is nearly finished. The transport of many of the battalions has moved off, when a flash of forked lightning rushes from the sky to the sea, and almost instantly a deafening crash of thunder bursts overhead. This flash is followed by another and another, and then several in different parts of the sky stab the black clouds at the same moment. The rain gently begins to hiss, the hiss getting louder and louder, developing into a noise like the sound of loudly escaping steam, until, as if the clouds have all burst together, water deluges the earth in a soaking torrent. Black night soon falls upon us, changing at short intervals momentarily into day as the forked flashes of lightning stab the earth, sky, and sea. The beachmen, bending double under the downfall of water and the struggle against the wind as they walk, appear in vivid detail and disappear in the fraction of a second as the lightning plays overhead. Soon a pouring torrent of water a foot deep is raging down the gullies, turning the ravines, large and small, down the slopes of the hill into rushing cascades, washing away dugouts as if they were paper, and filling to the brim every crevice and hollow on the lower land. The new camps of trenches into which men have rushed for shelter are half filled with water, which in less than an hour overflows the drains on either side that we had dug to prevent such an event happening. All the weary weeks of engineer labor lost in a short time. I go back to our new dugout and meet a sorry sight. Our cookhouse, wherein our dinner was being prepared, washed off the face of the earth. The roof and the back part of the mess room had fallen in, covering furniture with mud and debris, and flooding the floor with water 6 inches deep. I have to go to the Corps Transport Depot about some water carts for the trenches. So, taking my torch, I cross the gully. The rain is pouring in torrents, and as I walk, the rushing water from the hills washes round my feet high above my ankles. Parts of dugouts, boxes, men's kits, etc., continually come floating down on top of the rushing stream. The thunder crashes overhead, and my torch is unnecessary, for the incessant flashes of forked lightning illuminate my way. The wind beating against my face takes my breath away, and makes the climb up the high slope exhausting. I arrive at the mess dugout of the 9th Corps Transport. Their dugout is intact, for it is on steeply sloping ground, but their floor is over 6 inches deep in water. They are all sitting at dinner, with gum boots on, and are a merry party. Afterwards I climb to Division Headquarters, arriving breathless. Back in our dugout, the storm still raging, appears to go round and round in circles, first dying off somewhat, then rushing back with renewed fury. It runs its wild course till about 8 o'clock, when it seems to pass away over Sari Bair, leaving heavy clouds pouring their burden of rain into the flooded gullies and trenches. Towards 9 the downfall slackens, and shortly after stars become visible, and the black clouds gradually roll away over the hills of Gallipoli. We have a meal of bully beef and bread, for our dinner has been washed away and no hot food is possible. The wind from the northwest still blows with great violence, and it becomes steadily colder and colder. Two of our dugouts are intact, and we turn into these and get off to sleep, wondering if the drainage system in the trenches has answered its demands. November 27th. We wake up to find a drizzly rain falling, blown by a strong north wind. Mud is everywhere, and the whole of the beaches a quagmire. What were once dugouts are now large puddles full of water. The system of trenches for winter quarters across the various gullies and nullahs has ceased to exist. Many of these are full to the brim with water. All have water and mud covering their floors. 12 men taking shelter in their trench, which was roofed by corrugated iron, and which is situated in the gully in which we lived up to a week ago, have been drowned by the roof collapsing. We have orders to send up medical comforts. We send them up by Army transport carts. For the first time, a convoy of Army transport carts is seen on the Gibraltar Road in broad daylight. A gale develops in the afternoon. Elphinstone and I go up to Hill 10. The road is in many parts under water, and the whole a bog of wet, tenacious clay that clings to one's boots and almost pulls their heels off as one raises each foot. What before was a pleasant country walk is now a hard, exhausting, slow treadmill, made in a gale that one has to determinedly bend one's back to make any headway at all. Last night the pack mules had the greatest difficulty in getting the rations up, and one or two that fell into ravines were drowned. We call at the West Riding Royal Engineers, and in Major Bailey's dugout I find the floor a foot deep in water, and Major Bailey perched up on a table, his feet resting on a ledge of the dugout, endeavoring to get warm from an oil drum fire. He appears as cheery as ever. In fact, every time I see him he is always merry and bright, evidently a habit, and a habit worth cultivating. We arrange the position of the new ration dump, though it is difficult to find cover for it. A line of bushes is the only protection we can find. We go over to the Dublin camp in the reserve trenches by Hill 10, and of course it is flooded and the men in a wretched condition. We see the officer in charge about fatigues for the unloading of rations. As we come away we meet Colonel Fuller, our first General Staff officer, who asks as to the conditions of the roads on our left, and we cannot give him anything but a bad report. We continue our way past the barbed wire and second line trenches to the 86th and 88th Brigade headquarters. Turkish artillery is dead quiet, and hardly a rifle shot is to be heard. Both brigade headquarters have withstood the storm well, protected as they are by the small hills on the side of which they have been constructed, the ground sloping away in front. At the 86th Brigade we hear that our trenches on the lowland have been flooded to the brim, and in some parts are now completely under water. Sentries are lying flat in the mud and water outside, behind the trenches, watching the enemy and in full view of him. There they lie, keeping guard, under such conditions as have hardly been known before, sniped at now and again, and occasionally becoming casualties. The 86th, being in the lowest trenches, suffered the worst, for suddenly as their trenches became knee-deep in water, a torrent burst into a saphead, and in a few minutes had swallowed up the first line, the dugouts and communication trenches. Men floundered about, swarmed here and there, and clambered out onto the open. A few less fortunate were drowned. Could it ever have been imagined that men would drown in a trench? This has now happened, and their bodies lie half floating, half resting on the bottom of the trench, waiting to be dragged out when nightfall comes. In this terribly cold northerly wind, gradually beginning to freeze, those waiting sentries, with their clothes soaking wet through, watch for the enemy, who probably is worse off than we are. As often as possible they are relieved, the relief creeping up in the broad open, chancing the sniper's easy shot. As we talk a man comes past, leaning on the arms of two Royal Army Medical Corps men, who are taking him back to the advanced dressing station a little way back. His face is blue and swollen, and his teeth chattering as if with fever. We go round to the headquarters of the 88th Brigade and ask for instructions as to what to send up in the way of food and medical comforts. In talking to General Cayley, we make the remark that we are glad that his dugout has not been washed away, but immediately feel reproved for having said this by his replying that it is not his dugout, but the poor chaps in the trenches that he worries about, because he can do nothing for them. It takes us about a quarter of the time to get back, for the wind literally blows us along, and it is difficult for us to keep our feet in the sticky mud. Once I slip while negotiating the side of a deep puddle and fall backwards into it, much to the amusement of some passing gunners. At night it steadily becomes colder and colder, and the driving misty rain turns to snow, a northerly cold blizzard setting in. I am up late arranging about the carting of the rations and blankets to the sea of mud that was once our trenches. It is freezing cold, but we shiver the more when we think of those men lying out in the open behind our front line. November 28th. We wake up to find it bitterly cold, and a northerly blizzard driving with great force down the hill. A staff officer comes into our dugout early and instructs me to get as many medical comforts as possible in the way of rum, brandy, milk, oxo, etc. up to the line. I go down to the main supply depot and there find shelters made of boxes and sail covers built as temporary hospitals. They are full of men frostbitten in legs, arms, and faces, who lie in great distress, suffering agonies as their blood warms up and circulates to the frozen parts of their bodies. A hospital ship is standing quite close inshore off West Beach, but 500 yards from the pier, the closest a hospital ship has moved to the beaches as yet. Hodsall, the officer commanding, a temporary Army Service Corps major, does all he can for me, and I collar all the comforts and fuel I can lay my hands on. There is a plentiful supply in spite of the heavy demands of yesterday. Again, as yesterday, these are conveyed up by daylight, and yet the Turks do not shell us. We are extraordinarily free from shell fire. Our line is held very thinly, only by forward parts, relieved in daylight at frequent intervals regardless of snipers. Last night the frost was severe, and the men lying out in the mud behind the soaking trenches suffered the greatest hardship that a soldier could endure, namely to lie out in the soaking clothes, which freeze stiff in a biting wind, while the temperature rapidly falls to below zero. The enemy is more inactive than he has ever been, showing that he has suffered as badly as we have, if not worse. In front of the 86th Brigade the Turks hold slightly higher ground than we do, and I think that they must have opened one or two of their sapheads when the trenches were flooded, thus allowing the water to rush over to our side, engulfing all our first-line dugouts and communication trenches. The gale blowing down from the northeast today is the fiercest that I have known, for as well as being biting cold, it drives stinging sleet before it with terrific force. As I talk to an officer on the hill of 9th Corps Gully outside my dugout, I have to stand with my legs wide apart, bending my body against the wind to prevent myself from being blown backwards on the frozen ground. Many Turkish prisoners have come in as bad a state of collapse as our men. Last night a party of 40 came over unmolested as far as the gully behind our support trenches. Seeing some of our men crowding around a coke brazier endeavoring to get warm, they walked up to them with hands up, but were shooed away like a lot of sheep by our half-frozen Tommies, who advised them to get the hell out of it. Pondering, they walked over towards the Salt Lake and were taken in by the casualty clearing station on B Beach. This morning a few have died. Officers in the line, if they were not on watch, were huddled together all night endeavoring to get warmth from each other's bodies. Ration carts were unable to get to many parts of the line owing to the mud and water, in places being over the axles of the wheels. Quantities of rum and rations were lost in the mud. Telephone communication broke down, and many men, cut off from the rest and having to watch the enemy, froze and died at their posts. Today, walking cases are streaming and staggering down the roads from the trenches to advanced dressing stations, from advanced dressing stations to the casualty clearing station, which is rapidly becoming overcrowded. Such an influx of cases has come in so unexpectedly that the staff is unable to deal with them quickly. Frozen and frostbitten men continually stagger in, collapse on the damp floors of the tents and marquees, exhausted, to wait their turn for medical attention. The sea is rough and it is impossible to get the cases off to the hospital ship. One lighter has been swamped and a few cases drowned. Motor lorries are busy plying between the casualty clearing station and West Beach all day, for the casualty clearing station is crowded out. More improvised shelters have been put up in the main supply depot, in the ordnance marquees, and in dugouts on the beaches. 3 exhausted men staggering down the Gibraltar Road to the advanced dressing station are a unique party. Linking arms, they painfully stumble along to the refuge of a dressing station, where, on arrival, they are received with surprise and interest, for 2 are British Tommies and the 3rd a Turk, all allies against a common enemy. 7 p.m. Colonel Pearson, officer commanding Lancashire Fusiliers of Lancashire landing fame, visits us in an exhausted state, his clothes damp and sodden. We provide him with an outfit of dry clothes, gathered from our respective kits. He talks about going back to his regiment tonight, which is sheltering in the Commander Royal Engineers nullah by our forward ration dump. But I think soon he will collapse altogether and have to be evacuated. He was all last night holding a portion of our flooded, sodden, and freezing line. At night, Horn and I go on to cart some of the rations from the Commander Royal Engineer dump to Hill 10 by Army transport carts. On arrival at the camp of the Royal Dublin Fusiliers, we find a poor, shivering fatigue party waiting for us. I had expected to find these men in a miserable condition, for their camp has suffered heavily in the storm, and even the best built dugouts have been washed entirely away. We have brought with us whiskey bottles filled with rum and water. As the last cart is unloaded, we hand the bottles to the sergeant, who calls the men up one at a time. They come forward eagerly as each name is called, Private Murphy, Private O'Brien, etc., and drink a tot from the bottle handed to them. It is amusing to watch them standing, waiting their turn with keen anticipation for a pull at the bottle, under the superintendence of their watchful sergeant, who regulates fair play in the length of the drink by interrupting an extra long one by snatching the bottle from the man's mouth now and again. As we go away, several of the men shout, "The blessings of Jesus be on you, sir," in a Dublin brogue, and we leave the poor devils to shiver in the camp the rest of the night. We are delayed in our return by a chase after 2 mules, which we capture after much difficulty amongst gorse bushes, trees, and boulders. Calling in at the Australians' dugout on Kangaroo Beach, we see them sitting round a welcome log fire, and as we warm ourselves, a figure covered in a blanket, his head swathed in a cloth, creeps in stealthily like a cat. He is a half-frozen drabby, edging towards the fire to warm himself. An Australian makes him understand that he had better go back to his camp, and orders him out. He creeps out, but after a pause I see him come back stealthily once more, unnoticed by the others, and sit at the back of the stove on his haunches, his hands spread out for warmth. He is at last noticed, but someone says, "Let the poor devil be," and we go on talking, taking no notice of him. November 29th. The gale is still heavy, but the blizzard has stopped. The sky is clear overhead, but it is freezing hard, and the steady stream of casualties from the storm still continues to be evacuated. The whole countryside has frozen hard. All day we are hard at work, sending up comforts to the line and to the Commander Royal Engineers nullah, and nursing the casualties who have arrived in our little camp. The wind is slackening a little, and in consequence the sea is going down. Advantage is therefore being taken of this to thin down the overcrowded casualty clearing station and the many improvised shelters which are overflowing with cases. The hospital ship is standing close inshore, only 500 yards off West Beach. My visits to Division Headquarters on the top of the hill above our gully are made today with great exertion in the teeth of the bitterly cold gale, and I arrive at the top each time absolutely exhausted. Before I go into the Deputy Assistant Quartermaster General's little dugout, which is his office and bedroom combined, I have to sit down on a boulder to recover my breath. Horn and I go up with the Army transport carts to take more of the forward reserve rations from the Commander Royal Engineers nullah over to the left of Hill 10, for 2 forward dumps have to be made of equal numbers of rations, and the one we have now is therefore being halved. Hill 10 is a position of which several of our batteries have taken advantage, and in consequence is a favorite target of the Turkish gunners. One veritably walks on a surface of shrapnel bullets around this hill, lying like pebbles on the shore. On arrival at the nullah we find that all the supply boxes, with their tarpaulin covers, have been built up to form a large improvised dressing station. They are full of cases of frostbite and exhaustion. From all around comes the sound of men groaning. And so the carting of rations to Hill 10 is off tonight. As I walk back I hear a groaning voice calling, "Mother! Mother!" and peering through the darkness of the night, I see the form of a man lying under a gorse bush. Poor devil! His mother, to whom he calls, is probably knitting him socks at home. We carry him along to the 89th Field Ambulance Dressing Station, just to the right of the nullah, having to negotiate a muddy brook on the way. We walk back fast to get up a circulation, and find on arrival that a nice fire has been kept up. The roads are hardening with the frost. This will aid the solution of the transport difficulties, which have been almost insuperable during these awful last few days, for the wind has been so strong as to almost prevent the use of the light motor ambulance, and horse transport is restricted, owing, I find, to animals having already been evacuated just before the storm. November 30th. We awake to find the gale has died away. It is a cool, beautiful day, with not a cloud in the sky. In fact, the sun is beaming warm. It is hard to believe that we have just passed through a terrible blizzard. The beach is crowded with cases of frostbite waiting for evacuation, which is rapidly going on now. Men lie about everywhere on the beaches, with their limbs swathed in bundles of bandages. Many cases are serious, and not a few will lose their limbs. The main supply depot is now a large hospital of shelters built of boxes and sail covers. All over the beaches men are hunting around for lost property buried in the mud. Dugouts and trenches are being drained of the remaining water. The beaches are gradually becoming themselves again. The division has suffered heavily. On the inspection of the Royal Fusiliers today, one company, on being called to attention, proved to be a company consisting of Captain Guy, a sergeant major, and a private. Captain Guy shouted, "Sergeant Major, call the company to attention." The sergeant major then shouted, "W Company Shun," and the one man left, who was the company cook, sprang to attention. Guy, 45 years of age, and who at the best of times could not be called robust looking, stuck this storm through at his post in the trenches, which are situated on the lowest ground, trenches which in consequence suffered the worst of all, until he was relieved. He told me after that on coming back on relief he came to a small nullah, and that he was so weak and finished that he actually cried like a child before he could summon up the willpower to get across that little brook, which at ordinary times he would have cleared at a leap. Later. The evacuation of Suvla, which was decided on before the storm and then cancelled, I believe has now been finally decided on. Parties are now hard at work at night improving the second line, which stretches behind our first line on the same latitude as our Commander Royal Engineers dump, across the Gibraltar Road and over to Hill 10. A third line is being dug just a short way in on the mainland from W Beach, and over the hill of the promontory a fourth line also. Our dugout is now being rapidly repaired, and the dugouts behind on the higher ground, 1 story higher, are now finished. All the dugouts are built together as a whole, really forming a picturesque house. On the ground floor, up a short path bordered by little gorse bushes and a rockery, one enters our mess room, furnished with a table, armchairs, and a stove made from an oil drum. 2 smaller rooms lead out from the left and 2 from the right. One is the clerk's office, in which he sleeps, and the other 3 are each occupied by Horn, Elphinstone, and myself. Next to our dugouts on the same level are the dugouts of the quartermasters of a few regiments, which are built on the same scale as ours, but separated by a flight of about a dozen steps, running up in a bend to a row of smaller dugouts, which house the non-commissioned officers of our supply section, a few quartermaster sergeants, regimental non-commissioned officers, and the 2 brigade postal staffs. Opposite in the gully, as the trenches that we had made are now damaged beyond repair by the recent storm, the remainder of the men live in shelters made from sail covers and tarpaulins, with shrapnel-proof roofs, built in places where boulders and mounds of earth protect them from high explosive shells. Behind us is an Egyptian encampment, situated in full view of the Turks among rocks and boulders, but as they sleep most of the day, working only at night digging on the beaches, they cause very little movement to be seen by the enemy, and in consequence have been very little shelled. If a shell does come near them, however, they make no bones about running as far away as possible, chattering like a lot of chickens. All day cases of frozen men, now happily diminishing in number, are being shipped off. It was the most terrible storm I have ever witnessed. End of section 20. Section 21 of Gallipoli Diary. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sue Anderson. Gallipoli Diary by John Graham Gillam. Section 21. December 1st to 16th, 1915. December 1st. A beautiful day, but very cold. Turks shell the beaches pretty heavily in the morning and afternoon with high explosive and cause some casualties. Quite a new kind of shell, I think, and from new guns. One shell hits our depot, smashing our clerk's office, but fortunately nobody is hurt. Poindexter of the Munsters, a charming boy, comes to spend a few days with us. He was out on the parapet during the night of the storm and was carried back unconscious, but is now quite fit again. Times are rather anxious just at present. Troops arrived this morning to reinforce. Evacuation of stores and equipment proceeding full steam ahead. December 2nd. Drafts arrive for the 29th Division. A beautiful day and not too cold. Turks busy with shrapnel. Go up to brigade headquarters with Horn. While up there, Turks shell beaches. Suddenly they open fire with 2 guns and shower of 5.9 shrapnel along the new second-line trenches which we have just passed. We have not had this 5.9 shrapnel since October 27th. About 40 shells come over in rapid succession, 2 at a time. I hope they do not pepper the beaches with them. The ground is still damp after the flood. We are warned to expect many of these floods and blizzards. We passed General Byng and staff while up at brigade. General Cayley still as cheery as ever. Everybody busy repairing damaged dugouts. Work of evacuation proceeding very well. I wonder if John Turk can see. We have the advantage of the piers and beaches being under cover. December 3rd. We now hear a rumor that we are not evacuating at all, and that only the 29th are going. But I do not believe this. We learn this rumor from Sergeant Jones, of Jones's water dump. Every day rumors are circulated from Sergeant Jones's dugout on A Beach. All day officers and men who pass call in here and say, "Good morning," or "Good evening, Jones. What is the latest rumor?" They are invited to sit down while Jones tells the latest and best that he has heard from all sources, trenches, navy, and beaches. I have seen at one time in Jones's dugout a brigadier, major, and 2 captains and a corporal all sitting around the oil stove fire, while Sergeant Jones at his table is eating his supper. As an officer comes in, Jones stands up saying, "Good evening, sir. What can I do for you?" If it is water required, then that worry has to be settled. If it is an ordinary call at this halfway house, then the officer is invited to sit down by the fire, Jones adding, if he should be at supper, "Will you excuse me going on with my supper, won't you, sir?" One night he said to me, "May I press you to a plate of porridge, sir?" We do not look upon him as a soldier or a non-commissioned officer. It is difficult to describe how we regard him. He is popular with everybody, and all the officers, after a while, fall into the same manner of dealing and talking with him. Personally, I feel my relations with him are as they would be to the landlord of a familiar roadside inn. A Beach now being deserted, all and sundry, with the exception of Jones, being shelled out, Jones has to remain there, for this beach is the only possible place for a water dump. Dugout and dump remind me of a lonely roadside inn, where I call on my journeys between the beaches and the line. He gets shelled now and again, and has had some remarkably lucky escapes. Men have been killed right and left of him, but most of the drawing of the water is done under the cover of the night. Happily for our division, the water question has been nearly solved by our engineers finding wells behind our part of the line, although we still have to draw water by cart from Jones to augment the supply from the forward wells. Other divisions, however, are not so fortunate. They continue to nightly draw water from Jones for the troops in the line and reserve nullahs by all kinds of receptacles, and cart it up on army transport carts. Scotch mist and drizzly rain all day. Hardly any shelling on our front or on part of Turks. More drafts for 29th Division arrive. We are now making a rest camp in one of the nullahs, where men can change their clothes in case the weather gets bad again. December 4th. A very calm day, cold, cloudy, and dull. All last night there was quite a lot of rifle fire and bombing. Starting at daybreak, Turks get very busy with shrapnel, of which they appear to have plenty. At midday they are bombarding our position very energetically. We reply, and the battleships join in. In the afternoon our neighborhood is shelled with these new high-explosive shells, one shell dropping in our supply depot, but no one is hurt. Dusk, and all is quiet. A relief. Poindexter leaves Peninsula. Lucky devil! We have shipped off today a lot of base kits, surplus baggage, ordnance stores, and even food supplies by means of the army transport carts and on the tramway running in the sunken trench. Army transport carts returning empty from the trenches have been bringing large quantities of surplus kit and stores away during the last few nights. Under the cover of the protecting mounds of earth they have been offloaded onto lighters, which, with no attempt to disguise their intentions, have been towed out to supply ships, making fast on the side away from the enemy, their cargo being loaded by the ship's derricks into the various holds. Very little of this work has been done so far, but it is obvious to all that we are evacuating in the near future. I can't describe our feelings. Up to a short time ago stores were being busily unloaded day and night, and now the reverse is happening. It is as if a high commander had suddenly shouted the order, "As you were." December 5th. Heavy gunning all day by both sides, very heavy and continuous. From 12 to 1 the Turks give us a general bombardment, and we get our share in our little camp. Men's cookhouse wrecked, but no one hurt. The cook happens to be at the depot 100 yards down the gully drawing rations. It is evident that the Turks are now getting regular supplies of ammunition, probably direct from Germany. We are looking to Russia. If only she can come through Roumania and attack Bulgaria in the rear and cut off Turkey, Turkey is finished. We get rumors that she is through, and are rather looking towards her as a besieged city looks towards its deliverers. Snipers busy just now on account of the exposed position of our washed-out trenches. Fresh drafts arrive for the 29th. Is it to be an evacuation for all, or is the 29th only going? If so, why did drafts arrive for the 29th? December 6th. A very beautiful day. Turks busy shelling us. We reply energetically. One continued roar of guns all day. Our beaches shelled midday and late afternoon. But very few casualties, the mounds of earth affording excellent cover, and all shells are high explosive, no shrapnel. Trenches are still in a muddy state in low land. At night we shelled their positions. December 7th. A very beautiful cool day, but it is getting colder. Turks start shelling us early. Their shells are much improved and are evidently new. Horn and I start off to Brigade Headquarters after lunch, walking up our gully. We pass a boxing match in full swing. I do not think that the men know anything of the evacuation. I hear unofficially that it has been postponed indefinitely. Perhaps it is off altogether. We appear to be getting through the winter so well that perhaps it might be as well to stick these storms and not give up this job of forcing the Dardanelles, which, if successful, would mean so much to the cause of the Allies. As we near the top of the gully, we hear the boom of a gun, coming from the direction in which we are walking. It is the first time that a shell for the beach has come from this direction. By its sound, I know instinctively that the beastly thing is coming down very near us. I shout to Horn, "Drop flat!" and both of us fall beside a prickly gorse bush as the thing bursts with a deafening explosion on the high ground on our right. We get to our feet and look back at the boxing match, and cannot help being amused at the way the Tommies have quickly cleared or lain down, with the instinct of veterans of the beaches. The combatants in the ring, who have paused, resume their match. The crowd again collects, continually being added to by a stream of men coming over the skyline from the next gully. This should draw Turkey's fire, and sure enough it does, for as we reach the hill at the top of the gully we hear another coming. We duck behind a boulder as it passes over our heads and bursts 20 yards our side of the boxing ring. This clears the crowd and ends the match for the day. The Turks cannot see the gully, but they know that men are collecting there by the procession of them streaming over the skyline of the promontory. As we walk on towards the 88th Field Ambulance, about 4 more shells scream over the hill to the gully, which by this time is deserted, and as we sit in the ambulance waiting for a friend who is walking up with us to Brigade Headquarters, the Turks increase their range and send a few nice, fat, juicy ones over to the beaches. Leaving the ambulance, we walk down the slope to the Gibraltar Road and meet Grant, our 3rd General Staff Officer, who has just come back from the trenches. He is in shorts, caked with mud up to his knees and thickly bespattered over the rest of his body, which gives evidence of the present state of the trenches, even though it is over 10 days since the storm. He tells us that in 15 minutes we are going to open fire with all guns onto the unfortunate Pimple. We continue our way up the Gibraltar Road, when at 4 o'clock precisely, the ship's guns, with a roar that makes me jump, for I am again walking in a direct line from which they are firing, fire, and the great shells screaming overhead can be seen bursting with great violence on the insignificant geographical formation. Almost at once all shore batteries pour shells in rapid succession onto the small target of the Pimple, which disappears from sight under a great cloud of drifting dust and smoke of all colors. Arriving at Brigade Headquarters, we find McLaughlin on the roof of his dugout, looking at the show through glasses, and we join him. As is always the case when John Turk is being bombarded, the bullets become free and frequent, and overs begin to fly about us. We have tea with McLaughlin and sit around the nice brick open hearth in which a log fire is burning, and chat. The General and Brigade Major are up at Gun Hill observing the show. Heavy gunning is heard in the south all the afternoon. At night the Turk sends a shell over our way at odd intervals, but in our gully we are practically safe, for his targets are usually the beaches. December 9th. Yes, the evacuation of Suvla is now a reality. I hear today that we have now begun the intermediate stage of the evacuation. It has been a reality for some days. The storm only delayed it. We have just completed the preliminary stage. We hear that it will be but a few days now when not a British subject will be left alive here, unless as a prisoner. The shelling today is in fits and starts. High explosive shells are searching the beach, bursting well and with a louder explosion than in past days. But West Beach is well protected, and the steady shipment of vehicles and ordnance goes on all day. At night, empty ration carts go up to the line to bring back men's surplus kits, blankets, surplus ammunition, and the surplus part of the usual accumulation of baggage that a regiment takes with it to the trenches and to dumps just behind. Horn, Elphinstone, Hunt, and I are on the beach all night, taking shifts in superintending the unloading of the carts as they arrive back full. They come back in a steady stream. The carts that have taken up rations, stores, special ammunition such as bombs, etc., earlier in the evening, all return loaded with kits. We have a few men to help us, but hardly enough, and we therefore work ourselves to keep warm. It is a monotonous job. The Drabbies appear fed up, and we have to watch them carefully to see that they do not slope off with their loaded carts to their lines. Kipling once said, "East is east and west is west, and never the twain shall meet." Is this correct? I wonder, for our Tommies seem to work amicably with the Drabbies. The white transport corporal who is with us marshalling the transport, on receiving an order from me, shouts out into the darkness of the beach to the Indian jemadar, "Mohammed Hussan!" A voice answers back with a drawl, "Hullo!" My corporal shouts back, "Wait 'ar for Mo, will you?" And the voice answers, "All right," east and west. All night lighters are being loaded up and towed out to the ships. Last Army transport carts unloaded at 5 a.m. We turn in at 5:30 a.m., ready for sleep. December 10th. A fine, cool day. Usual shelling with hot stuff shells. Evacuation of stores going on apace. I think the 29th is to be the last off. Medical comforts in the way of champagne, port, brandy, and whiskey are now going cheap, and I send them round to all the battalion messes, the 2 brigades, and divisional headquarters. They are not troubling to evacuate this stuff, and I am trying to get a full share for the 29th. Personally, I should like to give them champagne dinners every night, after what they have been through. No food being landed now except a little bread and fresh meat. Instead of that, the reserve at the depot is being steadily reduced. December 11th. Last night work went steadily on. The loading up of lighters and the towing of these to ships, where the derricks, rattling away fervishly, emptied them. A surprisingly large quantity of all kinds of material has been evacuated, yet the beaches and the life thereon appear unchanged. All tentage and camps are to be left standing, and up to the last day as much transport as possible will move about on the top of the promontory. Tonight the 89th Field Ambulance has left, together with some men on light duty, also a large number of men from the 11th and 13th Divisions. December 12th. Nothing of much account today. Everybody hard at work, dismantling and getting away all impedimenta. It can readily be realized what a vast amount of all kinds and conditions of stores and equipment this impedimenta represents for an army of 60,000 men who have been stationary on a small bit of land for over 4 months. The work goes on, punctuated at intervals by a few shells from the enemy's batteries. But it is quite normal shelling, and I feel sure the Turks know nothing. They can see nothing. The staff work is excellent. The beach each day appears unchanged. Many troops, beach details, etc., move off. December 13th. A cold south wind is blowing and makes us all very anxious. Is it going to develop into another storm which will upset all our well-laid plans and so place us at the mercy of the Turk? These are anxious days. We are now issuing rations from the forward reserve stock in the Commander Royal Engineers nullah nightly, and our dump on the beach is now clear. Medical comforts are liberal, and also milk, which the troops appreciate, but bread and meat are issued only in very small quantities. The rations at Hill 10 are untouched, remaining there to be issued should we have to hold the second line of trenches, which are now complete. Work is being carried on feverishly for completing the third line. All work on the lowland has to be done at night, but on the high ground, where nullahs and dips in the ground afford cover, work goes on by day and night. Meeting places have been arranged, where the troops will concentrate before proceeding to the beaches on the night that they have orders to evacuate. They are termed posts, and are lettered W, Y, Z, etc., the letters showing illuminated through a dark background. Of course, all such posts are placed in positions which are under cover. Each unit is to be guided to the post allotted to it, there to await orders, which will be telephoned up to the post from the piers. An officer of the evacuation staff will wait at the post telephone for the message from the beach, after marshalling and checking the troops on arrival there. I see brigade headquarters each night now when I am up at the Commander Royal Engineers dump issuing the daily rations. Their headquarters are now in the same headquarters as the Commander Royal Engineers had. Next door is the brigade headquarters of a brigade of artillery, the guns of which are in position nearby in front, just behind and round about. While there, an officer told me that, if necessary, his guns will be putting up a curtain of fire over the Turks should they attempt to follow on after our troops have evacuated the first line. Their guns are being left in position for this purpose, and will be rendered useless after the infantry have passed back. 2 medical officers and about 20 Royal Army Medical Corps men have been detailed to remain at the casualty clearing station after all troops have left on the last night. Their duty is to attend to any wounded who have to be left to fall into the hands of the Turk, they, of course, giving themselves up as prisoners. If it is at all possible, pinnaces from one of the battleships will be ready to take them off, provided there are no wounded. Their tents are being lined with sandbags as protection against bullets. The Turk will not shell them. December 14th. The time gets nearer, yet the aspect of the beaches does not change. Shelling is about the same, but getting rather bad at odd but fortunately rare intervals. The days are now lettered, but the letter of each day is secret to all but a very few. All we know is that when the last night does arrive, it will be a Z night. I have a shrewd idea that today is either W or V day, so that the time is near. It will be hard luck if I collide with a shell now, after dodging them all these months. What of the schemes for evacuating the first line when all those in rear are clear away? The line for the last few nights will be very thinly held by us. The second and third lines are thickly wired with barbed wire in front, which stands in fences 8 feet high. At intervals there are passages through these fences to allow us to pass through on our way to and from the line. On the last night these passages will be closed, and the only way to get through will be by barbed wire gates across the few roads. Officers will be on duty at these gates, and they will have fixed thereon telephonic communication to the beaches. The final evacuation of the front line will be carried out as is the present daily evacuation of troops, keeping to a strict program. The officer in charge of the last party down a certain road will report his unit and name to the officer in charge of the gate. This will be checked by the list which the officer will have with him of the last parties down, and if correct, the officer, who will then know that the last troops have passed through, will telephone this information to the beach, close and bar the gate, and proceed with the party to the next line and himself report to the officer at that gate, where the same procedure will follow, and so on to the beaches, the only way by which is by the roads. After the last parties have passed through the last line, then those on the beaches will know that all have passed safely through, and that there are 3 lines of trenches thickly protected by barbed wire between the beaches and the enemy. The last parties to leave will be hurried on board the waiting destroyers, trawlers, and ships. The skeleton framework of the supply depot, the remaining stores which have been unavoidably left, will be set ablaze by the igniting of petrol-sodden hay. The remaining officers will make a bolt for the few remaining pinnaces. That is the scheme. The British population of Suvla daily dwindles away, unbeknown to the ignorant Turk. Ammunition and ordnance and all manner and kind of stores and equipment are daily disappearing into the holds of the waiting ships. These ships are not more numerous than the ships which have lain in the bay in the safety of the boom since August 6th, so that from their presence our plot is not given away. To the enemy our daily life appears the same, and he gives us our daily ration of shells, now of good quality and effective, and no doubt is laughing at us with the memory of the recent awful storm and the coming blizzards of a rigorous winter. If all goes well, if the well-laid schemes of our General Staff gang not agley, and no bloody rearguard action is forced upon us, it will be our turn to laugh in a few days. Tonight the wind has changed to the northwest. We may hoodwink the Turks, but not the mighty elements, and we pray that they will be our allies in our task. If our enemies, then we must give ourselves up in unconditional surrender, hoping for no mercy. Carver has just arrived from Helles on a mission quite apart from the scheme of evacuation. To our surprise, he is unaware that we are evacuating, and tells us that all at Helles are also ignorant of the upcoming event. No preparation of any kind is being made to evacuate Helles. He leaves again tonight back for Helles. The 86th Brigade and part of Division Headquarters are now moving off. I go to Y forming up post, just at the foot of our gully, and view the scenes there. The beaches have been shelled this afternoon. If they but drop a few over this evening, they cannot fail to claim many victims. Shadowy figures march up in perfect order and form up. Roll calls are made, sharp commands issued, stand at ease, stand easy, whereupon the figures talk, lean on their rifles, or lie down resting on the ground. Elphinstone is going off with his brigade, as he is their supply officer. I make him up a box of the plentiful medical comforts, including a few bottles of champagne for his brigade headquarters, to feast on while on board. I say goodbye to many friends in the brigade, as the order to move down is telephoned up from West Beach to the officer at the receiver attached to Y Post. Troops are called to attention, and in 2 deep they march down towards the beach, entering the safety of the trench that has been dug there, pass in safety behind the mounds of earth and the small rocky promontory, and file along the pier in single file, up a gangway onto a small paddle steamer, which sails out to the bay to the waiting ship. I listen to the chatter of the Dublin Fusiliers, to their philosophical comments on the situation, and feel glad for them that they are seeing the last of this damnable campaign. One of them has heard on good authority, and tells his friend, that they are bound for Aldershot. I leave them and walk back. No shells come over. Inland I hear the steady crack, crack, crack of the rifles. I turn into bed. Our brigade, the old 88th, alone of the division, is left in the line. December 15th. The wind is cold and blowing steadily from the northeast, yet the sea is not too rough for the getting off of stores. Lord Howard de Walden and General Percival, the Brigadier of the 86th Brigade, which embarked last night, are now on the beach as part of the regulating staff of the evacuation program. This staff, controlled by General Fanshawe, is almost as efficient as could be, with the result that the last stage of the evacuation is working like clockwork, Every man is accounted for. No man can leave before his time. No man should be left behind. Commander Unwin, who gained the Victoria Cross at the landing of April 25th for gallantry on V Beach, is in charge of conveyance of stores, animals, and men from the beaches to the ships, and night and day he is on duty on the piers. He stands over 6 feet and is broad in proportion, with the typical clean-shaven face of a sailor, and with a voice that roars orders through a megaphone, causing those who are ordered to jump about a good deal quicker on their jobs than they probably would do otherwise. I go down on the beach with a staff officer this morning after a few good morning shells have crashed on the beach roads and on the mounds of earth, and we call at the embarkation office, in a sandbagged house dug and built in the cover of a rock. There we find a few of the staff hard at work. The weather has been kind, and we are up to time with the program. We talk to 2 yeomanry officers who are on the evacuation staff. Everything is working perfectly, and I feel confident that we shall succeed in evacuating long before the Turk discovers our absence. Ships, when loaded with supplies and passengers, proceed to Mudros Harbor, where they are unloaded quickly, coming back the following night. No ships pass to and fro between here and Lemnos during the day, so that every morning that the Turk wakes up he notices no extra ships lying anchored, or the absence of the ships departed. The view of the shipping line in the bay inside the boom appears unchanged, as is the case of the beaches day by day. Regularly at dusk we go up to the Commander Royal Engineers nullah and issue rations from the reserve supplies there. Tonight we issue to the 88th Brigade only, and the work in consequence is quickly finished. The distance to the line is now short for the Army transport carts to take the rations up, for the best part of their journey is made empty, namely from the lines at the end of the promontory to our dump in the Commander Royal Engineers nullah. The journey back to their lines from the trenches is now made with empty carts, for all forward stores have been evacuated. There is no doubt that the Turk hears the carts approaching to the various cookhouses, for the carts rattle and the various parts of the harness clank loudly. Their sound is certain to be heard by him in his front line, for the nights here are so still. The Turk fires over toward the direction where he knows the roads lie, hoping to claim a casualty in mule or man. The 2 late Brigade headquarters are now uninhabited and closed, and whoever opens the doors of the several dugouts will be blasted immediately into eternity by bombs attached to the doors, seats, and cupboards. I see my brigade close by our dump in the Commander Royal Engineers nullah, and the atmosphere is cheery and full of confidence. Crack, 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 the rifles in front sing away. I hear 1 bullet pass, but the few bullets that reach this nullah are spent in force and drop harmlessly to the ground. Major Bailey, as cheery as ever, calls in our dugout when we arrive back, and we give him a good dinner of tinned roast fowl and champagne before he embarks with his field company. I go down again to Y Formation Post, and the scene there is the same as last night. Shadowy columns of men arriving in good order, lying down to await telephonic instructions to proceed to the beach. The beaches are full of hundreds and hundreds of men, moving in single file along the piers and up the gangways and on board ship, while at little coves nearby lighters are busy feverishly loading with animals, baggage, and remaining equipment. December 16th. Still no change on the beaches. Still the same fitful white puffs of Turkish shrapnel over the wooded lowland. Still the ration allowance of Turkish high explosive onto the beaches. And yet tons and tons of stores and equipment have left, and thousands of men from here are now safe in the camps at Mudros. A light northeast breeze is blowing with bright sunshine, and it is very clear. The conditions for our scheme are perfect. Our second line is now crowded with troops who remain well under cover during the day. Water for these is a difficulty, as there are no wells close handy, and it has to be carted up to them daily from the beach. 5 80-gallon tanks are fixed in position along this line, which are kept full of water as an emergency. Our front line is but thinly held, and all who pass between this second and front line must keep to the roads, for the country is now freely strewn with all devices of trip bombs, which await the Turk should he discover what we are up to immediately after we evacuate the front line and come on to give us battle. As yet I am certain that he knows nothing, so well are our evacuation staff working. And the last night, Z night, is approaching very near now. I believe tonight is W night. I issue as usual and visit brigade headquarters. Take a stroll on the beaches after dinner to view the scene of men and animals quietly disappearing off the land that we have shed so much blood in conquering. And then I go off to bed. End of section 21. Section 22 of Gallipoli Diary. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sue Anderson. Gallipoli Diary by John Graham Gillam. Section 22. December 17th to 31st, 1915. December 17th. Early this morning we have showers of rain, which are followed by a southerly breeze, quickly blowing them away. Brilliant sunshine makes the day quite hot. During the night I receive orders to issue 2 days' rations tonight to the 88th Brigade and the rest of the division, and afterwards to embark with all Army Service Corps details along with division headquarters. I am down on the beach in the afternoon getting our kits shipped off. At 5 o'clock the Turks opened fire with 2 guns onto the beaches and beach roads, and the first few caused casualties. The shells are first class and burst with a deafening crash. 1 gun is on Sari Bair, and the other is on the hills on the left of Anafarta. They continue until shortly after dusk, about 6:20 p.m. 5 minutes after, the beaches are alive with men once more, and the work of evacuation proceeds energetically. This bout of shelling makes us anxious, as it would appear that our plot has been discovered. I go up to Commander Royal Engineers dump and issue 2 days' rations to the 88th Brigade and the few remaining odd units. We leave the balance of the reserve supplies. They are too near the line to be burnt on the last night, and we leave them as a present of thanksgiving to our enemy, the Turk, who has played the game throughout the campaign. I say goodbye to the brigade and express the hope that I shall see them all safe and well in Egypt, where I believe we are going for a good rest and refitment. Nobody can deny that the 29th deserve it. I go back and have a last meal with Horn. Our camp will be deserted tomorrow, yet if an enemy airplane sails over, no change will be noted. Our dugouts are left standing intact. I, with the details, go down to Y forming up post, and there meet, as on previous nights, parties and companies of men arriving. I call the roll of my men, and am instructed by the adjutant of the Commander Royal Engineers to fall my men in behind the division headquarters party when the order is telephoned up from West Beach. A wait of 3/4 of an hour. We hope no shells will arrive. Horn comes up to say goodbye to me. I wish him good luck, not envying him his wait of 48 hours. Tonight is X night. The order from the beach arrives. All are called to attention. We march off through the main supply depot, down into the trench, over the open space of West Beach along the pier. A short pause here of 10 minutes, and then, in single file, we pass up the gangway, over the sunken ships which act as a breakwater to the little harbor, and so on board a paddle steamer. In half an hour she is full. It is a lovely moonlight night. We steam out into the bay, come alongside a small steamer, and file on board her. I go up on deck and view the scene of Suvla Bay by moonlight. I can hear the crack of the rifles from inland, and also voices from the beaches. Now and again a torch is flashed as a lighter crunches upon the beach. with a soft swishing sound a lighter glides past us to some other ship. The whole bay and foreshore is bathed in moonlight, and as I look, all those 8 months of hardships, gloom, and danger pass in review before me. A feeling as of a great burden being lifted off my mind comes over me, and a sense of extreme gladness that at last the long-drawn horror is past. And what horror! Never again, I think to myself, never again. I look towards Anzac and notice that the whole sky is aflame. The stores are alight, probably a stack of supplies which has caught fire by mistake. And then, as I look, a curious mist arises, low at first, off the sea. As if with an invisible hand a cloudy cloak is slowly draped over the whole peninsula. First Suvla, then Anzac, and the coastline becomes blotted out, and I see now nothing but a gray mist. Suvla Bay and its horrors, its hopes and disappointments are lost to my sight forever, for by the time the mist has dispersed, the ship has moved away. December 18th. After a good night spent on the floor of the wardroom, lying on my British warm with my cap as a pillow, I wake up about 7 a.m., wondering where on earth I have got to. I hear that now delightful sound, the pulse of a ship's engines, and know with a happy feeling that I am sailing on a ship to the friendly waters of the harbor of Lemnos. No breakfast is to be had, for all troops, officers, and men, except myself, have embarked with rations. Stupid of me to forget myself when it was my job to see that all troops went off with rations. I explore the ship and cage a topping breakfast of eggs and ham off one of the crew. I go into his cabin and eat it on the QT. At 12 o'clock Lemnos heaves in sight, and at 1 o'clock we enter the harbor. It is all but 5 months since I was here last, and the camps have doubled and trebled their size, and doubled and trebled their number. As we pass the French and British battleships, monitors, and destroyers, the respective crews come to the sides of their ships and gaze with interest at us. But there is no demonstration. When I last passed these ships 5 months ago, the crews cheered us and cheered again as we passed out to war. Now they look on, gaze at us, and say nothing. It seems almost a reproval. We take up our moorings amongst other small ships which have come with troops from the peninsula, and after a brief delay are transferred with baggage to the Southland. Ah, this means sailing for Egypt probably. Egypt! It will be like sailing home. The Southland was the boat that was torpedoed early in September. I go and look at the damage that was done. A great hole was torn in one of her holds, and it was lucky that she was able to reach Lemnos, 50 miles away from the spot where she was hit. We learn that the 86th have passed to Hellas, and soon we are to follow. Good Lord! This is the unkindest cut of all. So we are not done with it yet. Well, I don't suppose the Turks will let us get off scot-free this time. I draw food for the men on board, and at 7:30 p.m. go down to dinner. The last time that I dined in this saloon was in those days in April, just before the original landing. The officers of the King's Own Scottish Borders were dining here then, and their bagpipes played them into dinner, many for the last time in their lives. We have a merry dinner party with champagne. After, I enjoy the luxury of a hot bath, and then turn in. December 19th. It is topping being on board a nice ship again, and back once more to civilization. I row round with the skipper in the morning to 1 or 2 ships in harbour, and after lunch go over in a pinnace with some officers to the shore, calling on the Aragon on the way, where General Delisle and Colonel O'Hara join us. Firth, O'Hara, and I, on reaching the land, walk up to a village inshore and buy eggs. It is delightful being able to stretch one's legs without having to carry one's ears at the right engage, in expectancy of the whistle of the enemy shell. We have great fun purchasing eggs from old Greek ladies, 6 from one, 12 from another, and so on. When loaded up with them we get back to the pier, on to a waiting pinnace, and so out to the Aragon, where O'Hara entertains us to tea. We learn that we are not to be on the Peninsula long, only a matter of 3 weeks, and then we and the Royal Naval Division will be relieved and taken to Egypt. And so the sooner we are back there to get it over the better. We get back to the Southland and have a cheery dinner, which we make the most of. Tonight is Z night, and as we sit talking after dinner we wonder how the work is proceeding. Last night everything went satisfactorily, no shelling, and news this morning shows the Turks have spotted no change. December 20th. Suvla is Turkish once more. All troops left without a casualty. The evacuation proceeded all day yesterday. The scenes on the beaches appeared as normal as ever. At nightfall, all stores that had been intended to be evacuated had been safely shipped. All that were left were the skeleton stacks of supplies waiting to be set alight, useless ordnance, and the supply of emergency ammunition. The beaches were shelled as usual in the day. Night fell, and those left on the beaches, except the evacuation staff, were hastened on to the waiting ships. At dusk a few monitors and destroyers quietly slipped into the bay, standing by in readiness for a Turkish attack. The ration carts that were left were promptly shipped, not a mule being left. In fact, every hoof was safely embarked. Then began the last stage. In succeeding waves the remaining troops fell back in perfect order to the forming up posts. In a steady stream they were hastened off onto the waiting ships, until at last the supreme moment arrived. The message was telephoned to the line that all troops behind those few men who were waiting a few yards from the unsuspecting Turk had left Suvla for good and all. Here and there a man fired his rifle as a farewell salute to our gallant enemy, but no man was permitted to fire without an order. With their boots wrapped in sandbags, they crept back, down the communication trenches, out onto the roads, past the first gate, which was immediately locked, the news of their passing being telephoned to the beaches. Past the second likewise, then the third, and then straight to the beaches, finally on board and hurried off with great dispatch when the evacuation staff knew from their statistics that Suvla Bay was free of every Britisher but themselves. Hastily, Army Service Corps officers run round the frameworks of the supply stacks in the depot with lighted torches, and quickly the supplies are ablaze. Then a rush is made to the waiting pinnaces, which merrily puff out to the battleships. Meanwhile, the officers detailed to wait at the casualty clearing station are picked up by pinnaces, for no rearguard action has been necessary. The Turk was lying ignorant of it all in his trenches, crack, crack, cracking his rifle. If he had only known! At last, not a living Britisher was left on Suvla or Anzac. Every dugout, nook and cranny was searched, and it was with great interest that the evacuation staff viewed the scene from the battleships as daylight broke. The fires burnt fiercely and quickly. Turkish shells came over as if to hasten the destruction of the fire. Complete success had been the reward of the excellent work of the staff. Still, the Turk did not know that we had left. He saw the tents of our hospitals standing, but the deserted appearance of the beaches must have made him wonder. The morning wore on. Puzzled, a few venturesome Turks peeped over the parapets of the trenches. Nothing happened. They climbed over the top, walked over no man's land into the deserted trenches, and the secret was discovered. We had evacuated, lock, stock, and barrel, under their very noses. Down the roads they came in small parties. A few muffled noises were heard, by which the watchers of this strange drama from the battleships knew that the bombs that we had laid cunningly were claiming victims, fighting our battles for us without our being on the field. And so they came to Lala Baba, and some German officers, with a characteristic insult to their brave ally, hoisted the German flag as a token of a German victory, though the honors of the day were with the Turk. He, however, had won not by beating us, but by our being beaten by nature, the impregnable fastness of the mountains of Suvla Bay and the Gallipoli winter storms. How a Turk could allow a German flag to be hoisted is beyond comprehension. One day Germany will fall shamefully to the dust in the eyes of her Oriental ally, and Turkey must beware of that day, on which she can expect no mercy. The last crowded ships arrive in Mudros Harbour. The shore becomes thronged with Australian troops, who, more fortunate than ourselves, are bound for Egypt, while we, after lunch, embark on the Partridge and sail off with our General once more for the Peninsula. It is a chilling, depressing voyage to Helles, a journey made by me now for the 3rd time. I hope it will be my luck to make it yet a 4th time, for that will be after the war. We have a meal off rations that we have brought with us. The boat is crowded with troops, and they do not seem very cheery. Night falls. At 8 o'clock we see in the distance the starlight sailing up and down inland on the peninsula, though it is hard to discern the outline of the shore. Soon the lights of a hospital ship are discernible ahead. Suddenly 2 flashes are seen, one after the other, from the Asiatic side. 2 booms of guns are heard about 15 seconds after, followed by 2 piercing shrieks, and the shells burst with a bright flash of flame on W Beach. And so we are in it once more. Shortly after we see the dim outline of the shore. We heave to and anchor off V Beach. After a wait of half an hour, lighters come alongside, on which we get and are towed to a pier running out from V Beach, which now, in addition to being protected from the strong currents of the Dardanelles by the River Clyde, is protected from the outer sea by a sunken French battleship, the Messina. In consequence, the water inside the pier is like a mill pond, while outside a heavy swell washes against the sides of the 2 ships. I am on V Beach once more. It does not seem to have altered much since I left on August 20th last, but appears perhaps more orderly than it was then. More light railways are about. Foley is there to meet us, and it is good to see him safe and well. Up to a fortnight ago, he tells me, it was very quiet on the peninsula. In fact, they had been playing football matches in the aerodrome, and on shore, in a large dugout, the band of the Royal Naval Division have been giving concerts. But lately 2 guns from Asia have been throwing over at odd intervals of the day 8-inch naval shells, and life on the beaches is becoming jumpy again. Also some new guns have been placed in position on the slopes of Achi Baba, which have been worrying the rest camps further inland. He tells me that the Turkish ammunition had improved in quality. This was what we had found at Suvla, due to Bulgaria's entry into the war as our enemies, and the opening of the road from Germany to Constantinople. The war will not end before this road is cut by the Allies. We shall never succeed now in forcing the Straits, and so this road will never be cut in this manner. We must, however, hang on to this end of the peninsula, and I pity the troops who will be detailed for duty to do so through this winter. It will not be the 29th, for shortly we shall be leaving, and this time for good. 3 weeks, I think. 3 weeks only on W Beach, the bull's-eye of a target. C'est la guerre. As we march up onto the Helles Plateau, we notice fires burning in the distance up the coast of Suvla, the Suvla supply depot and other stacks still burning. On arrival on the high ground on the left of W Beach, looking inland, I turn into the same dugout which used to be our home in the early days of this round in circles campaign. Matthews is there to welcome me, and a new officer named Harris. As I turn in, I think of our old dugout at Suvla, now occupied in all probability by sleeping Turks. How strange! During the night I am awakened at intervals by loud explosions. Only Asia firing on W Beach at intervals. One bursts on the slopes of our cliff, and large lumps of earth fall on our tarpaulin roof. December 21st. I am awakened by a few shells bursting on the beach. After breakfast I meet our new commanding officer, Colonel Huskisson. I dined with him in Ritchie's dugout in May last, when he was officer commanding Main Supply Depot. I learn that the beaches get shelled now heavier than they were ever shelled before. During the morning I walk inland with Bell along the light railway system, which runs from the beaches and branches in several directions over the Helles Plateau for a distance of about a mile. Mules pull small trucks up from the beach to the high ground behind the beach, where the mules are unhitched, and the trucks, with their own momentum, run down the plateau, which is on a gentle slope. Bell's idea is to have a supply depot at the end of the railway on the plateau, and to issue from there to horse transport, which will come up one wagon at a time. Should transport collect in any spot on this plateau, it immediately draws shell fire. I am struck by the way transport goes about in daylight and under observation from the enemy, certainly not in long convoys, but in single wagons or 2 or 3 together. Achi Baba looks more formidable than ever, and bleaker. In fact, the whole tip of the peninsula looks far more cheerless than when I was here last. A strong southerly wind is blowing this morning. This afternoon we have rain, and as night falls our rest trenches are sloughs of mud, for hardly any work appears to have been done on a system of drainage, and the men have no roofing whatever. In fact, at Helles, corrugated iron is practically nil, although at Suvla we did have a small supply. Do they honestly believe that they can hang on this tiny tip of land during the winter? Just beyond the end of the railway, the ground is thickly lined with camps, consisting of rest trenches. These now lead right up to the system of deep trenches forming our front line. Behind where I am standing at the end of the railway, at a distance of 300 yards, there stands a very large hospital of tents and huts. This could be destroyed utterly by Turkish shell fire in half an hour, yet it stands untouched. No large bodies of troops or transport are allowed to collect or pass near, of course, but small parties of 2 or 3 may pass by. Division headquarters is about 200 yards behind, dug in trenches. On their left is the West Coast Road overlooking the sea. The 87th are in the line, and a part of the 86th, the remainder being in rest camp trenches. The 88th have, of course, not yet arrived. Our artillery are practically in the same positions that they were 6 months ago. December 22nd. It is quite calm now, and a fine day. Thus we are given an opportunity of digging the mud out of the trenches and to work on a system of drainage. But we want roofing badly. Unlike V Beach, now a perfect harbor safe against almost any sea, W Beach, at the first heavy swell, becomes impossible for landing any supplies. Engineers are busy as usual on the piers, not on construction, but on the work of repairing the damage done by each spell of rough sea. The storm that we experienced at Suvla did not spend its fury on Helles, though they felt the outskirts of its force here, so much so that the flimsy piers off W Beach were almost washed away, and for the time we depended on the courtesy of our French allies to land stores and supplies on V Beach. No. 1 pier here, however, is fairly safe, for we have 2 small ships sunk at the end, set at an angle forming a breakwater. But they are too small to make the harbor as secure as the one at V Beach. We should have sunk ships 6 times as large. All along the shore off W Beach, lighters lie 3 deep, washed up by past spells of rough weather. The scheme of having our divisional supply dump inland has fallen through, as it is too near division headquarters and would be sure to draw shell fire, which is becoming more and more frequent and effective. We draw at dusk from main supply depot, and at night issue from our divisional dump in an unsafe spot on the far side of the back of W Beach, having to be careful not to show too many lights. Asia keeps us on the qui-vive all day, and too much activity on the beach will always draw a spell of shelling. A cloudy evening. At 11 p.m. the 88th Brigade arrive. December 23rd. It is a fine cold day. We now walk about on the beach with our ears always listening for the sound of a gun from Asia or Achi Baba, upon hearing which we get ready to fling ourselves to the ground or dive into a dugout. I go along to the headquarters of the 86th and 88th Brigades, both built in the side of a cliff just this side of X Beach, and almost opposite our division headquarters. Their dugouts are delightful, cozy little houses. They are practically safe from shell fire, and form a great contrast to divisional headquarters, dug a little way to the right in trenches which are in full view of the enemy and in danger of a shell dropping plumb onto them at any moment. The day drags wearily away. There is nothing much to do but bookwork, making up accounts, and visits to the main supply depot. It is an extraordinary thing, but almost every time I stroll over to the supply depot from our office on the cliff, over comes a shell, either from a howitzer on Achi or Quick Dick from Asia. I prefer the howitzer. It gives you a chance to quickly look round for the nearest dugout and dive in, whereas Quick Dick, with its boom, whiz, bang, is on you before you can count two, and leaves you almost gasping, wondering that you are still standing alive instead of flying through the air in little bits. Each day victims are claimed. I thought my quartermaster sergeant had got it proper today, but I saw him do a marvelous head dive behind a mound protecting dug-in stables, which saved him. It makes everybody living on the beach very bad-tempered. At night they drop them over at intervals, but we are one too many for Asia by night. One can distinctly see the flash of the gun, and can count 23 slowly before the shell arrives. The French are very clever over dodging these night shells from Asia. A man perched up on a stack of hay watches Asia intently. He sees a flash, blows loudly on a trumpet, and everybody gets to cover like rabbits. Result, remarkably few casualties. Of course, the flash of the gun does not tell whether the shell is addressed to V Beach or W Beach, and one cannot fail to at times be amused, in spite of the grimness of it all, for the lookout man on V Beach might see the flash and give a mighty blast on his trumpet, whereupon all rush for cover, and 23 seconds later the shell swishes over, not to V Beach at all, but to W Beach. The Turkish gunners appear to have their tails very much up, no doubt through the evacuation of Suvla and Anzac. And enemy airmen are very daring, swooping right over our lines and at times dropping an odd bomb or two. Men and transport move about as freely as ever though, which is such a contrast to Suvla, though of course our line being further inland than it was at Suvla, the enemy have difficulty in reaching the transport with shrapnel. If not, probably our transport would not be so reckless. The roads at the foot of the cliff can no longer be used, having been made impassable by being washed right away in parts. December 24th. It is delightful weather, and we continue our life, preparing the figures and accounts to draw the rations at night, and arranging for their issue. Usual shelling all day. In the afternoon, as I walk across the plateau to Division Headquarters, an enemy aeroplane comes swooping over. I am near a party of men marching, and hear the pop-pop of a machine gun. Almost immediately after, I hear the swish of bullets and see them kick up the dust round about. At first I can't make it out. Then it dawns on me that the daring aviator is actually firing on the troops near me. I notice that instead of a cross painted on his machine, he has a square, which is the sign of the Bulgarian Flying Corps. I go back to tea with Farquhar in his lines, dug in trenches on the cliff side over Corps Headquarters, situated further round the cliff from our dugouts. As we are at tea, 4 enemy machines sweep over to W Beach, and shortly after I hear the sound of dropping bombs as they circle round and round. Our anti-aircraft guns, not plentiful, endeavor to bring them down, but they circle round unconcerned, and having discharged about 30 bombs, swing round and make back for their lines, keeping out to sea off the coast. I get back to the beach and find that their bombs have caused many casualties. To my great sorrow I learned that Cox of the Essex has been hit clean with one, and also a friend of the same regiment, both being killed instantly. They had come down from the rest camp to purchase some luxuries for the canteen for Christmas Day. After sticking it all this time, to be killed like this, just 2 weeks before the time when the division is to be relieved for good, is really far worse luck than met Algy Wood of the same regiment. And now there are no more of the original Essex officers left. It has been rough today, especially at Imbros, which has a very exposed harbor, and in consequence it has been possible to issue only a very small percentage of fresh meat. It is bad luck, for tomorrow is Christmas Day, and I should like to have given the division a full issue of fresh meat. However, a consignment of Christmas puddings has arrived from Lady Hamilton's fund and will be issued. We were promised many other luxuries, such as oranges and other fruits, but these have not arrived, owing to the difficulty of transport by sea, and so for the majority of the men of the division and all troops inshore, bully beef will take the place of the customary roast beef and turkey. December 25th. It is very beautiful weather. We do the best we can for the troops in the way of supplies, but it has to be bully beef and Christmas puddings for their dinners. The Turks are unusually quiet. I believe they know that it is our Christmas Day. We have a Christmas dinner in our dugout and a very cheery time, one of the cheeriest Christmas dinners I have ever had. Parcels from home pooled help to make a good spread, and one can make excellent rissoles from bully beef. December 26th, 27th, 28th, and 29th. Visits to brigade and to division headquarters and journeys to and from our dugout office and main supply depot are the order of the day. Usual shelling, far more trying than any we have ever experienced before. Enemy airplanes now and again try to come over, but are driven back by our planes. Cold but fine. We have to send in an estimate of transport required to cart baggage back from battalions to beaches. This no doubt means we are off shortly. I hope so, as I am getting fed up with this diary. But it seems strange to be making plans to get off again when we have only just arrived back. December 30th. Today we hear the news secretly that we are evacuating Helles altogether. They are having a conference at Corps Headquarters this morning on the plans. I am sent for by the engineer officer in charge of works on the beach, and he questions me closely on the plans that were followed at the last evacuation. But I can tell him little or nothing beyond what I personally observed. I am afraid that we shall not be able to get away supplies and stores so easily as we were able to at Suvla, and quantities will have to be left, for the beaches are under close observation from Yenisher and Kumkale, and now that we have already hoodwinked them once, the second evacuation will have to be done very carefully. Therefore, our only chance of getting away stores is by night, and animals, guns, and personnel must come first. The first thing, therefore, is to get up forward supplies in sufficient quantities to last out the remaining days, and I receive orders to get these up for the 87th and 88th Brigades, for again we are to be last off. I expected this second evacuation. Nearly everybody expected it. We have been told that 9th Corps would relieve 8th Corps, but to those of us who experienced the Suvla storm, the idea of hanging on here after Suvla and Anzac had been evacuated was impossible to consider. But this evacuation, we think, will be a very different matter, with the Turks expecting us to endeavor to make it. Transport will be the difficulty during these last few days, but fortunately the tramway comes in handy tonight in getting up rations to the 86th and 88th Brigades, and we manage successfully. We draw the rations from the main supply depot in bulk, apportion them out to units, and load them on the trucks on the line in the center of the depot itself. Mules then pull them to the slope, down which they run of their own accord to the plateau, with men acting as brakesmen. Those trucks which have to be pulled further inland are pulled by mules up a line which runs still nearer to the trenches. The rations are offloaded on arrival at their destination and manhandled over their remaining journey. By this means much more horse transport is cut out, which can in a few days be evacuated. But before then this transport must be used solely in getting back surplus kit. We put up the first batch of the reserve supplies. An arduous night, and we get to bed in the small hours of the morning. All day we had intervals of howitzers from Achi and Asia's shells. Not much longer now, thank God. December 31st. The last day of a damnable year. Honors in favor of the enemy. Luck all against us. But our turn will come before another year is out. In the morning the Turks heavily shell our front line reserve areas, and Division Headquarters, of course, being only just in rear, gets it badly. All day the beaches suffer. Life on the beaches is like a game of musical chairs. Instead of sitting down on a chair when the music stops, you promptly fling yourself behind cover when a shell arrives. I am a perfect tumbler now, and after the war will give exhibitions of the many different antics that one performs when dodging shells. A New Year's dinner as cheery as the Christmas dinner, but broken by visits to the main supply depot to send off the rations by tram, and then to bed. End of section 22. Section 23 of Gallipoli Diary. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sue Anderson. Gallipoli Diary by John Graham Gillam. Section 23, January 1st to 15th, 1916, and Epilogue. January 1st. Today is New Year's Day. At this time last year, this peninsula was as peaceful a part of the world as one could find in any neutral country, though its rulers were allies of our chief enemies. Today, a year after, we are nearing the fall of the curtain on the final act of one of the greatest tragedies of history. The curtain of the first act was run up on a scene beautiful and romantic in its setting 8 months ago, which changed as the play developed to scenes of gallant endeavor and death in all its nakedness. The final act, the tragic last scene of defeat without disgrace, is full of sadness, and the great audience, although held spellbound watching and waiting, will be full of relief when the curtain drops for good. It is strange to think, as I walk about once more on W Beach, that Suvla and Anzac no longer harbor British ships or house British troops, and that Turks now walk unmolested in our late trenches and shelter themselves at night in our late dugouts. In a few days now, Turks will be sitting in the place in which I am writing these notes. They are welcome, for our attempts to open their gates have failed. We have lost the game, but we have not been beaten by the Turks. They are no match for our troops. We have been beaten by nature, or the geographical fastness of this impregnable peninsula, and the storms of winter. The new year is heralded in on W Beach by the shells of a big howitzer on the left shoulder of Achi Baba, bursting with a deafening crash on the high ground of the beach, throwing large jagged splinters within a radius of 200 yards. When such a shell bursts, all within that radius drop flat to earth or dive into a dugout. I am sure that people living further inland or in the trenches, if they have not lived on the beach, do not realize the great strain on the nerves that work under steady, effective shell fire is on this beach, cooped up as we are in such a small space, which is all a target, not to say the chief target, of the Turkish gunners. The 29th Army Service Corps men are sticking it well. I think they guess that we are evacuating and are therefore cheery. Issuing by day, as in the early days, is now out of the question. We issue at dusk, and even then in danger of a shell in our depot. But the Army Service Corps, or the Army Safety Corps as it is termed by many in France, must never cease doing its job, for a man in the front line is hungry 3 times a day. As Senior Supply Officer, my job now is to see that the 4 supply officers' indents are satisfied in full, namely the supply officers of the 86th, 87th, 88th Brigades, and the Divisional Artillery. I must get the food ready at our depot for the night's issue for each group, out of which the 4 service officers must see that their troops and animals get their full ration. Their respective jobs are far more trying than is mine now, for the difficulties of getting the supplies from the beach to the troops have increased 100-fold. The main supply depot is still in the same spot as in the days of May, and there they must see that my indents are satisfied. Now they are drawing on their reserve, and as in the case of the evacuation of Suvla, they are issuing from the inside of the large stacks of supplies, for to the Turk these stacks must not appear to grow smaller. The outside walls must be kept standing, and when the time comes the depot officers will set them ablaze with hay and petrol, and long before the Turk can reach the beaches they should be raging furnaces. The main supply depot office is still in the same place as of old, built out of supply boxes. Several times it has been blown down by a Turkish shell, and why it has not been shifted I cannot think. More shells are bursting daily round this depot during these days than burst in a week of June on the whole of W Beach. If the Turks then had half the artillery they have now, I do not think that we would be here today. Smart, the depot supply officer, who was wounded in August and who is now back, sitting in the same old place, holds up his ruler to me this morning, the same ruler which was the stakes of the bet I had with him in the early days, that Achi Baba would be taken by June 30th, and says with a smile, "This ruler is still mine, and Achi Baba still belongs to Turkey." Outside, Achi Baba looks more forbidding than ever, like the head of a huge vulture waiting to spring. Howitzer shells are dropping along the road, and as I want to go up to the 86th and 88th Brigade headquarters with Horn, we go along the cliff's edge by the Greek camp, still in the same place. The 2 Brigade headquarters are in a delightful spot, dug in on the side of the cliff just this side of X Beach. I have a chat with General Williams and Sinclair Thompson. I enjoy going there. It is absolutely off the target, though as things are now one would think that there could be no spot on this tiny tip of land where one could live at all for long. Back for lunch. At 3 o'clock we are shelled badly in our quarter by howitzers from the hill and by Asia's Quick Dick, which is on you before you can duck, almost. General Birdwood has been here and had a look round. As before mentioned, the 29th are to be last. It is rather a lot to ask of the 86th and 88th after that storm and the strain of one evacuation, but it shows General Headquarters put a great value on us. Up to midnight I am at the main supply depot drawing the remainder of reserve supplies for 6 days for the division, which are being put up in Leith Walk and Clapham Junction respectively for the 87th and 88th Brigades. As in the case of the evacuation at Suvla, the 86th Brigade leaves shortly. Officers and men on W Beach are falling sick fast with the continual strain of shelling, and in view of the evacuation are being sent off at once. There are 1 or 2 cases of men losing their reason. January 2nd. The sea was very rough last night, and in consequence the evacuation was very much delayed. We are now being subjected to very severe shelling. From 3 o'clock yesterday to 9 o'clock this morning, 3 howitzers, 2 from behind Krithia and 1 on the right shoulder of Achi, have been throwing big, high explosive shells over to us on the beaches steadily. This is the severest spell on record, and it is evident that they are expecting us to go soon and are making it as hard as possible. Afterwards we were shelled in jerks to midday. At 7 o'clock tonight Horn and I go up to Krithia Nullah or Clapham Junction. It is very dark and the road is pockmarked with shell holes. I miss the familiar landmark of the white pillars. I remember now that they told me while I was at Suvla that they had been demolished by our engineers. We have a forward reserve dump at Clapham Junction, which we start eating into tomorrow. 88th Brigade Headquarters is just nearby, dug in trenches, and on calling there we are invited to dinner. We have a Christmas pudding, which is brought in alight with brandy. It seems strange following this old custom in a dugout, with bullets zipping over outside, and within 800 yards of the Turks. Coming out of the dugout onto the road, I notice bullets flying about much freer than usual, the Turks being more energetic over their practice of firing their rifles at night than they ever were before. All the time as we walk back, we hear the Turkish howitzers sending over their consignment of high explosives to W Beach. After 10 minutes' walk we hear a shell coming bang at us, firing at a battery close by, but it is a small dud and it goes phut into the ground. As we approach nearer and nearer to W Beach, we hear their hows whining away overhead. They sound so harmless and seem to take quite a time sailing through the air, but the sound of them crashing on the beach rather inclines us to slacken our pace. On arriving the main supply depot, however, we quicken our pace and, passing through it, arrive at the wood stacks, when we hear one of their whiners sailing over. Quickly we duck behind the wood as it bursts short of the supply depot. We get up and walk briskly to our dugout, and just as we descend the steps on the cliff side we hear another. We dive into Hislop's dugout precipitously as it bursts with a crash 40 yards behind us. Afterwards a pinnace alongside No. 1 pier is afire, set ablaze by a direct hit from a shell. Bed, and we go to sleep, hearing the shells explode in various parts of the beach at short intervals. Fortunately these shells do not reach the water's edge and cannot impede the final stage of the evacuation. It is only Asia that upsets this. January 3rd. Some of the staff of the main supply depot have now left. Last night some animals, including the Army transport cart mules, were evacuated. They are led, coaxed, and whipped onto the lighters from the piers. The lighters are then towed out to the waiting ships, which have come in under the cover of darkness, and the animals are slung on board. It is strenuous work for those detailed for the job, especially with a heavy swell. The personnel are sent off from V Beach, and they do not waste time hanging about the open spaces of the beach, but make for the cover of the River Clyde and the fort as soon as possible. The man with the trumpet is kept busy giving warning against Asia's shells. Weekly men are being hurried off. Surplus kit, office records also. Forward reserves of ammunition are being placed in the Esky lines, which run across the peninsula, and each man and machine gun has a reserve of small ammunition. Also a reserve is kept on the beaches. On the last day our division will have about 3,000 men left. We start eating into our 7 days' forward reserves today. The Egyptian shepherds who provided meat for the Drabbies of the Mule Corps with their sheep have left today. The casualties from shellfire are becoming more and more frequent on the beaches now. The 86th Brigade leave tonight, and the balance of those men who were prevented from getting off by the rough sea of last night. In fact, many men had to leave by daylight this morning, risking the Turks' observation. The French try a very clever ruse by lighting a stack of hay, which, smouldering only, causes heavy columns of smoke to drift over Sed el Bahr and away out over the Straits, which enables them to ship quite a lot of animals under its screen in broad daylight. Enemy aeroplanes are busy trying to get over to the beaches all day, but are successfully kept at bay by our anti-aircraft guns and aeroplane patrols. A strong wind is blowing from the northeast, and it looks like a change in the weather, causing anxiety to us all. As usual, all today and continuing tonight, the beaches and their approaches have been heavily shelled. Our monitors have been energetically replying. January 4th. This morning we have intermittent shelling in 2s and 3s and in fits and starts. Just before lunch, while standing at the door of our dugout on the top of the cliff, I see a destroyer come right inshore, and swinging round quickly she anchors. I see a group of naval and military officers on deck, who climb down the companion into a pinnace which takes them to No. 1 pier. I turn my glasses on to them, and see that the party consists of General Birdwood, the Army Commander, an Admiral, 2 naval and 2 Army officers. They slowly walk along the pier, and I cannot help feeling anxious for them, for Asia has put one of her beauties close to No. 1 Pier a short while before. They turn to the left and walk along the road at the foot of the cliffs. Just as they are passing immediately beneath our bivvy, 2 howitzer shells burst with a deafening report on the beach. General Birdwood never turns his head, but I notice that the 2 other officers following behind look anxiously over their shoulders. They go up to 8th Corps Headquarters, and after lunch a conference is held. Afterwards, General Birdwood sends over to the Mule Cart Corps on the high ground between W and V Beach for an old native officer whom he has known for many years in India. He is a fine old man and a splendid type of the loyal native soldier. Of course he was overcome with delight at meeting the General once more, who told him to assure all the native drivers and their non-commissioned officers with the Mule Corps that our evacuation was a strategical move, made for the best, and not in any way to be interpreted as a disaster. The native mind is so different from our own, and though they are as loyal as any of our troops, one feels anxious to prevent them from losing their confidence. As a result of the conference, the progress of the stages of the evacuation must be speeded up. Personnel and animals must at all costs be dealt with first, and as the sands are running low, it will now be necessary to begin evacuating animals by day and risk the shelling. This morning the sea has been dead calm and perfect for our purpose, but the navies say that they expect a southerly gale. We, of course, dread a southerly gale. It is a very trying and anxious time, and the shelling is now almost continuous. Certainly only a few guns are turned onto the beaches, but sufficient to upset and impede our work. 6 shells may come over from the howitzers on Achi at 10, 3 from Asia at 11, 4 from Achi at 11:30, then from 12 to 1, probably 20 from Achi and Asia, all onto the camps and depots in the confined space of W Beach. All the while casualties occur. As a contrast, the evacuations of Suvla and Anzac were child's play to that of Helles. The monitors are busy replying, and I think cause their guns to stop now and again. All the afternoon the beach gets shelled. Asia now and again puts some very nasty ones over near our bivouac, and once we all had to take cover in 2 tunnels in the side of the cliff to our left, where they have been quarrying for stone. At 8 p.m. a gale springs up, and the embarkation is greatly hampered. They found it impossible to embark the mules on the transport when the lighters arrived alongside. One lighter, loaded with mules, carts, and drivers, breaks away and quickly goes drifting out to sea towards Asia, becoming lost in the darkness of the night. All night we get shelled every quarter of an hour. January 5th. It is very windy and the sea rough, yet the evacuation of animals proceeds by day as well as by night, regardless of whether we are seen or not. But a large number of animals will, I am afraid, have to be left, and in consequence will be killed on the last day. I do not know which day Z Day is, but I hear that it has been postponed in consequence of the rough sea. The shelling is as bad as ever on the beaches. Now, in addition to guns on Achi and on the Asiatic side opposite Morto Bay, a 4-gun Turkish battery comes into position by Kumkali and manages to reach the water's edge of W Beach and V Beach with shrapnel, but a monitor quickly getting onto it very soon silences it. No enemy gun can ever be in position on this point for long. Asia gives us a bad time in the afternoon and puts some nasty ones near our bivouac, and again we have to take refuge in the tunnel. Monitors are busy bombarding Achi, and a cruiser with an airplane up spotting for her is hard at work trying to find the Asiatic gun. Enemy airplanes as usual make persevering endeavors to come over W Beach, but each time are driven off by our airmen. Our anti-aircraft guns never hit anything. The enemy aircraft now try to fly over W Beach by approaching it from the sea, and many an exciting chase and duel is daily witnessed between our planes and theirs, ours always holding mastery of the air. The sea is getting calmer, and at night an odd shell comes over at intervals of half an hour or so. The lighter loaded with the mules and their drivers, which broke adrift yesterday owing to the rough sea, drifted fortunately onto Rabbit Islands, and her freight was picked up by a Monitor. January 6th. A lovely calm morning. The shelling has quieted down considerably. I think the Monitors have been frightening the Turkish gunners somewhat. Also Asia is not worrying us, thank God, and yesterday's bombardment from the cruiser has probably done a lot of good. The sea is like glass, and the conditions are perfect for evacuation. The same policy is being followed in getting the last troops off on Z night as was followed at Suvla, but quantities of material, ordnance, and Royal Engineer stores will have to be left. The reserve ammunition in the keeps on the beaches on the last night will be blown up just before we leave. Enemy airplanes are over in the morning, showing great daring and keeping our airmen very busy. The beaches are crowded with mules, wagons, and fatigue parties hard at work at loading the lighters. There is no attempt at concealing what we are doing, but the Turk does not know which night is our last, and if we can manage to keep him in ignorance, then we can get off the last night without a rearguard action being fought, for John Turk does not like leaping over the top. Our Monitors, destroyers, and 2 cruisers keep the Turkish artillery much quieter than they were a few days ago, though at intervals they give us a very bad time on the beaches. A large number of personnel go off, including the 29th Division train with all their animals. Only myself, the adjutant, and 1 or 2 other officers and a handful of men are left to stand by in case the last day is delayed and troops require food. At present all on shore are rationed up to next Tuesday night. All the Greeks have left. January 7th. It is another beautiful morning, and the wind is in the northeast. We had some rain in the night, and in consequence the ground is rather muddy. All transport is now under the control of the 8th Corps Transport Depot. The shooting of those animals which it will not be possible to get off tonight will be begun and finished off tomorrow, and all vehicles left will be destroyed. This morning I walk up with Hislop to Division Headquarters. As we pass the stationary hospital, we see a cluster of mules wandering about, grazing on the scanty grass that is still growing in odd patches on the plateau. We hear the whistle of a shell, which proves a very small one and a dud, and which falls in the middle of them with a phut. They jump about a bit, and then calmly go on smelling for grass. Soon after another follows, also a dud. Evidently the Turkish gunner who has fired is a sportsman, and has made a bet with another that he will get a bullseye first shot. Soon after we hear the whine overhead of the howitzer shells, traveling seemingly to W Beach, fired in grim earnest, and not as a sporting shot, like the 2 duds at the mules. Looking at the gunnery from the Turkish gunner's point of view, it must have been all through this campaign a sort of series of field days for them, with their guns in position on commanding heights, and with the targets nearly always open sights and on the lowlands. It is fortunate for us that only lately they have been receiving regular supplies of good ammunition. If they had had the artillery that the Germans had before Ypres, 24 hours on any single day throughout the 8 months that we have been here would have turned the campaign in favor of Turkey, and meant utter defeat and unconditional surrender for us. As we are therefore at the end of it all, and shall soon once more hand back to Turkey the remaining insignificant few acres of ground that we had captured and held after so much gallantry, endurance, and bloodshed, we must be thankful and congratulate ourselves that we are disentangled from the quagmire with our army intact. I may have spoken too soon, but if we are as fortunate as we were at Suvla, we can disappear in a night, although the enemy knows we are going. We expect him to attack shortly to test our strength. If we hold him and inflict losses on him, that will keep him quiet for a day or so, During these days we have our great chance to evacuate without loss and with our army intact. We get very busily shelled in the afternoon, several from Asia bursting within a few yards of our office, and one actually at the mouth of the tunnel, which was crowded with men taking cover. While this is going on, the enemy make a concentrated bombardment on a part of our front line held by the 13th Division and a part of the 87th Brigade. It lasts continuously from 3:30 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. and caused about 150 casualties. At the end they made half-hearted attempts to leave their trenches to attack ours, but the few small parties that had the bravery to get out into no man's land were stopped dead by our machine gun fire, and the show petered out. Now therefore is our chance, either tonight or tomorrow. This afternoon's attack was probably made to test our strength, and as they suffered as much as we did, if not more, they will pause a while before attacking again. After this attack finished, the shelling on the beaches almost entirely ceased, and when night fell I was able in peace to start a job which proved very tedious, namely of putting up rations, ammunition, and water in petrol cans into a dugout on W Beach, where it would be useful in case of a rearguard action. The filling of the petrol cans is the tedious part of the job, the cans having to be let down by rope into the reservoir, which lies 20 yards from our dugout on the top of the cliff. While I am in the middle of this job, an order from 8th Corps Headquarters comes that I am to leave with all the Army Service Corps details tonight. As I have already received an order from Division Headquarters to go off tomorrow night, I reply that I am sending the men with the remaining officers and am going with Division Headquarters tomorrow. I get 2 gallons of water, some bully, biscuits, and cheese put in my dugout. I send all my kit off with my servant, who places some hay on the floor for my bed for this, my last night, and go back to finish the job I am on. Tomorrow will be monotonous, waiting for the evening with nothing to do, but I have a good book to read and plenty of tobacco, and the day will soon pass. I am to go off at 6 p.m. At 10 p.m. a written order comes down from 8th Corps that I am to go off tonight with the others, for tomorrow is Z night, and the beaches must be cleared as far as possible of non-combatant details. I go to 8th Corps Signals and telephone Division Headquarters, who say I can go. I finish the job of putting the water in cans in the keep at 12 midnight and go back to my dugout. All have left except 5 men. 2 of them landed with me on W Beach on the first day. January 8th. It is now the beginning of Z Day, and we 3 stand on W Beach waiting orders to go on No. 1 Pier. As we stand in the heavy sand, my thoughts immediately go back to the night of April 25th, where in the same place as I am now standing, we were laboring carrying boxes of supplies up the beach. I feel as if I have gone round in a complete circle. This is what has happened with the Gallipoli campaign. It has indeed gone round in a complete circle. The beach is alive with troops, and animals are being feverishly embarked. About 200 have been shot tonight, though, and some men actually cried as they performed that horrid task. Fortunately, there is little shelling. One now and again bursts on the high ground of the beach. A military landing officer comes along the pier and instructs us to file along on board. We pass up the pier, up a gangway, over one of the sunken ships, and onto a small ship moored on the further side. The 5 non-commissioned officers go to their quarters, and I go to the wardroom, where my name and particulars of my command, strength numbering 5, are taken. And then I have a whiskey and soda and a cigar. Phew, the relief. W Beach the last few weeks. Let's forget about it. 2:30 a.m. The ship is now nearly full up with troops, and an officer comes in to say we are off. I go up on deck and find that they are just weighing anchor. It is tricky work getting a ship away from improvised piers. The captain is the same naval officer who used to command the Whitby Abbey, which took me to Lemnos and back in July last. Tomorrow night will be his last trip to Gallipoli. At last, after a lot of maneuvering, he shouts from the bridge, "All clear aft?" and a voice answers, "Aye, aye, sir." Then full steam ahead, and we swing round and head out to sea. I watch the lights on shore gradually disappear. One I notice by 8th Corps Headquarters, being at the top of a post, flickers out and on as regularly as the ticking of a clock. What it means I don't know. I have noticed it before during the past few days. Asia fires to V Beach, and Achi sends a couple which burst on the high ground at the back of W Beach. The lights and the outskirts of the shore disappear. I still see the starlights sailing in the darkness of the night. These soon disappear. For me, the adventures of Gallipoli are no longer realities, but bad memories, and I turn into the wardroom to sleep. 8 a.m. We enter Mudros Harbor, chock full of warships and transports, those on board leaning over the side and watching us with interest. 8.5 months have passed since those days in April before the landing, and the scenes are almost the same today. It seems 8.5 years ago. I go ashore and meet a friend at one of the supply depots, who makes me a guest of the mess. We have a cheery evening. January 9th. We hear the good news that the evacuation went off splendidly. It was a perfect day. The beaches were shelled as usual at intervals by day, but our monitors, destroyers, and 2 cruisers kept their fire under. The Turks apparently appeared to have expended their energies on the 7th and kept quiet. The program followed at Suvla was followed at Helles. At 6 p.m. the final stage of getting the men off was started, and they were rapidly shipped immediately as they arrived at the forming up posts. The beaches were shelled fitfully, and casualties in consequence occurred, but they can only be put down as normal casualties, which have been daily occurring through the enemy artillery activity. The last parties in the line were got away by the same procedure as was followed at Suvla, passing down the roads, their passage being telephoned to the beaches by the officers on duty at the gates. So well managed was it that it was found possible to get many troops off in advance of the scheduled time of departure. Division Headquarters embarked by motor launch onto the HMS Prince George. An enemy submarine was about and discharged a torpedo at the Prince George, but by wonderful luck it failed to explode, but shook the ship from bow to stern. At 2:30 a.m. all men had gone. Only animals were left and vehicles, and I think some animals were left to fall into the Turks' hands alive. January 10th. Go on board the Scotian with Division Headquarters, 29th Division, and part of the 29th Division. January 11th. Leave Mudros Harbor at 8. Day fine and comfortable boat. Troops in good spirits. Boat drill at 10:30 a.m. Submarine lookout all round ship. Boat drill at 4 p.m. 3 spy prisoners on board, 2 Greeks and 1 other. 1 Greek sitting in corner of deck telling his beads all the time. The others walk up and down looking very serious. Serious cases, and things look very black for them. January 12th. Beautiful day. Zigzagging a lot to avoid submarines. Doing 15 knots. Steer cast in morning towards Palestine. Afternoon head for Alexandria with a zigzagging course. January 13th. Arrive Alexandria Harbor at 6 o'clock in the morning. Arabs come on board and sell papers. Have a curiously delightful feeling of homecoming. Alexandria seems just like home now, after all those months in Gallipoli. Harbor full of troop ships. Go into the town in the afternoon. Delightful walking about the shops and civilization again. Send cable home. Back on ship again for dinner. 8:30 p.m. Embark on troop train. Cattle trucks mostly. I sleep with Grant and Firth, Divisional Signal Officer, in luggage van. Damned uncomfortable journey. January 14th. We arrive at a junction at 9 a.m. and hear that an engine is off the line at the next station. Broken down, dirty Arab village just opposite, and an oasis. Nothing else but sandy desert. Wait all day and have to wire for rations. New Zealand Army Service Corps comes to our rescue with supplies. Issue same to troops on our train and also to another troop train behind us with troops on board from Ypres. Troops amuse themselves with football in the afternoon, much to the natives' interest. Arab boys now and again join in, causing amusement. 8 o'clock in the evening we get up a smoking concert on the side of the line. I have been to some curious smoking concerts during the war, but this one, now on, will live in my memory. Desert, moonlight, troop trains lit up, a bit of a fire, and around, Tommies fresh from Gallipoli enjoying the fun to the full. What a nation! We never had a chance at Gallipoli. Let's forget about it. 10 p.m. God Save the King sung, and then off to bed. January 15th. Woke up at 12 midnight. Ration train arrives with rations for tomorrow in case we cannot get on. 2 a.m. Train ordered to move. Get up and load rations onto the train. Arrive Suez 10 a.m. and go on to new camp. For last hour I did a bit of stoking on engine. Rather unique, stoking an engine in an Egyptian desert. Arrive at large camp, the largest that I have ever been into. Tents everywhere, laid out in perfect order. Coolies, Arabs, and Hindus unloading stores from trains, which arrive at frequent intervals on the single line running through the camp. Epilogue, January 20th. Finds me in camp with a tent to myself and things working smoothly. Everything as far as humanly possible is ready for any eventuality, and the Turk, if he tries any tricks, will get his knuckles badly rapped. The King's Own Scottish borderers go by to the wild, inspiring strains of the pipes. Everything is bustle. Trains shunting, stores coming up, horsemen and guns moving into position, and there is an air of expectancy over everything. And so these random notes come to an end. I am back in camp with the horrors of the peninsula left behind me forever. Of those who sailed from England so light-heartedly in March, few are left, but those that remain are attached to each other by invisible fetters. Those strange months, dull and exciting, tragic and humorous, spent under the eye of the enemy on an alien shore, form a common bond between us. All of us now know the full meaning of life, and all of us have walked not once but many times with death on the grim peninsula. We have been beaten, not so much by the enemy as by climatic and geographical conditions, but beaten we are, and nothing remains but to accept defeat like sportsmen. End of section 23. End of Gallipoli Diary by John Graham Gillam.